Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look at our XRAD system now at 5:16 here on the East Coast. And we know that Category 1 Hurricane Beryl has made landfall near Matagorda, Texas. And this is an ever-developing situation. With this brings heavy storm surge, flood advisory, and even tornado warnings. As we work to keep you weather ready and informed this morning, right now we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston.
Jade, she was in Bay City. I'm not sure if she's still there, but this center of circulation is going to move right over Bay City and Markham if you're watching us from down there. So it's actually going to go calmer. It's probably going to, the rain is going to slow down or stop, and you're actually going to experience some pretty, decent conditions down there. Let me go ahead. I'd like to switch over to our, to the wind product that we have, because this has just been insane. This is the latest look. Oh, Jade is down there in Bay City? Okay. Hey, Jade, first of all, I hope you're staying safe. So the eye of this is going to pass directly over where you are. I mean, the latest observation we had was that you recently had a 61-mile-an-hour wind gust. Has the wind calmed down at all yet? And if not, it probably will, over the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, Mike, the wind has definitely calmed down a bit, but getting here was hectic. The weather was intense, and it looks like portions of Bay City are out of power. We see some buildings that are dark while others are lit up, but it seems like the more further north we head, the more intense the conditions get. And we did pass through the town of Blessing on our way here, and it was dark there as well, so I'm assuming they're without power. And again, we see one car on the road here, but for the most part, it's empty out here. Nobody's on the roadways. Everybody heeded those warnings to hunker down, and luckily everybody seems to be staying safe while they're out here.
$4,000 customers without power right now, and that number is going to go up and up and up. I'm glad you guys are staying safe, and it's interesting that you're going to get to experience something pretty rare, which is being right in the eye of the storm, where it's going to start to go pretty calm here after a while. So are you guys? So you're driving in Bay City right now? Oh, okay. I guess we lost Jade. That's okay. So I hope they're staying safe, and her photojournalist that's with her as well. Jade, do we have you?
Flashing over there, so that's probably, caused... Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, we saw a transformer over there. It looks like it's lighting up, so that may be contributing to the power outages. We're also seeing a little bit of flooding on the roadways here. It's hard for you to see on camera, but in person, there's water almost all the way covering this road right here. As soon as we find a place to set up, we will be going live for you guys so you can get kind of a closer look at what's going on here in Bay City. But like you said, Mike, the wind has calmed down a bit. I believe you said we're in the eye of the storm right now. So, we're just kind of gauging what's going on. But again, it is very dark out here. It looks like that HEB is probably one of the only places with power right now. But again, there's no one out here, no one on the roadways. Everybody's hunkering down and staying safe.
Hey, Jade, if you can hear me, other than the lack of power that you're seeing in a lot of locations, have you seen any damage? Because you did have some wind gusts that were about 60 to 65 at least. I mean, anything knocked down? Any signs or tree limbs?
Surprisingly, we haven't seen much damage, but like you said, we did see some tree limbs on the roadways, and we saw some of those signs bent over or blown over. So if that just tells you how strong the wind is, if you can blow over a traffic sign, that's pretty intense.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So, yeah, please proceed with caution. It is going to be getting temporarily better where you are. But yeah, you can't let our guard down with this one at all. Okay, Jade Fleury joining us live from Bay City, Matagorda County, very, very close to the eye of the storm right now. All right, so back here in the Fox 26 Weather Center, got a little bit dicey here over the last half hour because we did have some tornado warnings issued. But keep in mind, we're going to get a lot of these. We'll probably get more of these today as well. I can almost guarantee it. We're probably going to have half a dozen tornado warnings at least. Most of the time, just know that you're not going to get very much of a warning or a lead time on these things. And what I mean is, like, for example, the ones that we had at 4 a.m. for Fort Bend County and at 4:30 a.m. or at 3:30 a.m. for Fort Bend, and then at 4 for Fort Bend and Brazoria. As soon as the warning is issued, these things are moving at 50 miles an hour. So as soon as it's issued, it's already almost, on your doorstep. So you need to be prepared. You say, okay, it's already really windy out. It's already pouring down rain out, but you need to just think, okay, if it got worse suddenly, would I be safe? So that's why we don't really want you, sort of outside observing the storm. There's going to be, I'm sure, plenty of video on Instagram and TikTok or whatever. So we don't need you to do that. It's just not safe. Let's go ahead and we are going to check in now with Lena and Sally. So guys, we will gather some more information for you. Bottom line is we're going to start to see flooding in Houston coming up here within the next hour. So we have a super, super heavy rain band right inside the Beltway on the south side.
Okay, so you and Allison, I mean, you break in and interrupt us if you, see another warning or we need to let viewers know, something in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. All right, so as Mike and Allison have been telling us, conditions are really going to start to deteriorate in our inland counties now. We just saw what it's like down on the coast in Bay City, where Jade Fleury is, and now look at Shelby Rose in Sugar Land.
Yes, because you're under a flood advisory now, so that is in effect, and we can see why this is considerably different from the last time we checked in with you, Shelby.
Oh, it's worlds different from the last time you guys saw me. It has gotten so substantially worse just in the last 30 minutes or so. I mean, we're seeing so much water. I mean, just look at these winds. That's what I want to show you. I don't know how well this is translating to the camera, but you can see the water and the rain just going over the road here. We are getting pelted tremendously by rain at the moment. I can't even hardly see. The wind's definitely picking up. We're getting hit with some pretty good gusts every so often, which is definitely something like we're getting hit right now. And so we actually were just watching some City of Sugar Land employees about 30 minutes ago, before it got too terrible like it is right now, securing a lot of the outdoor furniture and stuff that's out here. And so that's definitely good news. We haven't seen any debris flying, no branches, no trees. So the wind isn't, that bad, but it is still something to note. It's something that I'm getting completely soaked. Everything around here is just getting definitely worse as the morning is progressing and as these rain bands are starting to really hit the Sugar Land area. Thankfully, though, in terms of flooding from what we're seeing in our general area, it's nothing that is significant. I've been keeping an eye on the City of Sugar Land Facebook page to see if there's been any updated road closures and so on and so forth. That hasn't been the case so far, but of course we're going to be keep checking in with them and continuously updating you here in the Sugar Land area as conditions are expected to get worse. Back to you.
Okay, Shelby, the National Weather Service right now reporting rainfall rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour. Yeah. So if it does keep up like that, flash flooding will definitely be an issue where you are and in many other areas as well. Doesn't look like anybody is out and about, though. Have you seen anybody passing by?
No, thankfully not. We did see some cars drive by, probably about 2 hours ago or so, but nothing remotely within recent times, especially as this weather has gotten definitely worse.
Okay, and we do see, though, that the lights are on behind you, which is, nice at this moment because we're checking, and more than 90,000 of our neighbors are now without power, and that number has been increasing as, obviously, the storm is starting to move in.
Yeah, no, there are no power outages, at least in the town center area, and I'm kind of looking down the street and looking around me. Don't see any power outages, at least at this point.
Okay, Shelby, great job keeping the microphone dry out there. You can't say the same for yourself there. So get inside the car and take a break, and we will, of course, check back in with you very soon. Thanks, Shelby Rose, live for us in Sugar Land.
So a lot of our viewers, thank you for staying on the ground or staying at home so that we can keep the roadways open. Guys, I wonder if we can take a look at the up in the air view here. Just wanted to give you kind of a perspective with the flight cancellations and what we're dealing with here locally. So across country, we've got about 1,300 flights canceled. 950 of them are right here at Bush Airport. Altogether, we're accounting for 1,100 of those 1,300 canceled flights this morning. So obviously, you're going to want to check in with your airline if you do have to fly out or you were expecting someone to come in. But you're seeing the Missouri map here. We are the center of it, basically. We'll normally see that in the tri-state area. Most of the cancellations, the majority, about 90% of the cancellations are happening right here locally in our area. So travel up in the air and on the ground is going to be a problem for you today.
Absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and take a look now at the latest power outages as well. If we can pull those up for you as I refresh the map here, it looks like more than 90,000 CenterPoint customers are currently without power. That's not including Entergy customers as well. This is just CenterPoint customers, and this is not a power grid issue. This is going to be an issue related to the storm. Perhaps tree limbs that have fallen down on power lines, transformers that have blown. So if we can refresh that, guys, I think it's showing now about 90,000 customers without power. That's what I'm seeing here on my end. Safety is a priority, so if you see a down power line, be sure to stay at least 35 feet away and always report it. That's going to be CenterPoint's #1 priority, responding to those downed power lines, and then they're going to try to get your power back up and running as quickly as possible. But go ahead and make sure you practice generator safety as well today if you do have one of those that you're going to be firing up soon.
So Mike was talking about how, if you're living in Houston proper, we're going to start to see the flooding potential and a lot of rain coming up here in the next hour. In fact, we've got a flood advisory in effect for all of Harris County. That goes until 9:15. So you're talking about some 5 hours from now where we're going to be dealing with this. So now is the time where we're going to start to really see the effects now that landfall happened about a half an hour ago in Matagorda with sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. And remember, the wind gusts can get near Category 2 levels here with the wind gusts. So it's not just the sustained winds, it's also the gusts that we have to deal with. And remember that the wind is only one, of the 4 components that we have to deal with a hurricane.
If you're just waking up and thinking, okay, it doesn't look too bad in the city of Houston right now, I'm going to try to go out, just be aware that wherever you go, you may get stuck there because the outer bands are just not to reach into Houston, and things are really going to go downhill. And so we are closely watching Houston TransStar for you for any possible high water locations on the roadways. Right now, there are no major problems on any of our major roadways in the city of Houston, Allison, but that's a different story the further south you get.
Yeah, and we've been watching these winds just ramp up significantly. I'm telling you right now, Palacios is still getting hit hard, and we've been talking about how they're on the west side of the storm, not even the dirty side, but as we see that counterclockwise rotation, the way that this icon's moving, it's just really whipping those winds really along the south, but also pushing inland. So I just wanted to quickly update you with our 4 a.m. advisory. That pressure dropped even more to 979 millibars. Still looking at those maximum sustained winds at 80, but gusts within that are likely going to be even higher as it continues to move inland. It's not going to be until midday that we see this set up to our north, and then it's going to be taking the rain and wind with it. But the thing is, right now, we are going to be in the thick of it and already seeing that. So I quickly want to start with power outages. As you can see, our coastal zones are starting to see those numbers increase. As the winds rise, that could create down trees onto power lines or downed power lines. And we're likely going to be seeing not only these numbers increase, but starting to see the power outages move inland as the winds do so. But let's take you out to the radar because I want to show you these outer rain bands are starting to move into Houston. So if you're up with us, you've been up with us, you saw that it did make landfall. This outer rain band in particular is dropping rain at 2 to 4 inches per hour. Now again, it's moving quickly, so you're not likely going to see that at one time, but just take a look at this area in particular, our camera view. Angleton's basically right in the center, and they're seeing heavy rain, then a little bit of a break, and then even more heavy rain starting to move in. It's a similar story from Lake Jackson out to West Columbia, and then points even to the north. But here is that band. So for reference, we have League City down to Texas City, and spots north of that are getting hit, and that does include Pearland. Now the southern portion of downtown into Bel Air. Likely, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to hear some of that really heavy rain on top of our Fox 26 studios within the next 5-10 minutes. So here's Bel Air once again. We have Bunker Hill Village, and then making its way up toward Jersey Village. So again, the 610 loop here out toward the Galleria, and then up to 90. You're probably not getting too much rain right now, but take a look at what is to come. And you can see even out to the west, just this very thin band of heavy rain that has now made its way outside of El Campo, and that likely will be moving toward Edna pretty quickly. But here's a look at the rainfall rates. So I mentioned 2 to 4 inches. So anybody that it is shaded in this purple color here. So north of League City out to 45, to Sugarland 69, even Highway 6 south of Needville, north of Bay City. You can see a little cluster here. That's going to be the rain that is completely blinding. So A, it's dark outside. You can't see normally. B, with this heavy rain and the winds whipping, you will not be able to see very far in front of you. So we please ask that you stay inside. You know, this is happening at night, so it makes it difficult to see, but hopefully that means folks are going to be staying inside wherever you are. This is not the time to get out and move. No, we're not seeing any tornado warnings at this exact moment. We've already seen 2, and let me tell you, there's a potential for more as we continue throughout the morning. So I actually did put on a track of this latest rain band over Pasadena. It's making its way toward Houston into Baytown in about 2 minutes. Jersey Village, like I mentioned, 5 to 10, and a similar story out in Brookshire. Now, the thing is that it is making that counterclockwise motion, so it's not directly moving to the north. It's going to be a little bit more to the north and west. Now, I want to take you down south because right now, folks that are very close to the eye, and you can see Bay City, you're almost there, but just to the south of that, the radar's quiet. When you're actually inside the eye of a storm, and again, it's dark, so you really won't be able to see, but if it was daylight, you just see some puffy clouds, blue sky. Things are quiet, but that changes quickly as this storm is moving off to the north. Now, I want to show you that we're looking at a flash flood warning once again, Matagorda and portions of Brazoria County. Now, it says until 4:45, and I could see that expire on time as there's not a ton of rain out toward Bay City. Lake Jackson or Freeport still getting hit hard, but take a look over the last 6 hours. So again, for reference, it's 4:30, and this did start late last night. We are looking at rainfall totals upwards of 6 to 7 inches. So our forecast models were pretty spot on. We were saying 5 to 10 inches of rain is possible. And the thing is, right now, a lot of this is happening on the northeastern side of the storm. But as the center of Beryl and that eye starts to move off to the north, that's where we're really going to start to see those rainfall totals increase. I mean, even take a look out toward portions of Brazoria and Galveston counties. Well, you're looking at this red here, which is showing probably 2 to 3 inches of rain. And that was probably more like in the last 3 hours. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some of these red and purple colors of 5 to 7 inches really start to move inland as the center of the storm does so. Now, what I did for you is broke down county by county what you can expect, because I think a lot of folks are wondering, okay, maybe things are quiet where you live, but what is to come? So Wharton County, 4 to 8 inches of rain possible, and we're likely going to be seeing those wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. If we haven't already felt it, it's likely coming soon, and then the threat for those isolated tornadoes will continue. Let's take you into Harris County, where the southern half of the county is getting hit with those heavy rain bands. Now, really, accumulations have not been all too impressive at this time, but that rain band, like we talked about, is setting up. Those rainfall totals are increasing, so could be seeing 5 to 8 inches, and I'd say probably in the southern half of the county is where we really could be seeing those things pick up. And if you guys could take me back to Lynx 1, that would be great. Mike is working on a graphic, which we're going to get to in just a moment. But for us, I still want to take you county by county. So if we can head over to Lynx 1 again, that would be great, where winds are likely going to be picking up to, 75, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Okay. So are you sure we're on? Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Fort Bend County, I'm just going to take you through verbally rainfall totals, 4 to 8 inches possible. Again, that's in total through the entirety of this storm, but we're likely going to be seeing wind gusts. And we already did. You know, we had 2 tornado warnings in Fort Bend County, and we were looking at those wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour. So I really should have put a plus sign next to that, as we're likely going to see those winds continue to increase. So again, that tornado threat is still here, but like Mike and I were showing you on the radar as it was going through, it was so small where that rotation is that it's almost difficult to see on radar at times, but we know that the winds will continue within these outer rain bands. Now let's take you back down to the coast where storm surge is going to be of issue of 4 to 7 feet. Now, I haven't gotten an update, which I can do as soon as I step off the wall for you guys, but we did see storm surge reports up to about 3 feet plus. So, you know, that 4 to 7 range is not that far off. And yes, now that this is making landfall, some of the outer rain band's still going to push some of that water on shore, but I think a lot of that is going to happen, already happened, or will continue over the next, let's say, hour or so. But really, it's going to be inland what we need to be keeping an eye out on. Now, Matagorda already seen 5 to 7 inches of rain. So an additional 1 to 2 definitely going to be possible. Those wind gusts will continue, as that just outside edge of the eye wall is where some of the strongest winds are going to be. And once again, that storm surge, something that we're keeping a close eye out for. So I just quickly want to leave you with what Galveston County can expect, potentially up to 75-mile-per-hour winds. That's wind gusts. Sustained would be closer to the 45-50, which, let me tell you, we are already seeing at this time. So, Lena and Sally, we're going to send it back to you, but things are changing so quickly as that outer rain band, like I mentioned, now making its way into Harris County. We're really going to start to see things picking up further inland compared to what we were seeing along the coast earlier.
The good thing is,
and as they transition there with Fox 26 Houston, I actually want to show you all a live look near Galveston, Texas, kind of to put those wind gusts into perspective that the meteorologist Allison was explaining. So again, you're getting a live look this morning now, 5:38 here on the East Coast near Galveston, Texas. And you can see how the rain is pretty much just swaying side to side there on the roadways, pretty much lifted off the roadways as well, because the winds are just so heavy. Just putting everything into perspective about the heavy winds, the storm surge. Again, tornado warnings are already happening this morning, but can continue to be a possibility this morning as the storm continues throughout the Texas coast area. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back with more breaking news headlines this Monday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeannie Francine. We continue with your breaking news headlines. I actually want to take you back to this shot I was showing you all before the break. It's a Buc-ee's out near Galveston, Texas, and you can see the team. They're now driving around just to show you more of those wind gusts and the heavy rain that's falling. Right now, I'm learning that Fox 26 reporter Chelsea Edwards is actually there giving further analysis. Let's check in with her now.
Again, you're getting a look at a downed tree. I was mentioning earlier how we were seeing the smaller trees getting whipped a little bit in the wind earlier, but now we're starting to see some of these trees down. Also, a little bit of debris we saw on the way here. It's been pretty rough. Mike mentioned earlier I was on the dirty side of the storm, and it's definitely been getting pretty dirty, pitch black out here, especially on the road. So this is just a reminder of like why we are constantly telling people that even when it doesn't seem that bad, we want you to hunker down and stay off the roads. I have my window cracked right now, so I'm getting whipped in the face with this rain and some wind here. But yeah, definitely not a place to be on the roads right now, because with whatever's happening out here, we don't know if there are power lines down. We've seen people pull in here, mostly trying to hunker down. Some people are inside the gas station here as well. But it looked like earlier we saw somebody trying to pull debris from under their car. Again, very dangerous to drive. Just a few minutes ago, we were feeling the truck rocking back and forth. Before the lights went out, I was watching the parking signs getting pulled back and forth. Just, a lot of this rain coming across this parking lot here, it gave me the effect of when you're at the beach and in the shallow water and you can just see those waves coming across. It was giving me that, and even faster watching these sheets of rain come across this parking lot. Just really blustery out here as well. Just not a place you want to be. I mean, we've been watching the radar also to see when we would hit the eye of the storm. Looking forward to it calming just a bit, but right now I don't know if you guys can hear that roaring, those strong winds there. We're watching it. We're keeping an eye on what's about to happen. I'm getting hit with some rain right now. Just getting rough out here. It's been pretty rough, but now we don't have power. There's just not power out here. So I imagine a lot of the residents out here dealing with the same thing, because we can't see lights for miles. We got a little bit of something over here. Maybe they have a generator that they're operating off of. But inside this Buc-ee's where we are, the attendant is using a flashlight to move around. We've also been watching the doors to the ice, the freezers over here, flipping back and forth, and it feels like this wind is just continuing to pick up right now. Looking at the radar, we've gone from green into the yellow, which means that it's getting a bit stronger. So I know you all have been keeping an eye on the wind speeds. I'm just feeling it right now in my face. These raindrops. We're getting a little bit slammed just having the windows down for a little bit here. Thank goodness, I got Jeff here keeping us safe. It's pretty rough out here right now.
Chelsea, we've got 111,000 people now without power, so the number's been ticking up considerably just over the last hour. At what point did you notice the power was out? I mean, are you talking about miles around where you are, or is this the central location where you've not seen power?
Yeah, I want to say mostly over here in Angleton in this area. It probably started less than an hour ago when we first started seeing those transformers blowing. The first time, I thought it was lightning for a second. But we still had power. It was just, we saw that flash just like that. We were seeing those flashes. And then it was just a few minutes later that the power went out. And then it was out probably right at 4 o'clock. It was out for several minutes. Then it came back on for a little bit and was out again. And so that's what we've just been watching this area here in Angleton, watching that happen. But yeah. Right now, this is the longest stretch. Earlier, it came back on, but now we just have not seen power for the past
Chelsea,
15 minutes or so.
I'm hearing from viewers in Lake Jackson too, so that's just south of where you are. No power in Lake Jackson either. One viewer just messaged me the strongest winds that she's felt since that she's ever stayed for, and that the doors are moving in the house from like all the pressure changes, she says as well. And she also says she's got all the pets inside and keeping them safe, and that's certainly what we advise everybody to do right now is stay where you are. There's no need to get up and move around in this storm. But if you can make it to Lake Jackson at some point, it sounds like they are seeing some significant damage in Lake Jackson, just south of where you are, Chelsea.
Thank you for that, too. And you know what? Another jump in power outages. So we've got another 18,000 people in just the last few moments losing power. Hey, thank you for the look around there. And thanks to you and your team. Yeah. So, you know what?
And as they transition, I actually want to go back to this shot that Fox 26 Houston reporter Chessie Edwards was just reporting on. When you could hear her speaking, you could actually hear the wind howling in the background. She said people who were out and about when they first arrived there are now inside of that Buc-ee's gas station trying to get shelter from the storm. Obviously, you would not want to stay inside of your vehicle as Chelsea is doing, but obviously this is her job to keep everyone safe. But if you're just a passerby, you definitely don't want to be caught out in this storm. So just wanted to show you all this picture again. The rain coming in sideways, the wind gusts, again, this producing flooding, also tornado warnings this morning. So we will continue to stay on top of this breaking news alert throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 5:48 on the East Coast, let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Staying on top of this breaking news alert, Hurricane Beryl has made landfall as a Cat 1 hurricane near Matagorda, Texas, showing you our XRAD system just to paint a picture of how big this storm is and the wide range storm surge that is expected. I want to check back in with our team over at Fox 26 Houston right now. They're meteorologists at the wall putting all of this into perspective.
Circulation. So we were just, Sally just said that from what she's hearing, on social media, or I should say reading on social media, some of the worst of it is happening in Lake Jackson right now. So Lake Jackson is just, south of Angleton. The airport there in the Angleton, Lake Jackson area reporting a recent wind gust to 70 miles per hour. Palacios, winds gusting right now coming in from the north, actually. They're on the the so-called clean side of the circulation, 81 miles per hour. Now, all of a sudden, Bay City, not as windy. That's because the eye is basically moving right over Bay City right now. So you're getting in still windy, but, not as bad. So what are our expectations here? Best advice, hunker down. Jade Fleury gave us a live view earlier from what was happening down in Bay City. It was a ghost town. There was nobody on the roads. And we really need the whole area to be a ghost town. Like, nobody should be out on the roads in this. It is way too dangerous. You could have falling trees. I mean, people have died that way. That happened, remember during the Durate show that happened. Trees fell, on people in their car. Very sad. We don't want that to happen. So hunker down, stay put, even if the power goes out. The landfall took place in Matagorda, so it has moved inland right now, so it's not going to get any stronger, at least as far as the maximum winds. But still, the maximum sustained winds are at 80. We're going to have widespread flooding, and it really is not the center so much that we want to focus in on, but these rain bands. Those are going to be the ones that bring us the threat for tornadoes, the guarantee of flooding, and also the guarantee of very high wind gusts, 60, 70 miles per hour, even inland wind gusts. The circulation is about 40 miles wide. So this isn't like a tight eye that you would expect with, one of these, super strong kind of, Cat 3 or 4 hurricanes. But that being said, it's also spreading out, has a pretty wide circulation. The most serious flood-related advisory we have right now is for Bay City, for Clute, Freeport, Lake Jackson. Until 6:45 this morning, we have a flash flood warning that's in effect. So that means very serious flooding. That means you cannot be out on the roadways. Well, plus it's dark out. I mean, you're really asking for big-time trouble if you're driving out there through this kind of weather and through this degree of flooding that's taking place. Tons of other advisories across the area, including here a flood advisory for Alvin, for Galveston. That's until 6:15 and will be extended. We also have a flood advisory for the city of Houston right now, where we have very high winds. Like I said, we just had a Hobby Airport wind gust, 60 miles an hour, and the heavy rain coming down is going to start to cause some flooding in the city too. This flood advisory is in effect until 9:15 this morning. And a look at the rainfall totals. Look at this. Now, this is radar estimated rainfall totals, 9 inches in the Lake Jackson area. And the storm just made landfall. We've only been dealing with the rain bands there in Brazoria County for about maybe 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. We've already had accumulations here of about 5 inches in the Santa Fe area, over here around Danbury and Liverpool, and in the southern parts of Fort Bend County, more than 4 inches of rain. As far as some of the storm reports that we've had, 2:30 this morning, there was a storm surge that was reported in Port O'Connor, which is here in Matagorda Bay. 3.7 feet. Now, this is a little confusing, MHHW. What it means is the highest high tide that you typically get, this is 3.7 feet above that. So it means, pretty serious inundation of water, and you can expect that absolutely across the whole coastline of Brazoria County, and Galveston County and Galveston Bay. Do you know that this morning, and this actually just came out, there was a report that came in from 157 this morning of a tornado, a report of house damage and power lines down in Jamaica Beach. So the tornado, isolated tornado, came in pre-storm, just with an outer rain band. Now that area, getting slammed with the really heavy rain. This is our velocity product, and we'll just title this cloud level winds. So it gives us an idea of the type of wind gusts that we can have. It's measuring literally how fast the raindrops are moving in the cloud relative to that location in League City. So for example, down here in Wharton County and in Fort Bend County, the raindrops are moving away from the radar at 83 to 87 miles per hour. Along the coastline here, we're getting 68 mile per hour winds toward the radar, 74 toward the radar. So these are estimates of what types of gusts we could have. Now, this is the future cast, and this is our GFS computer model. Starting here at 4:30, it really seems to be latching on pretty closely, give or take 10 miles an hour, of what we're seeing of wind gusts right now. Leak City.
And really quickly, as he's discussing that flood threat, this picture coming through our Live Now from Fox Studios showing the flood threat out there, camera located out there in Galveston, Texas, how dark and gloomy the shot looks now at 5:55 here on the East Coast. And you can pretty much see water surrounding it. You can tell that flooding is underway because you can't even see the roads. As soon as this shot came in, you could actually see first responders out there with lights. As you know, many times they'll put themselves in harm's way to keep people from driving through those flooded areas. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, a breaking news alert coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios as relates to the Russia-Ukraine war. Of course, we are following all breaking news alerts this Monday morning. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Now 1 minute shy from the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we are following breaking news alerts this Monday morning, giving you a live look this morning out in Kyiv, Ukraine, as we are following breaking news. This news alert just now coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios, courtesy of our content partner over at Reuters. We are learning Russia launched a barrage of missiles on Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities in a rare daytime attack Monday, killing at least 20 people across the country and hitting a key children's hospital in the area. Now, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, says the Russian forces fired more than 40 missiles targeting different cities and damaging infrastructure, commercial and residential buildings throughout the Ukrainian area. So this is a developing story, this live pic coming out of Kyiv, Ukraine, but you can imagine with the shot freezing and coming back, freezing and coming back, it just shows how compelling the situation is. So the shot just went out. There it is back again. So again, this is live, raw, and unfiltered. As we get these shots in, we do share them with you. But Russia saying they are denying these attacks, saying they are not targeting civilians. Now, just to provide some perspective, this major attack on Ukraine, it comes as the Hungarian prime minister met with the Chinese president to discuss a potential Ukraine peace deal, paying an unexpected visit to Beijing. So all of this is happening as a peace deal is potentially trying to get underway, but nevertheless giving you this live look. Unfortunate news this morning. At least 20 people are dead in this Russian attack on this children's hospital there in Kyiv, Ukraine. You can see the rubble, you can see the embers, you can see smoke still coming there, and you can only imagine that death toll is probably going to rise because they are going to have to find people that are stuck in that rubble. I do wonder if we can hear anything from this feed, so I'm going to pot it up to see really quickly. Okay, so you can hear a lot of chaos there on the ground, and then a closer look at the rubble there, thanks to our content partners at Reuters, zooming in just to show you the devastation. Again, they are going to be combing through the pieces from this attack there on the children's hospital to continue to find bodies. Just a tragic situation this Monday morning. Of course, this is a developing situation, a breaking news situation. So as we get more information in our Live Now from Fox Studios, you'll be the first to know. So make sure to stay tuned right here on air to Live Now from Fox, and of course our website, LiveNowFox.com. Now at 6:02 on the East Coast, I do want to transition as we also know that Hurricane Beryl, another top story this morning. We know it did make landfall out near Matagorda, Texas. And as we continue to bring you these breaking news alerts, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston.
Being that so-called dirty side, but even the back side of it to the west, we had a wind gust above 80 miles an hour in Palacios, after the eye passed by, and that doesn't happen real often.
Yeah. No, but so far the strongest wind gust that we have reported is 92 miles per hour in Freeport.
That's borderline like Hurricane 2 force winds.
Because that's what, 95, 96?
Yeah. As far as sustained, as far as sustained, but these are very gusty. And the thing that we don't want to focus too much on the center because, as bad as the winds are near the center, and they are, the rain bands that might be 100 miles away from the center, 50, 60 miles away, are still really nasty. Yeah. And I mean, that's where we've seen some tornado warnings, and that's where we're going to have flooding taking place right in Houston.
Yeah. And the National Weather Service actually just came out and showed some of the peak winds. 66 mile per hour wind gusts in Houston. Now, that was at a med center at a helicopter pad, so it's not quite at the surface, but still, it's just showing, like Mike was saying, you're even far away from the center, and it's strong out there, so please just stay inside. Yeah.
So we want to welcome you aboard. If you're just waking up now, so the breaking news is that it has made landfall. Beryl has made landfall as a Category 1 storm. It's made it to the west of us. We're on the dirty side, the east side of it, where all that moisture is going to get dumped on us. We do have a flash flood warning now in effect for Houston proper and the surrounding areas. So over the next few hours, we're going to start honing in on those areas as opposed to the coast. We still have team coverage out there in the field from Matagorda all the way inland as well. So over the next, let's say, half an hour, who is most at risk and what should we be looking out for? What are the major concerns and where should we be focusing?
I think the question is who isn't?
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's most of the area right now. I mean, we have some heavy rain coming right into Houston right now.
And this wasn't going to be a Houston storm 3 days ago. I mean, that's why we told everybody to make sure that you're staying informed throughout the holiday weekend.
This was an outlier. It's making landfall outside of where the cone was.
Yeah. Right. It is.
Well,
it's been pushing further and further east.
The interesting thing is last week, even last Wednesday, our exclusive Fox model was hinting that this was going to happen. And there you go. But, it's one of those things. It's an outlier. So you can't just say, okay, this is exactly what's going to happen because everything else was, kind of on that Mexico-Texas border. But it was that area of high pressure that we were watching over the southeast that just kicked.
So you see our crews in multiple locations right now. We have Jade Fleury, who's down in Bay City.
Which you see, it's rather quiet, right?
They're in the eye wall. We have Shelby Rose, who's in Sugar Land, getting hit really hard right now from some of these outer bands. Sands. And then the middle shot is Chelsea Edwards' shot. She's in Angleton.
Yeah.
Angleton, Lake Jackson, Holiday Lakes. Those are the viewers I'm hearing the most from right now this morning, saying power is out, trees are down everywhere, and it sounds like the wind is just howling.
You mentioned Holiday Lakes. So all the communities that are along the Brazos River, this is something to think about, that you're going to have a combination of actually a storm surge. People don't think that there's a storm surge for rivers, but there is, because the rivers drain into the Gulf. So there's a rise, you know, in the level of the Gulf of Mexico, which causes a rise on the Brazos River. Then you have actually rain that's going to be coming downstream from Fort Bend County, well, and all the rain that's actually happening, like in that area right now, Sweeney and West Columbia, and maybe even farther up into Fort Bend. So the river, if you live near the river, there may start to be some pretty widespread flooding, like in the floodplain. That's one of the dangers we have now, too.
And that's one of the 4 things that we're keeping an eye out for you. So just to give you some perspective, we've jumped 70,000 more of our neighbors just lost power in the last 10 minutes. So there are several things that go into a hurricane that we have to watch out for. We have to watch for flooding, and now we have this flash flood warning, which means the conditions are perfect for it to be happening at any moment now. We also have the wind is a problem. We already had a tornado warning for Brazoria County. I know you were concerned. You even reached out to your family, like, hey, get away from the windows. And then we also have the potential of the storm surge as well. You were saying 3 to 5 feet in Galveston. So there are multiple angles to this story where if you're not getting hit by, you know, one thing, it's another, and you might be affected by 2 or more.
Yeah. I mean, really, that wind is something that we're going to just watch continue to pick up. And that's the crazy thing, is we were talking about even this morning that hurricane force winds were going to be felt inland.
Like maybe the Woodlands.
Yes,
you
maybe
know,
even
like
Montgomery County.
Like that is so rare. And even like with Hurricane Ike, you know, the eye moved right over downtown, and we had Hobby Airport had a peak wind gust, I think, of 92, and which is bad, you know, but we've already had a Hobby Airport wind gust above 60 with this one. Every storm is different. That's why we try to, you know, so people were comparing it to Harvey. Absolutely not. It's not a Harvey. I mean, Harvey made landfall as a Cat 4, and then it was an extremely slow mover. This isn't going to be that. And it isn't going to be Ike, because Ike came with a tremendous storm surge of 15 feet. We had sailboats on I-45. It's not going to be that, but it's pretty darn bad. And so we're going to have power outages for most people. We're going to have quite a bit of flooding. You know, we're going to have some isolated tornadoes. There's going to be some coastal flooding, not as bad as Ike, but coastal flooding.
And it did make landfall right near where Hurricane Nicholas made landfall
a
few years ago. But the difference was, right, and tell me if I'm wrong, it hugged the coast a little bit more. It didn't go...
Nicholas moved like over to Louisiana. So it's like it moved in and then slid off to the side.
But this one's going, whew.
Yeah, so this one is going to have much more widespread effect than Nicholas did. And if I recall correctly, Nicholas was sort of a minimal category 1, 2, like 75 miles an hour. But there were a lot of people that lost power for a long time with Nicholas. And they were like fences that were knocked down.
Right.
Well,
it just goes to show you,
that one cost me like $1,000.
For a vent. Why you have to check in, like, literally hour by hour for some of these storms, because if you went to bed last night in Montgomery County, you might not be thinking this is going to be passing over you. You may just be waking up now looking at this saying, wow, this is coming, you know, right over the western edge, possibly like central Montgomery County.
We were talking about too about this thing is a fast mover. Like by the afternoon, it's going to be kind of cleared out of the way, to the north of us. But it makes me wonder though, does that make it more concerning? Does that make it more, you know, the potential for tornadoes or straight line winds? Does that make it worse? That it's a fast mover?
Well, I think the thing is, when it's a slow-moving storm, that's why you don't see Category 1 storm winds so far inland. But because it's moving, it really doesn't have a ton of time to
Excellent point. Excellent point. So because it's a fast mover, if it was a slow mover, you'd get more rain, but it would also start to lose its wind speeds closer to the coast, you know? But when it's zooming like it is now, then it doesn't fall apart fast enough. And you can get those surprisingly high winds, you know, in Katy or Tomball or Conroe or Spring or whatever. So that's why every storm is different. That's why this is a really weird one. And, you know, and you know, continue to keep us updated on social media too. I know, gosh, all of us have been so busy, that's why I haven't had enough time to get on there and kind of chat with our friends online, but we're going to try to do that as much as we
well,
can.
Aslan, why don't you go ahead over there to the weather wall and show us the latest data you're seeing.
And, you know, sorry, I was making this graphic, so please ignore this. This is not correct at the moment. So let me just get out of here real quick. Okay, so I want to take you out to that flash flood warning that we're watching, because we talk about these outer rain bands that are already starting to move up to the north. So here is Houston. You can see inside the loop, but then we have some of the outer loops that are getting hit hard with that heavy rain. So the flash flood warning is in effect for 3 more hours. That includes cities like Katy, down to Rosenberg, Sugar Land, Houston, Bel Air. We have Pearland, even out to Baytown, LaPorte, League City. You know, anybody that I just mentioned, and that's right on up to IAH as well, needs to be aware that street flooding is going to be likely. Friendly reminder, do not drive under any of those underpasses. That's where we kind of see that water start to accumulate first. So please just stay off the roads if you can. This is a look at just the last 3 hours of rainfall that we have seen. So south of League City and toward the coast, we're talking near Jamaica Beach, anywhere from 4.5 to about 5+ inches. Want to take you out close to Alvin, about 4 inches of rain. Anywhere from 3.5 right along League City and 45 here, and then inside the loop about 2.5 to nearly 3 inches of rain. And again, that's in the last 3 hours, but honestly, that's probably within the last 1.5 to 2 hours, meaning when we were talking about 5 to 10 inches of rain is going to be possible, this is what it starts to look like. We see that heavy rain, and all of these spots that are shaded in purple, that includes Spring Valley. We're seeing it out toward Katy, Cinco Ranch, just south of Jersey Village, and then north of I-10, likely north of the Heights. We're looking at rain falling at a rate of 2 to 4+ inches. Now, that would be if it stood overhead, and in an hour, that's how much you'd see. But the thing is, yes, these outer rain bands are moving pretty quickly, but a lot of that heavy rain is staying in some of these spots. So that's why this flash flood warning is in effect, not only going to impact the roads, but potentially some of the bayous. Mike was doing a good job at showing, okay, storm surge rushes water in from the coast. But we're also seeing the rain falling, and then all of those rivers are going to be dropping some of the warnings. So it does look like a tornado warning was just put into place, about to come out over I-5 southwest of the airport. And here we go. So let me get you out to our velocity scan, and I'm actually going to turn on our track here, but let's get you out to this tornado warned area. So you can see where the Heights is, and just south of IAH, we are looking at some very strong winds that are starting to pick up. So let me just get a few things set for you guys. And here we go with our velocity scan. So let's just take a look at some of these really strong winds that are coming in at anywhere from 45 to about 50 miles per hour. And actually, I'm going to step off for you just because the way that that's set up. We are looking at rotation likely right by the airport. So let's get out of here. We are looking at some winds, and again, this is maybe a bit difficult to see. I think this scan maybe looks a little bit better. So you can see that potentially some rotation here, but I assume what they are looking at right now is going to be right about here. So you see Melrose Park, we have Berry Road, and then 45. These winds right here are really going to start to pick up, and that's what we are monitoring for at this time. So they're looking at what they're calling an awkward vorticity signature, meaning, okay, it doesn't look, you know, exactly like we would be seeing in a normal tornado warning when they're really close together. But you can see some of these winds are really starting to pulse up, anywhere from 25 to nearly 45 mile per hour winds. So once again, this is, and let me actually just exit out here, a tornado warning that we are monitoring at this time. And I'm so sorry, I'm not exactly sure why it's taking these weird measurements, but what we are seeing is...
All right, so it seems like the Fox 26 Houston team, their shot was freezing, but nevertheless, I want to give you a live look right here on Live Now, a closer look at our XRAD system. As they are working, they said they think a tornado warning is about to pop up. So as they continue to develop that situation, a perfect time for us to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, now 6:16 here on the East Coast. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look out in Texas. This camera at that Buc-ee's near Galveston. That tornado is now, tornado warning, excuse me, now in effect for Harris County. And that's why I wanted to show you all this live look so you can see how the wind speeds have picked up. Also, heavy rain in that area. With that tornado warning being issued for Houston right now, I actually want to check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather.
From north to south, more than 370 miles or so. A lot of energy getting in, wrapped in on the back side of this, and the heavy rain continues to push over a good chunk of Houston, all the way back in through portions of Brazosport, and the heavy rain has added up. We have seen plenty of places get to 5, 6, 8 inches of rain. There's Galveston, by the way. Solid onshore push continues to be the story, and a lot of these places are still waiting for high tide. Center of the storm right about here, south of Bay City. Bay City has been dealing with quite a bit in the way of rain as well. Friendswood, Rosenberg, Danbury, all these locations dealing with the heavy rain coming in. Galveston, live shot on the upper left-hand side of your screen, and then you can see Houston on the lower side of your screen. And these two locations here dealing with this solid band that's been coming through. We had two. We had one here, one down to the south of there, and then a lot of that energy extends over into the Gulf. So while the center of the storm is moving over land right now, and it will start to weaken, the moisture is there, the energy is there. This is a live shot of Galveston. Look at these cars. They're driving through some flooded roadways out there, and you can see the tail coming off the backside of that car that went through relatively quickly. This is SH 225 at LaPorte. There you can see they go through quickly. This is a time when you can easily hydroplane. If you don't have to be on the road, of course, please don't. And I know that we're coming off of a long holiday weekend. Perhaps it's another day where you take just one more day off, or if you can, work from home. Look at this car going through. There's the tail coming off the back side of that. All of that water getting kicked off the back side of the car there. This, of course, it looks like it's a 2-lane road in one direction, and then you've got another shoulder here or another lane. But a lot of times where you've got the center median there, a lot of the rain will pile up right here. They've got drainage, but sometimes it just doesn't drain fast enough. So watching that closely, especially if you're in the center lane there, like this car right here. That one going right close to the center lane, probably encountering some pockets of heavy rain. Please be careful this morning. Again, if you can, stay home. This rain continues to add up in some spots, as you know, could easily overperform, adding 10 to 15 inches of rain. Here's where we got that tornado warning we just broke down for Harris County, Houston, throughout the entire metro area. Home to 2.3 million Americans. Read that again, McLeod. I got Stephen McLeod here behind the scenes with me.
Coming for the tornado warning.
Tornado warning. To say that again. Oh, it's been canceled. Thank you. Tornado warning being canceled at this time. Stephen McLeod here behind the scenes helping us out quite a bit. So we get you up to the second information. Tornado warning will be canceled. That will be for Harris County. But nonetheless, you're still dealing with the chance for flooding. And we have seen some flash flood warnings early this morning. Harris, Texas, until 8 o'clock Central Time as well. Again, there's the center of the storm, but it's the outer bands that extend quite a distance from the center of the storm, producing rain in the same locations all morning long. Here's some of the rainfall totals for the past 24 hours. And let me just say, some of these have happened within the past 6 hours. They're coming down quick, and they're adding up quick. Houston, in and around portions of the southern part of the metro, easily 4 to 5 inches of rain. North side 2 to 3. Now, as we get the new numbers coming in, you'll be guaranteed these numbers are going to rise quickly. We just showed you the radar where most of the heavy rain is coming through right now. So I guarantee you those numbers are going to go up quite a bit as well. Checking in, if you are in this area, please make sure you're in a safe spot, as we talked about, especially closer to the bay, closer to the rivers, and the mouth of some of these rivers that go into some of the bays will back up because of the constant onshore flow. So some of these rivers, especially closer to where they would drain out into some of the bays, places like the San Jacinto before it drains out into Galveston Bay or the northern side, Trinity Bay there, areas to watch. Also for the Brazos River as that drains out to closer to Surfside. These are some of the top wind reports. I'll tell you what, where Britta Merlin is, was live at Surfside Beach at the fire department there. A lot of the homes there are built on stilts. Now, the storm surge started to come in as she was live, and she said there's a lot of rain coming down. The storm surge is picking up, and the fire department here is saying we all need to move, get to higher ground, because even though they're on stilts with flooding rains, your car would be just lost, and you'd have no way to get out. Now, when you're driving to get out of these spots, you may encounter some debris, just like we're seeing there in Brazoria, Texas, on the left side of your screen from Vince Welty, who saw this tree come down and covers a 2-lane road there. So that's a concern. And then Corey Gherkin driving through Bay City. The roads have just been flooded. We also have Mark Sudduth, who's out there as well, and he's got live cameras for you that we'll check in with, and those live cameras throughout the day, including one in Katy, also one in Surfside Beach. Power outages continue to grow, and Matagorda County at 78% of your county without power there. Wharton at 63% without power, and Brazoria County 57% without power. No surprise here with where those outages are coming in. Fox Houston's Jade Fleury is out there, as well as we've been watching Beryl move through. Jade, what are you experiencing, and what has it been like for you this morning as you've been out there in the thick of it?
Well, our meteorologist told us that the eye of the storm just passed over Bay City here. But as you can see, the rain is starting to pick up and those wind gusts are starting to pick up. And the biggest issue right now in Bay City is the power outages. It looks like a ghost city over there. There is one light here, but that's because we're at a grocery store. But the rest of the city is pretty much blacked out. There's also some flooding issues on the roadways. We do see a couple drivers taking the chance and still passing through. But again, they're just kind of risk takers here. I wouldn't suggest that anybody drive in these conditions. Earlier today, we started off in Port Lavaca, but we were on the back end of the storm, so we headed north up here to Bay City. And the more north that we got, the more intense the conditions got. Our car was shaking. We had to take it real slow to get here. But right now, again, the rain is picking up, and along with those wind gusts.
And Jay, do you think, a lot of people were asked to evacuate or move out? What was the city like? Do you think a lot of people stayed behind, or are they gone?
I lost you guys.
Can you still hear us? Okay, well, we'll check in with Jade again later. Thank you so much. That's Jade Fleury from Fox, our station in Houston. And no surprise, right? Because when you think about what has been going on, you can see some power outages, also see some cell phones out. So she was in Bay City here, and she talked about the center of the storm moving overhead, and the center just right about here. There is now some rain starting to fill back in, as you saw in her live shot there, but where we're lacking the rain is where the center of the storm is. It is very cloudy, of course. Now that it's moving over land, it's losing its energy, its food source, if you will, which is the warmer waters off the Gulf of Mexico, which, by the way, we're in the upper 80s, which is why we saw that become a hurricane early this morning. We continue to bring the very latest. We also have Britta Merwin out there, but we continue to track Beryl this morning. We leave you with this shot in Houston, where they've had some wind gusts to 66 miles per hour, and of course they had that tornado warning earlier. Fox Weather first. We'll be right back.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather. They're always on, always free over at foxweather.tv. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, we will continue with extensive coverage throughout the day on Hurricane Beryl to keep you safe and informed. Now, 6:26 on the East Coast. Let's go to our quick 2-minute commercial break. But before we do, I want to give you another live look at our XRAD system. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francina. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I appreciate you all tuning in to Live Now to get those breaking news alerts. And as we continue with this extensive coverage, I want to show you all some of the camera shots we're getting into our Live Now from Fox studios. They are ever changing, just to give you a different glimpse of Hurricane Beryl throughout Texas. So right now you're getting a live look there, downtown Houston, and then you see the airport there in the distance. Looks kind of calm now compared to other areas. And when I say that, I want to show you that comparison, now transitioning to give you a live look out in Galveston, and you can see the rain continues to fall in very windy conditions at this hour. I do want to continue our coverage and now transition to speak with our Fox 26 Houston team out there to get the very latest updated information.
Here, I want to make sure that it doesn't get extended any longer than that. And here we go. So it has since expired, and now we just have that flash flood warning in effect. So heading back here to the desk, I just want to get another check here real quick, ladies, on what is happening with these winds. And it is pretty remarkable. Right now, Bush Intercontinental Airport has seen a recent wind gust of 60 miles per hour. Hobby Airport, a recent wind gust of 62 miles per hour. 55 in Pearland, Galveston 66. Angleton 79. So that is very close to where we have our Chelsea Edwards right now. And so, yeah, it's, you know, Lena and Sally, it's getting much more treacherous out there in terms of the wind speeds and in terms of the heavy rain. We have been watching our Houston TransStar views out there. There are people on the roads. Look, there's probably surgeons and nurses, you know, that have to get to the medical center for, I understand that there are absolutely vital, life-threatening conditions out there that people have to be out on the roads perhaps, but unless it is an absolute dire emergency, I don't think anybody should be out on the roads. We've got tornado warnings, we've got flash flood warnings, we've got tropical storm warnings. Please try to stay home unless it's an absolute urgent emergency.
Okay, thank you for the update there. Okay, so just a reminder here, even though the tornado, warning has expired, we still have a flash flood warning right now for Houston proper, Pasadena, and Pearland, and that is until 8 a.m. this morning.
And for Harris County as well.
Yeah, in general.
And Harris County as well. So when Mike was just talking about do not be on the roads right now, we're seeing proof that this can be very dangerous. We've got a serious accident working right now.
So come take a look here at I-45, the outbound lanes of North Freeway at West Road. This is a shutdown. It's not being reported as such, but I'm looking at it and it's impassable right here. It's hard to tell, but just right in the front of there, we saw a white truck being towed away now, and you see a lot of wet roadways here. Now inbound it is no better. There's no wreck, but you're seeing a lot of wet roadways, and of course the wind. Take a look at the camera kind of shaking around because of the winds that we're experiencing as well. So while that's being cleared out of the way, it just gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. And also it's so important to keep these roadways open for our first responders to be able to get to where they need to be.
Yes, definitely. Let's take a look at some of the high water locations that we're seeing around town as well. Let's take you south here to the Alameda area. This is going to be, near Shadow Creek Ranch. We've got frontage road lanes here on the South Beltway westbound right before Alameda FM 521. They are impassable. Take a look at just how the wind is blowing that rain across the roadway right now. Again, we've got frontage road lanes blocked here on the South Belt westbound right before Alameda. Now let's take you closer into town. This is going to be in the Montrose area. This is 69, the Southwest Freeway at Dunleavy. Right now, Houston TransStar is reporting a couple of lanes are impassable due to high water there. It also looks like, this tree branch has been knocked down and is covering part of the camera. You see flashing lights out there as well. We've got our first responders who are responding to emergencies, and that's why it's so important we keep these roadways blocked. Here's a look as well here at the West Beltway at Harwin. This is being reported as another high water location right there. So I'm sure people are just hoping and praying and waiting for daylight to come so that they can see a better idea of what exactly is happening out there. And also they just want to be able for daylight to come to get out of this nightmare. It's so scary hearing the wind and the rain at night like this.
Especially if you don't have power. And we have more than 100,000 people waking up without power right now. So again, right now, tornado watch is in effect for Harris, Fort Bend, Galveston, Brazoria, Chambers County. That's for another few hours until about 8 o'clock. And then we have the warning as well for flash flooding that goes until 10 a.m. for all of Harris County. So it's just not safe right now. And Mike and Allison telling us, the worst of it is about to happen, and it's going to last for several hours here. So why don't we get you a live look outside?
Yeah, Shelby Rose is live for us in Sugar Land. She's been getting the worst of it for the past hour or so, and there's still more to come here as Beryl makes its approach into Fort Bend County. Shelby, how you doing out there?
Hey guys, within literally the last 30 seconds, all of Sugar Land Town Center lost power. We got hit with an insane gust of wind, so much that I genuinely thought I was about to fall over. And within 2 seconds of that gust of wind, this whole area is now without power. I mean, we can probably show the camera. I mean, it'd be dark, but yeah, it has been relentless, just absolutely torrential. I don't know if you guys saw that flash. That might have been a transformer that had blown. I had saw another transformer blow probably about 30 minutes ago. That's the only one that I had seen until now. So definitely conditions in Sugar Land are getting incredibly worse. Just in the last 5 minutes or so that we've been standing out, it has been steady, insane torrential rain, as well as these really strong winds. But I will say, it has gotten so much worse just in the last 5 minutes. So this is something that no one needs to be out in right now. No one needs to be driving out in this. Thankfully, it has been a ghost town out here, so people are really heeding the warnings and such. But, oh my gosh, sorry. These winds are crazy. I will not lie. I am getting just annihilated at the moment. But guys, yeah, as I said, well, I think what's behind me, if you see power in the Sugar Land City Hall, and that's, I'm assuming, because they're backup generators, but everywhere around me does not have power. And so we're going to try to see if I can get an update from the city of Sugar Land. I've been trying to get in contact with them the last few hours or so, trying to see if I can get an update, if there's any certain road closures or any other things that you guys need to be aware of. But, of course, we'll bring you those updates as we receive them.
Shelby, great job out there giving us an idea of what it is like. That's why you want to stay inside your home this morning, where it is safe, where it is dry. Shelby Rose taking one for the team here, showing us what it's like outside in Sugar Land.
Yeah, you could just really got hit right there.
You can hear her say that power had just gone out in that area right before she came on live.
And it's not a surprise, because now we have 317,000 people waking up without power. To give you some perspective, that number was under 200,000 about a half an hour ago. So why don't we focus on you waking up with us in Fort Bend County? This is where we had a tornado warning earlier this morning, and so you might be wondering, all right, now we've got this flash flood warning situation. What's going on with drainage in the water?
Well, since May, the Brazos River level dropped 30 feet, but they're monitoring water levels from 3 watersheds: the Brazos River, the St. Bernard River, and the Barker Reservoir.
In addition, the St. Bernard River and Barker Reservoir are pretty much empty. They've got full capacity for the rainfall that is set to occur. So this next 24-hour period is very important. We're going to watch the rainfall closely. We'll have crews here monitoring through the night, and we'll be ready to respond as needed after the rain passes.
Listening to Fort Bend County officials there, CenterPoint has pre-positioned crews and equipment. They're going to be ready to respond to power outages when it is safe to do so.
Again, 317,000 people. If you want to refresh that number, guys, the number's actually gone up. So 317,000 people waking up without power. So that could be hours. It could be longer than that, because we've seen transformers blowing along I-45 corridor. Chelsea, who is also in Angleton, she said she has seen the same situation. So that means that it could be a while. So I'm going to say right now, just go ahead and keep your phones on the chargers. That way, if you do lose power, it's at least at 100% for the moment. And you also want to take a look at downloading our Fox 26 News app. That's where you can watch us live. And also, we can get you the updates when you need them. We can get you the push alerts if you do get a tornado warning on top of you, which is a possibility.
Good idea. Remember, leave 911 open for emergencies only. If you're in the city of Houston, you can always call 311 for non-emergencies, but we want to leave our 911 line open for emergencies. Jade Fleury has been down in Brazoria County all morning. She's actually had the calm of the storm here when the eye wall passed over, but she's getting ready for the outer bands to now hit.
On the back end.
Yeah. So Jade, how are you doing down there in Bay City?
Yeah, like you guys said, I think those outer bands are starting to make their way here. The rain is starting to pick up again, along with the wind gusts. It's still fairly calm compared to what we saw earlier today, but right now I think the biggest issues are the power outages. If you guys take a look around, it's pretty dark. The only reason there is a little bit of light is because we're at this grocery store here, but the rest of Bay City is dark. It looks like a ghost town. We've seen a couple of risk takers and drivers getting on the road, but again, we wouldn't suggest that people do that, but they are making the decision to drive around, kind of leave their houses. But again, the power outages are the big things. We are seeing a little bit of flooding on the roadways, especially the one over there. You can't really see it right now, but that is what city officials told us, that the flooding is the biggest issue in the inland area of Matagorda County. And like I said, I think the rain bands are starting to make their way here.
Okay, Jade Fleury reporting for us in Bay City, Matagorda County. Excuse me, I believe I said Brazoria earlier, and I apologize, Jade. Are you seeing any kind of like storm surge flooding or anything like that where you are?
Well, we're not along the coast, so we don't know about storm surge flooding, but definitely flooding from the rainfall. That's pretty much the biggest thing that we're seeing out here.
What about power? Are you seeing power in your area, or is that out? Because we're seeing those numbers go up minute to minute.
Oh no, the power is out. There are certain areas in the city that do have power, but I would say the majority of it is out. And when it comes to damage, we haven't seen a lot, just a couple of branches on the ground. I believe we saw a couple of the street signs bent over from the high winds earlier. But again, I think it's going to start picking up as the rain bands make their way here.
And Jade, what was that like for you after going through wind gusts of 70 to 90 miles per hour, and then all of a sudden it just got calm as can be? The water was like glass. What was that like experiencing that?
At first it was scary. We were scared traveling here, but honestly it started to calm down. It was almost a little eerie. That's kind of how I would describe it here, because again, it is currently raining, but it is calmer than it was before.
And then there's the anticipation of knowing, you know, you still have the backside to go through. Well, glad you're getting a little bit of a break. Jade Fleury, our reporter in Bay City, Matagorda County, thanks so much.
And we appreciate the team coverage there with Fox 26 Houston. And as we continue to give you these compelling images from around Texas, I want to give you another live look there right outside of Galveston. Right before we went to, and I was hoping to show you all, you could see lightning strikes in the distance, just showing you all how this storm will not be letting up anytime soon. But you can definitely see how the roads have flooded out. And as Jay just mentioned, today is not the day to test your driving skills. It's not a day to see if you're a risk taker. We understand, you know, first responders, those nurses and doctors and surgeons who work at the hospitals, they are needed. They are needed on every day. But if you are working at a place that is closed, there's no need for you to be on the roadways. Now 6:42 here on the East Coast. We are going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with extensive coverage of Hurricane Beryl. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you another live look at our XRAD system. And as you can tell, Hurricane Beryl, it did make landfall there, right there in Texas along the coast. And as we continue to keep you weather ready and informed this morning, looking at the feeds, I see that Chelsea Edwards with Fox 26 Houston is speaking now. I want to check in with her to get the latest conditions at that Buc-ee's gas station where she is.
There's a car on the roadways, but this wind has picked up. It is so powerful. Jeff stepped outside for a minute to get some video earlier, and he could barely stand. It is hitting us hard right now in the face. Y'all, I mean, people are sheltering inside this gas station. It's pretty rough out here. I've already gone through one pair of clothes. Got soaked through just being out here for a few minutes earlier at the beginning of the show. So yeah, just getting poured on. We have yet to really experience a break. Just getting poured on at this time, and the wind, you can hear that howling. I cannot keep my hat and my hoodie on. Earlier, my earpiece blew out of my ear. So that's what we're dealing with out here in Angleton.
It is rough out there, Chelsea, but I tell you what, if you have to be anywhere during a storm, I'm glad Buc-ee's is open.
Yeah.
We just lost connection with Chelsea there because of the water and the wind.
And you lost her earpiece because the wind is so strong out there.
You can imagine what you're dealing with when you're a working reporter out there in the field. So Chelsea's going to get inside to get dry and maybe another change of clothes until we see her again.
Okay. Let's take a live look at Galveston here. So Galveston, again, the Office of Emergency Management suggesting that you shelter in place, that you stay where you are. And of course, that may not even be an option for you, because if you're waking up with us on, Bolivar, you're pretty much stuck there because Highway 87's been overtaken by the storm surge. So that's impossible. It's been closed. Also, the ferries are not running in that area as well. Sorry, I'm just getting an emergency alert to my phone. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is why, because you're taking a live look. I mean, first of all, you're seeing the winds, all right? You're seeing the rain as well. So these are, right now, it doesn't look like, this would be a convection of any kind, not, forming a tornado, but you got those straight line winds, which is one of the concerns when a hurricane does make landfall. And then you've got all of that rain. So you'll notice the rain isn't just falling straight down. It's whipping all the way around. And if you look at the bottom of your screen, you look towards the ground, you'll see the water just kind of shooting across the pavement there because it's moving so quickly. And unfortunately, I am seeing a couple of cars in the distance having to pass through, and that's just not a good idea right now if you can stay where you are.
We have some new flash flood warnings just in as well. They include Alvin, Angleton, Lamarck, so down in the Galveston County area. We also have that flash flood warning in Harris County for several more hours as well. So remember, a flash flood warning means that dangerous, life-threatening conditions exist. Do not try to travel. If you are in an area right now under a flash flood warning, you need to stay exactly where you are. And that is the majority of us here in Harris County, Houston, and now in these new areas down in Galveston County, which include Alvin, Angleton, and Lamarck.
So even though you're seeing the lights on and the power on in this particular location, we've now jumped up to nearly 400,000 people now in our area waking up without power. So again, keep that cell phone on the charger so that you have power. Also, you want to download the Fox 26 News app so we can get you those alerts. If there's a tornado warning, we want to be able to let you know that so you can get to safety right away. Just to give you some perspective in the Galveston area as well, most of the lights on Broadway, they're out as well. So you can kind of expect that if you are having to head out, or, for people who are already out, unfortunately, you're going to be dealing with a lot of issues, not just the weather, but it's the ripple effect as well.
Absolutely. And if you do have to get out, if you're an essential worker and you have to get out here, just remember we have a lot of traffic light outages right now. Harris County emergency management officials want to remind you, treat those traffic light outages as a four-way stop. Let's go ahead and take a look at how things are looking at the airport. If you have a flight this morning, don't expect that you're going to actually catch it.
Yeah. All right. So taking a look at the Missouri map here in the tri-state area, you've got some slowdowns, and that's normally the case. What's not normally the case is that the majority of the country's outages are happening right here on top of us. It's not a big surprise. So to give you some, context here, we've got 1,300 flights that have been canceled nationwide. 1,100 of them are right here in Houston. In fact, Bush Intercontinental, where Terminal B has been shut down, more than 960 flights have just been canceled altogether. There have been a couple of delays as well, but those delays could be hours, if not, the very next day. So I'm just going to say forget it if you had a flight today. Plus, you'd have to get to the airport, and that's something we don't want you to have to do in these conditions.
Yeah, good point. All right, let's check in with Mike right now. Mike, we've got about an hour and a half left of darkness out there. So we want to really remind people how difficult it is to recognize flooded areas at night and stay where you are, especially for the next hour or two.
I am very surprised at the number of people who are on the road. That view that we had from, and I don't know if we could pull that up again, but I don't think we could just drive this point home enough. That view from the Beltway, the South Belt, is it closed, Sally and Lena? Or
Yes.
because there's just a traffic jam out there, and there are people who are stuck on the Beltway right now, or Sam Houston Tollway, in a driving rainstorm with 60, 65 mile per hour winds, a flash flood warning. Oh my, this is a nightmare. So this is this is over in southwest Houston. So this is, or on the west side of Houston. So this is the West Sam Houston Tollway, Beltway 8 at Harwin. So this is over Asia Town area, I think, like A-Leaf. And you've got folks that are stuck. They're not going anywhere. Those winds are going to gust 60 miles an hour, maybe higher than 60 miles an hour. We even have a chance for some isolated tornadoes. You can see the wind whipping the rain there across the highway there, across the tollway. Man, that's scary. It's shut down. The complicating thing is now the only way to get off. So if it's shut down, the only way to get off the tollway is going to be to somehow backtrack to an exit. And then once you get to the exit, then you've got a feeder road, and let's just pray that that feeder road isn't flooded. So I don't know. If there's somebody that you have out there, a loved one that's on the roadway, you might want to give them a call, because this is you do not want to get involved with this situation. All right, we're going to have a weather update here coming up in just a moment, but right now I think Sally's got some important information for us. Sally.
Oh, sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to I was just going to tell you that this is involving an 18-wheeler. And so, it's hard to tell if the 18-wheeler is overturned.
I think, look, do you know that the winds, there's a crosswind. There's a crosswind on that road. So that's a north to south road. And so if the truck, it doesn't matter if he was going northbound or southbound. Is the closure southbound or northbound?
The closure is going to be northbound,
northbound
at West Park.
Okay, so the truck is driving along northbound, passing West Park. You have, from the passenger side of the truck, you've got these winds blowing across from right to left across the highway, across the tollway, at 50 miles an hour with gusts to 60 miles an hour. And you have this big high-profile tractor trailer. It might have just knocked that thing over. Of course, we don't know. We don't have all the facts yet, but that could have happened. And if there are any other trucks out there, that is a huge threat also. So, this is an absolute terrible situation to be out there on the roadways. Could you imagine, God forbid, somebody was driving next to that 18-wheeler?
I cannot even
Let's just hope
imagine.
not. Let's just hope not.
This happened about 5:15, just to let folks know. And so we're still waiting on details to see how bad of a wreck it is, how long the cleanup will be. But it looks like those people are not going anywhere. Maybe one lane was getting by.
And really, how much, you've got first responders out there. You've got paramedics, maybe. You've got police, and they have to get out of their vehicles to go try and help folks that might be hurt, and they're now out in this with the 50, 60 mile per hour winds and all of the heavy rain. Gosh, all we could do is just hope for the best for everyone. It looks like they are maybe rerouting folks onto the exit, maybe, but then you have to worry about the feeder roads being flooded, and then if the feeder road's flooded, then you turn off onto West Park or Bel Air Boulevard or, any of those, Westheimer, and then you might run into flooding there. So anyway, bottom line is, everybody, please, please, please stay off the roadways unless it's an absolute dire emergency. And even then, you've got to watch where you're going.
So a very dangerous situation out there in Texas, giving you a live look at our XRAD system, and you can see why. I mean, heavy storm surge, heavy gusts of wind, and even flooding in several areas across the coast. The time now 6:54. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But before we do, I actually want to show you this live look coming out of Kyiv, Ukraine, following several breaking news stories this morning. Of course, tracking Hurricane Beryl, but also following this breaking news alert coming from our content partners over at Reuters. You're getting a live look there in Kyiv. We are learning Russia launched a barrage of missiles on Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities in a rare daytime attack today, killing at least 20 people across the country and hitting a key children's hospital. And you're getting a live look at that hospital now at 6:55 here on the East Coast. Now, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian forces fired more than 40 missiles targeting different cities and damaging infrastructure, commercial and residential buildings throughout Ukraine. At least 20 people dead at this hour, but that death toll number expected to grow as they continue to dig through the rubble and continue to assess that situation. I want to see if we can get any audio on this feed. Earlier we did. Let's see if we can hear anything now. So a little background noise. You can hear people out there, a very chaotic situation. You can see how the camera lens now from all of the dust from them trying to clear that rubble out. It is impacting them out there. So it could be some conditions where it's hard to breathe as the wind blows this dust throughout the area. And then, of course, you heard like, bulldozers and other machinery that'll be used to clear the debris to continue to see if anyone is underneath that rubble. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to that final 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more breaking news alerts for you this Monday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Taking a look at the time, 1 minute shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And as we continue to track Hurricane Beryl, a new picture coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios. My senior producer, Juliana Maya, bringing this in for us. And you can continue to see how Hurricane Beryl is slamming the Lone Star State. You can tell the sun is starting to rise, but with all of the cloud cover and the heavy rain coming down, it's kind of hard to tell. Right now, I'm noticing that our Fox weather partners, they are doing a live interview along Surfside Beach, Texas. Let's check in with them now.
Surges, almost like a transformer is popping, but it seems to be at a lower level. I don't know how to appropriately describe it because I'm not an expert when it comes to electricity and power poles, but usually with a transformer pop, I've been next to that and it's explosive, it's large. This is almost like sparks that we're getting off of one of the power poles, and you can see the movement of our car. I mean, we are moving all over the place. We've had 91-mile-per-hour wind gusts officially at Freeport, Texas, which is behind us on the other side of the bridge. Craig, what you're looking into is actually Surfside Beach. So this is the base of the bridge. I'll point out the Circle K gas station and convenience store in front of us. Storm surge is completely covering their parking lot. They probably have about 4 inches of water, which is pretty minor, but keep in mind, this is probably one of the higher points of the barrier island. We're at the base of the bridge. If you go back here behind this pier that's built up on the right, that's where the water gets deep, and that's where we came from. The fire station is about 2 blocks past that structure, and when we left the fire station well over an hour ago, we already had about 4 to 6 inches of water in the fire station itself. So no doubt in my mind, we're talking about several feet of water that's inundating the streets behind the structure that you're looking at right there, that pier. We do have some debris in front of the car. You can see that we have a street sign. That's a metal street sign, Craig, that's completely ripped off and laying on the ground. The bolt's still attached to it. And then we have a power line that is dangling from the power pole. And we can see that the metal pieces at the top of the power pole are flickering and sparking from the salt water interacting with the hot lines, because as you can tell, power's on right now. It goes in and out quite frequently, but with the power on, that's what's allowing for that sparking effect. Out in front of me, that's actually the official welcome sign to Surfside Beach. I gotta tell you, this is a beach that I've brought my own kids to swim. We used to live just an hour and 15 minutes to the north of here, and it's crazy to look at a beach that you're familiar with, that you've been with your family, and you look at it in this state. It's a very surreal feeling to convey, Craig, that's for sure. But you know, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm ready for Beryl to chill out. I mean, it's insane how long we've been in these strong winds. Because we're on the dirty side and the right side of that circulation, it's been so persistent. We have not had a break. It's been well over an hour and a half of winds that are gusting easily between 80 and 90 miles per hour, and our car just continues to shake. We're not the only ones here. There's multiple people that are riding out the storm right here at the base of the bridge. Most likely all media members. You know, I have seen a couple scientific vehicles that have anemometers posted to the top that are taking data. Aside from that, there's a long line of cars up on the bridge itself. Those are left over from residents that ditched their vehicles yesterday in, you know, preparation of the storm itself. As we drove in last night, there was not one residential vehicle that was left behind. Everything was cleared out. Even the folks that are not heeding the mandatory evacuation notice that's in effect, those folks even ditched their car on the other side of the bridge, knowing that the water would come up high. By the way, Craig, high tide is in an hour and 10 minutes. So the water level is only going to get higher.
Yeah, and Britta, that's a concern. You know, earlier we're looking at a camera that Mark Sudduth, our exclusive storm tracker, set up there in Surfside Beach, and there's a fence about 4 feet high, and a lot of the debris is already collecting up along that fence at a woman's home. Here's a look at it right now. The center of your screen is actually a fence, and the homeowner, Claudia, let Mark Sudduth set that up. Of course, as you talked about, Britta's high tide still coming on in, and we'll probably see that water level go up a little bit more. When you were live earlier, you described the rain coming down, and then you looked off in the distance and you said, the storm surge is coming in. And at that point, it was time to go. And for people who aren't familiar with Surfside Beach, you talked about the way that it's built there, right? A lot of homes are on stilts.
they are built on stilts, and for good reason. This is a coastline that is very prone to storm surge, and I would say the lowest elevation for homes on stilts in Surfside Beach, probably about 5 feet off the ground. We were pretty close to a duplex by the fire station, and they were about 6 to 7 feet. But some of these homes are built up 15 feet, Craig, and it's because they've been through, prior storms, and you rebuild with resiliency. But, that just keeps you out of the water. Those residents that decided to ride out this storm inside their homes, they're surrounded by floodwater right now. The fire trucks that were at the fire station are now up on the bridge, riding it out just like we are. So this is why they say if you don't listen to a mandatory evacuation notice, it's on you. Yeah. You've made the decision. You've already, found your spot, and you have to deal and sit in that uncomfortable realization that that's where you're going to ride out the storm. At this point, I find it hard-pressed that anybody would be able to move and help somebody if they did need help, not only because of the rising water with the storm surge, but you can tell that the camera's shaking. Our entire car is moving back and forth in these winds, and a wind gust of 90+ miles per hour, it's terrifying. I was talking with my producer, Jared Maloney, who's off to my side. He's also a meteorologist, and I told him I kind of feel like we're in an episode, or not an episode, of the filming of Jurassic Park. You know, the scene where the kids are in the car and T-Rex is right there? Well, T-Rex is the winds from Beryl. It literally feels like everything is moving with such force.
Brett, it's impressive when you look at that. Stephen McLeod and I here behind the scenes, we're looking at your camera, and it's not that you're shaking the camera, it's that the car is moving from the wind.
Yes.
The power of the wind. Impressive. My friend, we will continue to check in with you throughout the morning. I'm glad that you're in a safe spot right now, and we'll watch that camera, especially once we get closer to high tide. There in Surfside Beach, the camera that Mark Sudduth, our exclusive storm tracker, has set up as well. We're also talking about taking a look at this shot from Brazoria, Texas. We've been watching Vince Welty drive through Brazoria, Texas. By the way, 400,000 Texans without power at this hour. He has encountered a number of trees down across this 2-lane road, and those trees extend across the 2-lane road and across the shoulder in many cases. Now, he had to get out at one point, cut down some limbs with a chainsaw. It wasn't raining like this at the time. He did it at a safe time. He got those tree limbs out of the way so he could get back on the road. You're thinking, all right, well, that's great. And one of the reasons he does it is so he can follow the storm, give you the ground truth, but also to clear up the road for perhaps emergency management or emergency crews who need to get through there once this does pass. As Britta was just saying, right now it's just too dangerous. If you didn't evacuate where you were told to evacuate, there's just no way that they're going to be able to get in there to save you at this point. But once this passes, they'll have to clear all the debris from the roads throughout portions of Texas in case they need to get to you. And that is going to be a concern. And we saw him cut down some of the trees there. We watched him closely. We have a new advisory that's coming on in here. We've got Stephen McLeod behind the scenes who's with me. No change. It is still Category 1 with the maximum sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. The pressure holding pretty steady at 979, and that's basically what it was when it made landfall. So continues to move north at 12 miles per hour. That is one thing to note with this storm. Unlike a Harvey that sat there for days, this continues to track up to the north. It's got some steering mechanisms that will help it move to the north. So we're not expecting those 50-inch totals like we saw with Harvey. However, there are spots that will get 10 to 15 inches of rain, and flooding is an issue and a concern no matter what. No two storms are the same, as you know. And look at the flash flood warnings that are in place. It does include downtown Houston, where, by the way, the Metro has been suspended today. We're hearing here at Fox Weather that the Metro has been suspended today due to Beryl. Now, the flash flood warnings extend all the way down through Bay City. The center of the storm, right about there, you can see some clearing on the radar where we're lacking some of the severe storms or the heavy storms. And then we've got the bands that continue to feed on in, producing heavy rain, strong storm surge right along the coast. And Galveston Bay will be dealing with flooding yet again. We went through that with Tropical Storm Alberto, which made landfall way far south in Mexico, at least 430 miles or so south of where that was. When you look at the storm surge for Galveston, look how quickly it's gone up, almost 3 feet. And look at the timeline on the right side of your screen. Now, high tides as we go in through the morning hours at 8:55, and then we've got another one at 9:21 in the morning. So a couple of cycles of tides coming through. That's for tomorrow, by the way. Having said that, this storm surge is a major concern. Many locations, 5 feet of storm surge, potentially. This is going to be for Galveston, up to 6 feet. Now, Surfside Beach, where Britta is, maybe up to 7 feet of storm surge. That goes all the way to Port Lavaca. Port Lavaca is still recovering after 2017, the storms that they went through. And by the way, this storm made landfall near Matagorda. And back in 2021, there was this Hurricane Nicholas made landfall near Sargent, so not far from there, but that was a September storm. We are now in July, just on the 8th day, so it goes to show how much activity is happening so early in the season. Look at some of these top wind gusts, 92 miles per hour in Freeport. Palacios, 81 mile per hour gusts as well, and they continue to get those strong winds. And you think about the direction. At times, it's a solid onshore flow from Bay City to Galveston. Palacios now starting to see the winds coming in out of the north-northwest as the center of the storm moves to the north. The direction of the winds, remember, it's going counterclockwise like this, so as the storm moves to the north, the winds change with direction. And look at Houston Hobby, 69 mile per hour gusts, sustained at 44. Obviously, the issues are going to be a concern, or we're going to have major delays at the airports throughout the day and into tomorrow, maybe even for a good chunk of the week as they play catch up. Power outage trackage, Brazoria, 74% of your county without power. In Galveston, now 22% of the county without power. That's just for that specific area, but statewide, you're looking at nearly 500,000 customers without power. All right, we continue to track Beryl, and when we come back on what's expected with you with this storm as it moves to the north, here's a live shot of Galveston, Texas. 78 degrees, visibility has dropped. Watching storm surge, heavy bands of rain coming through. The chance for more flooding, strong winds, power outages, and yes, tornadoes all in the mix. Stay with us. This is Fox Weather First.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather as they are keeping us weather ready and informed this morning. And we've been tracking this since the very early hours. I know my colleague Josh Breslow started us off with this extensive coverage as Hurricane Beryl made landfall near Matagorda, Texas. And right now, I actually want to go ahead and show you all a live look at our XRAD system just so you can see where the storm stands now at 7:11 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines this Monday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Taking a look at one of the live images we have here at our Live Now from Fox studios. So the sun is starting to come up there in Galveston, Texas. And I just wanted to show you all with the sun up. I know this is a shot I've been showing you all throughout the morning. But now with the sun up, you can really see how this area is inundated with flooding and also heavy winds. So just another reason why you should not be out on the roadways in this area. As we continue with our coverage, right now we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston as they have a live reporter hit underway.
We're not exactly on the coast. We're a little bit inland, but like you guys said, it's very calm out here. Just a little bit of drizzle, a little bit of breeze. Earlier today, you know, we had those strong wind gusts, the heavy rain, but everything seems to be settling down for a little bit. I don't know if we're in the clear, but all that flooding that I mentioned earlier, it seems to have receded. I remember county officials said that before the storm got here that they were preparing and they were cleaning out the storm drains to prepare for that flooding, and it seems that that has worked because I don't see any flooding. But again, the big thing we're seeing out here is those power outages. The most of Bay City, I would say, does not have power at the moment. The only thing that has power here is the HEB, but for the most part, everything's pretty dark out here. Like I said earlier, it was kind of eerie, but we do see people driving on the roadways. I guess they're feeling more comfortable to get outside and move around a bit. But again, I do not know if we're in the clear out here in Bay City.
Okay, Jade, thank you. We just did get an update from Matagorda County Precinct 6. They're saying if you are around the Sargent or Cedar Lake area, just know there's going to be a lot of debris scattered around. After the storm surge came in, we saw water, over the roadways there. And so if you can stay where you are until the electric company and first responders get out there and just assess everything to make sure roadways can safely be open, that's a good idea to do so. But I know people are anxious to get out and see, what it looks like. But again, a lot of times the most danger comes after a storm when people are getting out and about looking around.
And that's why we have our team coverage across the entire viewing area to give you an idea of what it looks like out there so that you don't have to, because you're safe at home and that's where we want you to stay, because it's a mess out there. Even if you were to head out looking at the TransStar cameras around town, you're going to run into high water. You're going to run into the wind speeds. I mean, look at this mess. You don't want to get stuck in this. And unfortunately, a lot of people have because of high water in some areas. And we've had several, roads that have been blocked off, whether it be because of a wreck or because it's just not safe to pass. I mean, you see a lot of water here now. It's off to the shoulder, I'll grant you, and overtaking maybe the right-hand lane.
Yeah, Houston TransStar is reporting that it has overtaken the right lane and a center lane there. So
yeah, you don't want to get stuck in this, right, if something happens. And also we've seen like a blown transformer just off I-45 on the northern part of town. I mean, that's something that could affect the roadways too. You get a blown transformer and all that ponding water, you don't want to be in that situation. So this is wanted to get you an idea. And also you can see by the branches in the forefront there how strong the wind is as well.
All right. We're going to take you up a little bit further north of where Jade just was to Brazoria County. Brazoria County has been on the dirty side of this storm, by far getting, the brunt of what we've seen so far. That's where Chelsea Edwards is. She has been in Angleton for the past couple of hours or so. Oh, Chelsea, you are not getting a break there. How are you doing?
No, it just seems like, I know you gotta be tired of hearing this, but it just feels like it's been getting worse. Like, we've been watching the radar trying to see when we would get that break, hit the eye of the storm. That has yet to happen. It just feels like it's just been hanging out for the past couple hours or so since we've been out here. We've seen earlier, we were showing you guys the trees getting bent over. We saw one of them get loose over here and is stuck at the gas pump. You can see these sheets of rain just blowing across the area over here. Lena was describing it earlier, like it's not even dropping. There are no pools here. The rain is falling, but not even able to hit the ground. It's just blowing, and right now it just feels like it's darts in my face. The wind is so strong. Yeah, we've seen people out here on the roadways, not really sure why. One of them was a gas station worker we did talk to. She had a tough time where she was. There was flooding in her area. trying to get from Freeport, so it took her quite a while. But again, we've been telling people to stay off the roadways, and we still have not had power. Power went out shortly after 4 a.m. So it's been dark over here. That's the other thing that people have to keep in mind. There might be down power lines on the roadways, and we're just now getting a little light. Still kind of hard to see. Hard for me to see with this rain in my face. It's still rough out here, guys. It feels like we have not been able to get a break at all. And this wind is just picking up, howling, blowing us. And even Jeff was having trouble trying to stay upright earlier. So it's still on the dirty side of the storm from what I understand. Whatever's happening, it is not a place you want to be. Hunker inside if you can. One guy was up here just a minute ago. He was saying how these ice boxes, the ice chests that you see at the front of the gas station, one of them got blown over, almost hit his car. So a lot of things that people have to, preferably stay inside. If you are out, I mean, these are the things that you want to consider. Like, is it really important for you to be out in the middle of this with all the hazards, even if it doesn't seem that bad? All kinds of things can get blown around here. So we're already seeing the effects of that. These small trees, and I mentioned earlier we did see some debris on the roadway, but this is not what you want to be out in, guys.
Chelsea, we can hear how it is just taking your breath away. I mean, trying to stand out in those conditions is very difficult, and yeah, we can hear it in your voice.
Mm-hmm. When are you getting into
it's
the
almost
truck,
like I'm in the, like I'm trying to it's like trying to swim and you don't know how to swim because the water is just coming at you so fast and so hard.
Yeah, thank you for that. Why don't you guys get in the truck? Because that was a really good look, though, at how quickly things are moving because of the winds, which is what Mike and Allison were telling us is one of the issues, is the high winds, and the wind gusts are going to be even stronger coming at you, and you never know when it's going to happen. So that's especially why you don't want to be in a car on a roadway.
Mike just told us too, 6 a.m. wind gust at Hobby Airport, 70 miles per hour at Hobby Airport, guys. So in Brazoria County, where Chelsea was too, just be aware there are a lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines. Emergency management tells us that there are lots of reports of power outages in Brazoria County. Just a reminder, if you have a power line down, you want to stay at least 35 feet away from it and then report it to whoever your provider is, whether that's CenterPoint or another company.
Right, especially because you also have water now a factor too, and you have, of course, when you have electricity and you have water, you don't want to be a part of that at all. So we do have a look, I believe. Are we going to Okay, let's take a look at this. This is a really great looking map that it can kind of show you what's going on here. It's going to show it to you in multiple. Oh, do we have the one that I sent you guys? The other? That's okay. So we do have.
You can go back to that one, guys.
We have 1,300 cancellations across country, and we've got 1,100 of those flight cancellations are happening right here in Houston. The majority are happening at Bush Airport. We did have that major gust at Hobby. What was that, in the 80s? I think the wind gust at maybe 87, I thought. And we do have. The majority of them are happening at Bush Airport. This is cross country. The majority of the flight cancellations are happening right here. So we have 1,100 flights canceled in the Houston area. More than 900 of those are happening at Bush Airport. So if you're thinking you're going to get to the airport, I'm going to say probably not, because you're going to be stuck there. No one wants to be stuck in an airport. But your chances of actually getting there are actually diminished because we do have shutdowns on roadways. We have those high winds. We also have a lot of rain, and we have a lot of standing water, believe it or not, even though a lot of it is moving out because of the wind so quickly.
All right, let's go ahead and get you down to Galveston County, where we have Judge Mark Henry joining us on the line right now to let us know what's going on in his county. We're about to see the worst of it here in the Houston area, Judge, over the next 3 to 6 hours. Are you guys getting the worst of it right now in Galveston County?
Well, we certainly hope so. It's been quite sporty since about 3 o'clock this morning, so we have certainly seen a lot of wind and a lot of rain for the last several hours.
How many high water rescues have you made, if any, so far today?
I'm not aware of any high water rescues at this point. We are asking people, don't call 911 unless it's a life-threatening emergency. The first responders are having a hard time moving around, just like anybody else, would have if they were out and they shouldn't be. So life-threatening calls to 911 only. The dispatchers are doing their best to keep up. Also, we need to report that the ferry service got suspended around 2 a.m. this morning to Bolivar, and Highway 87 in Bolivar is impassable. So if you're on Bolivar, you're stuck there for at least a little while.
You know, also, we saw some reporting earlier about Galveston OEM, the Office of Emergency Management, saying that, you know, there's no guarantee that 911 could even get to you because conditions are so bad, recommending that everyone shelter in place. Are you making that same recommendation this morning, Judge?
That's correct. I don't think that the Galveston Police Department is responding west of the airport down there because of the hazardous conditions. So we're talking countywide. Otherwise, in the county, only call for life-threatening, but that may not even be a possibility if you're on the west end of Galveston Island.
Are you getting any reports, Judge, of flash flooding beyond some of the usual areas like the west end of Galveston and the Bolivar Peninsula?
Not yet, but it's not daylight, so people able to see hasn't really occurred yet. Also, I was going to say we have at least 11,000 customers without power, but CenterPoint is not reporting, so that number's greater than that. We just don't know what it is, not having CenterPoint's numbers.
You've also got the refinery in Texas City, Marathon, flaring because of a brief power outage, but everything is okay there. That's just something that happens when the power goes out.
Correct. That's a safety mechanism, actually. So flaring is not desirable, but it's not dangerous, and that's kind of their safety valve for not letting things get out of control.
Judge, what's your main concern or your main message right now for people who are in the area? We did see a lot of people taking heed of the voluntary evacuation, but for people who stayed, what's the one thing you want to get across?
Stay indoors. This is not a time to go outside and investigate and look around. We have enough trouble without having people on the road who don't need to be on the road. So to the best of your ability, just stay inside, let the storm pass. That's only a few hours away, and then we can resume normal operations.
Okay. And do you think you've seen storm surge flooding peak there in Galveston yet, or are you still expecting to see a peak of storm surge?
We can't say for sure because it's still coming on shore. So we would hope it's peaked, but I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Judge Mark Henry, Galveston County Judge, thank you so much for your time this morning. We know you and your team are very busy, so we appreciate you coming on here on our Wake Up Show and telling our viewers what's going on.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, we've had
so a real big treat there, speaking with the Galveston County Judge, and this XRAD picture giving you a look as to why officials are working around the clock to keep you safe, why they are encouraging you to stay off the roadways. Heavy storm surge, flooding, even some tornado warnings we've experienced this morning. Now at 7:26 on the East Coast, let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you another live look at one of the many cameras we're getting across the Texas coast area. And my goodness, you can see the wind gusts and the heavy rain continues to fall as we continue to track Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 1 as it did make landfall near Matagorda, Texas. As we continue to keep you informed and weather ready this morning, let's check back in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston.
Airport, which is right on the city line. 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in from the east. Hobby Airport has recently measured a wind gust of 68. Bush Intercontinental 59. Even out west in Columbus 37. Katy 51 miles per hour. And this is going to actually get worse over the next couple of hours. So as we head toward 7:30, 8:30, we're going to feel these winds most likely increase in Fort Bend County and heading up to Katy, heading up to Cypress, Tomball, Spring, even potentially down around places like Webster and Pasadena. Deer Park could feel those winds picking up too as we head over the next couple of hours, because this thing isn't quite weakening yet, even though it did make landfall at 4 a.m. So many advisories to tell you about. Suffice it to say, just about everybody watching right now, you all are under flash flood warnings. Now, when they expire differs a little bit, but right now, the entire Houston metropolitan area under a flash flood warning until 9 a.m. So another 2.5 hours, we could have some serious flooding taking place. And I think you can see why. You know, the radar is just lit up right now with the reds and oranges indicating heavy rain. And of course, all of that is being blown sideways all across the area right now. This is where, you know, the eye, quote unquote, is starting to break up a lot, by the way, which is good, because we're actually seeing a big area out here in parts of Matagorda and parts of Wharton County where it actually isn't raining right now, which is really interesting. But on the back side of that, we're feeding in a lot of heavy rain to places like Sweeney, West Columbia, Lake Jackson. And so we have a flash flood warning that's in effect right now. That goes into effect, that's in effect until 8:45, it looks like. Another flash flood warning covers Alvin, Angleton, Galveston, Lamarck. So all the communities here from around League City down the Gulf Freeway, 288 down to Angleton. So yeah, it's like a double, triple, quadruple whammy there in Angleton with the very high winds, very high wind gusts, flooding taking place. As of the 6 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, remember, we'll get an updated intermediate advisory in about 28 minutes or earlier, coming up from the National Hurricane Center. 80-mile-per-hour winds, and this is what Allison was mentioning. It's moving to the north at 12. That's good in some ways, bad in other ways. What's bad about it is that most of the time a hurricane makes landfall, starts to weaken. And this one will start to weaken. It's doing it right now. But it's moving so fast that it doesn't weaken in time for those of us in Houston or even like, you know, around Magnolia and Hempstead. It's not weakening as a normal storm would, so that you guys wouldn't get in on those strong tropical storm force winds. This one is going to be passing by Rosenberg and Katy and Alief and Tomball and all these spots. You guys are going to get in on winds that could be gusting to hurricane force, as this thing is actually still labeled as a Cat 1 up there around Waller and around Hockley. From there, here's another bit of good news, and it's mostly bad news, but this is a bit of good news. It's going to move out really fast. So by this evening, even by late afternoon, I think everything's going to be looking a lot better around here. But this is going to be a long cleanup. We're going to have tons of people without electricity. I know, like at our house, you know, we've already got rain leaking in through the roof. I'll have to check in with them again actually pretty soon, but I know that's happening to a lot of people across the area. All right, so yeah, Galveston, Angleton, Palacios, those are knocked offline. So you'll see what happened. You see how that got up to 81, and then we lost contact with it. So that's what knocked it offline. Across Houston right now, we're still getting those really tough wind gusts coming in from east to west. So hunker down. This thing did make a landfall in Matagorda. The eye is starting to expand and starting to dissipate, but it is still a Category 1 hurricane, and you should expect pretty widespread flooding. Look at the rainfall totals so far. Now, these are just rain totals that have been measured at airports. In between, there's going to be a lot more. You see that white area down there? There is a flash flood warning in effect. That's just to the south of Angleton. This is Lake Jackson down to Freeport. White means about 8 to 9 inches of rain. Can you believe that? I'll leave you with this here as we track the eye of the storm. It's become very large, about 50 or 60 miles across. And so the highest winds are really not even going to be as much of an issue near the center. The highest winds are going to be in rain bands moving outside the center, and then little things like this. Look at this one right there. You see how there's like a little mini rotation there, and when that thing whips through you around to the west of Lake Jackson, in fact, if you're watching us from Holiday Lakes, West Columbia, right now, that's going to be moving right over your area. That's rough. That's where we're going to see some of the highest winds with this system as it moves in. Rainfall totals have been crazy so far. We've had reports of storm surge. That's just one of the spots where we've had storm surge reported down here in Matagorda Bay. Early this morning, we actually had a tornado that touched down there, Jamaica Beach, that caused some damage to a home. So goodness gracious, this thing is a whopper, ladies, and we are going to have updates for you on all the latest watches and warnings coming up in a few minutes.
That's right. Our team coverage continues right now here at 6:30. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sally McDonald alongside Lena DeFlorius.
So good morning and welcome. All right, so the breaking news overnight while you were sleeping is that we do have landfall of a Category 1 hurricane here, Beryl, making landfall and making a mess. So just to give you some perspective here, the flash flood warning in effect right now until 9:30 this morning now extends as far north for you if you're waking up with us in the Woodlands, in Atascocita, in Spring.
That is unbelievable how far north these warnings are extending. This jogged just a little bit to the east, and so we even now have, according to the National Weather Service, a wind gust of 81 miles per hour on a weather station near like the city of Houston that is located pretty high up there, but still 81 miles per hour. Right after Houston has just finished, cleaning up after the derecho a couple of months ago. Now we're dealing with a hurricane that is getting ready to pass, right over Harris County and then up into Montgomery County.
For several more hours. We're thinking like 9, 10 o'clock. So it's going to be a while here before this thing moves out of the way. You've got more than 500,000 people now waking up without power. So it's a good time to put the chargers or the phones on the chargers, making sure you're at 100% if you do lose power, and also downloading our Fox 26 News app so we can get you those alerts for, let's say, a tornado warning, which we've already seen several of, so we can let you know what's happening when it's happening.
Right. Let's go ahead and take it down to Rosenberg right now. Good morning to you there. If you are waking up with us and you have power, consider yourselves one of the lucky ones. I want to show you what Rosenberg police have been dealing with this morning. They've been dealing with street flooding. They've been dealing with downed trees, power outages, and water rescues. Rosenberg police urging people to please stay off the roadways. A downed tree even fell on one of their high water rescue vehicles that was coming back from a rescue. So this particular high water spot and this rescue was happening on Avenue N just a short time ago. You can see Rosenberg PD out there putting up the barricades in what is almost knee-high water. So that is why we have folks urging drivers to stay off the roadways, especially when it is still dark outside. There is a lot of road closures right now in the city of Rosenberg, as there are in many other cities and communities around town.
Well, let's get you a live look at some of the issues that we're seeing on the roadways here. So we want to get you some looks outside. This is happening over at the Beltway and West Park here. Yeah, and this is just to give you an idea, thanks to our photographer Ray Williams, who's out there now. You're seeing the ponding of the water because there has been so much rain. We're seeing a rainfall rate of 2 to 4 inches an hour, but you're also seeing how quickly it's moving. I mean, it almost looks like a current because the wind is so strong. And those are two of the issues that we have to deal with a hurricane. So you're seeing that the road is, I mean, this is something you don't want to drive into. You want to turn around, not drown, because we don't know how deep the water is, what's in it. But in fact, you should take heed, just like everyone else in the area. They're not even out right here. You're seeing not one car, not one person, which is exactly what we want to see. Our officials asking us to stay home because we want to leave the roadways as open as possible for emergency response crews.
I'm surprised the traffic light is still working at that intersection. Chelsea Edwards is live at the Buc-ee's in Angleton. We have been checking in with her all morning long. Wow. She has just been getting slammed by these bands of rain, and it is not letting up for you at all, Chelsea. How are you hanging in there?
Oh, barely. We've been taking cover inside. Thankfully, we've been able to do that. But take a look again at what it looks like. It's not hard to imagine that it's flooding just south of us based on the amount of rain that we've been getting just here. And even though it's not pooling right here in this parking lot, it looks like we have a good slope going on. You can see just that rain just swirling up because of this wind. We got a couple more trees down. These aren't huge trees, but nonetheless, by those winds, 80 miles per hour, or whatever we've been getting within the past hour or so, that took down a couple more trees since you last talked to us. It's whipping up again. So my camera guy, I wish you guys could see him. You know, he's bracing himself like I am over here. The employees over here at the gas station, they just came out a few moments ago because these ice chests, the doors kept slamming open and shut, open and shut. We at first did not know what the noise was. It was so scary, but they've also been stacking up water to help brace the doors. I was telling you guys earlier how the wind hit these sliding doors so hard we thought they were going to come in on us. So that's what we've been dealing with, just hopping in to take cover here and there in between these live shots. But we're getting some light so we can see a little better now. Good to be able to just see what we're dealing with. So a few trees down. Once we pass, once we get through the eye of the storm, we'll venture out and be able to see what other people are dealing with. We've been getting reports of damage over in the Freeport area, Lake Jackson area. So we'll head that way and get a look. But for right now, we've been trying to take shelter. As you can see, the wind just keeps picking up. We're gonna, I don't know if we can call them breaks, but it seems like, you know, for a few moments it might die down a little bit, but then it picks right back up and we have to brace ourselves, keep ourselves from falling over. But yeah, as you can see, that rain still coming down hard, and these sheets just moving across the parking lot here. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
The sound of that wind and rain, it is absolutely howling out there. Chelsea, all right, you stay safe.
Pelting. All right, so you know what?
And we appreciate our team over there at Fox 26 Houston. Another image coming into our live now from Fox Studios. So you saw what was happening where Chelsea Edwards was with that live shot. A lot of wind and a lot of rain, and it was pretty much rocking her and her photographer back and forth. But now this image, perfect timing as we come to it. This is also courtesy of our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston. You're taking a live look near Bay City, Texas. And this is pretty much the aftermath of the storm. So rain has already hit this area, but you can see a tree down on the right side of your screen. You can see debris scattered across the roadways, and take a look to your left of the screen. You can kind of see how the light poles are leaning to the side, just putting into perspective how harsh these winds are. Now it's 7:41 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, continuing to track Category 1 Hurricane Beryl. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. This morning here on Live Now, we continue with our extensive coverage of Category 1 Hurricane Beryl. It has already made landfall near Matagorda, Texas. You're taking a live look right now, though, near Bay City, Texas. And my goodness, every few feet, you can see down trees to the right and to the left of your screen. You can also see how some of those power lines are leaning to the side. Again, this just puts things into perspective of that storm surge, the heavy winds. Right here in this area, this roadway is not really flooded, but if you look to the right of your screen where the trees and the foliage, where that is, you can see pretty much ponding there. It looks like a small lake right there to the side of the screen. So there's a dip in the roadway, and you can see how just inches upon inches of water are there accumulating, and probably still accumulating. Right now it's not raining, but as the storm continues to develop, it could continue. Rain could come back to this area. But let me show you a different scene. So right here you see down trees, the power lines leaning to the side, but not very far off. I want to show you all this scene. This is actually coming out near Galveston, Texas. And you can see also in Texas, but a different scene now at 7:45 on the East Coast. You can see heavy rain, heavy winds. You can see the rain pretty much coming in a sideways position. So this just putting into perspective the heavy winds and how this is just a very serious situation. All morning you've been hearing the team over at Fox 26 Houston urging people, not to be out on the roadways, and we can see that shot froze right now. I am noticing, though, that the meteorologist, one of the meteorologists on the Fox 26 Houston team, they are now at the weather wall giving some updates with futurecast wind gusts. I want to transition and let you all listen in to his latest report.
55 to 62. Keep your eye out for the Woodlands as well. Maybe 53 miles an hour. Houston, well, we've already had gusts close to 70. Could have it again heading into the afternoon. But the good news is that by late afternoon, for example, this is 4 p.m., we start to see the winds get more manageable. And then as we head into 8 p.m., we're in much better shape. The problem is many of you will be without power for a long time. Can't see anything from our tower cam right now. Heavy rain, an east wind at 39. That's from Hobby Airport. By the way, for those of you who keep up with barometric pressure, 29.5 on the barometric pressure. Average would be 29.92. So this is really below average. Over here, we're looking at video. Is that from Harwin? Is that the one that's over there on Harwin by the Beltway? Yeah? Is it? Okay. Well, then we do have, flooding that's ongoing in Houston right now. So very, very important that you stay home. Current hazards, a serious storm surge is taking place with an 8-foot storm tide. So a high tide and storm surge down in Freeport. We have lots of flash flood warnings. We have lots of high winds across the area right now with the latest observed wind gusts at Hobby Airport up to 68 miles per hour. 58 miles per hour in Katy, Pearland 59 miles per hour. And in addition, it's pouring down rain, and so just about every location is under a flash flood warning. Remember, a flash flood warning, most of the time when we have heavy rain, you'll get what's called a flood advisory. So that means watch for street flooding. Flash flood warning generally means that there's going to be life-threatening flooding taking place. And so, hopefully we don't get water in homes here, but if this doesn't let up after a while, some of these neighborhoods that flood more easily could start to experience some flooding. So Houston, Pasadena, Pearland, Sugar Land, flash flood warning until 9 a.m. We also continue to see this flash flood warning for Bay City, Clute, Freeport, and Lake Jackson. Also until 8:45 this morning. The 288 corridor, I know you guys have been hit so hard there in Angleton, Lake Jackson, just crazy winds. We've also had heavy rain with a flash flood warning for you. We're going to get an update from the Hurricane Center here momentarily, so it's 6:48 right now. We'll get an update at 7, but as of the latest advisory, they still had it as a Category 1 hurricane with 80-mile-per-hour winds, and we'll see if it maintains that Category 1 status for the 7 a.m. update. Moving to the north at 12, that takes it here mostly over Fort Bend County and then even over western Harris County coming up. By 11:30 this morning, it's already north of I-10. So we'll have some very much improving conditions for areas, most areas south of Interstate 10, especially the farther north you go. And then by 9:30 tonight, it's past Lufkin on its way up to Texarkana. So We got that going for us. Rainfall totals, we continue to add to the rain bucket. Now, by the way, there's a lot more than 6.5 inches of rain in Palacios. Remember, that got knocked offline, right? We also had Angleton got knocked offline along with Galveston. So those totals were up until we lost contact because of the 80+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. Here's one example of storm surge. This was observed down in Port O'Connor early this morning, but they had inundation of about a 4-foot storm surge, storm tide. And strangely enough, even before the hurricane hit, there was an isolated outer rain band that actually dropped a tornado, basically a water spout that moved ashore near Jamaica Beach, caused damage to a house there. We're checking out some of the cloud level winds that we could measure with our velocity product. We're seeing 68, 74, 83 mile-per-hour winds observed at cloud level. And, ooh, the power just went out at the station, so we're waiting for the generator to kick on in. So again, we have tons of advisories across the area, flash flood warnings. We also, for the yellow area, we have a tornado watch that continues across the area. We also have a tropical storm warning that's in effect across the area and hurricane warnings along the coastline. Futurecast rainfall. Remember, this is in addition to what's already fallen. So for the rest of the day today, additional rain in Fort Bend, Waller, Harris County, Montgomery County, upwards of anywhere between about 4 to 8 inches of additional rain in many locations, with rainfall totals of about 5 to 10 inches when you add everything up. Some spots more than that. We're already seeing some flooding taking place. You'll see there across the city of Houston. Combination of high winds. We've had, I think, 3 tornado warnings so far, no confirmed tornadoes. But as we check in with Allison over in the studio, this isn't stopping anytime soon. I mean, it's 6:50 right now. We're probably not going to see improving conditions in Houston until probably noontime at the earliest. Okay, we're going to go back to the desk first, but we're probably not going to see very much improvement here until about maybe noontime, maybe 1 in the afternoon. It'll start to improve a little bit, but can't recommend enough that folks need to stay put at home. Sally and Lena, we just had a power outage here at the station.
Our generator, we just heard that kicked up.
Oh, yeah, so you could see that flash as that power outage happened there at the Fox 26 Houston station, but thankfully they had a generator so they could continue coverage. The time now 7:51 here on the East Coast with our Live Now from Fox Studio. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines this Monday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you a different live look now near Galveston, Texas. Now it's 7:53 here on the East Coast, and you can just compare this to other camera shots I've shown you throughout the morning. And goodness, Galveston really getting hit at the moment. Those palm trees pretty much leaning and rocking back and forth. Another reason officials and even the media partners, they're telling you just to stay home. You would hate to drive by this tree that's rocking this rapidly and for it to fall on your vehicle. So we will continue to monitor these feeds throughout the morning with extensive coverage right here on Live Now. And as we continue to do so, we're going to check back in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston.
Us here at Fox Weather. You can go to foxweather.tv to see how you can view us. Also, you can download our app. We're always on and always free. But, you know, just like you guys, it's been a long, exhausting night. And, you know, Surfside Beach, it's a beautiful community. The last time I was here, I had my kids with me. So it's hard when you're, you know, showing up to these locations that you have fond memories of and you see them in such a different state. It's going to be interesting once the water goes out to really see what damage is left behind.
Britta, thank you so much. It's great to hear from somebody who was in Houston for so many years, knows the area well, has experienced hurricanes and tropical storms, and we will absolutely tune into your coverage. You can also find Fox Weather on Fox Local, which is the free app for your smart TV where you can find our live coverage as well as Fox Weather. Thanks so much, Britta. Stay safe out there.
And that is perfect, too, just in case you do lose cable service, because a lot of things are going to be kind of on the fritz right now. You know what? Let's get you a live look outside here. Let's take a look at Sylvan Beach. Take a look at this video here coming in from Harris County Precinct 2, where it gives you kind of an idea of what it's been like with the storm surge, with the wind, and with the rain. Again, we've seen inches of rain falling, like anywhere from between 3 and 6 inches of rain that's already fallen, expecting 2 to 4 more. And remember, this is for another couple hours that we're expecting this to be kind of on top of us in Houston before moving up north. Again, we have flash flood warnings as far north as Atascocita, Spring, the Woodlands coming in from the storm that made landfall a couple hours ago.
We also have a live look right now from Galveston. Let's take you down there. This is, I believe, along the seawall, right, guys? Okay, our photographer is along the seawall right now. Look at the wind whipping those palm trees around. The seawall is just right across from him there, and you can see where the rain is just moving across the roadway there so quickly because of how strong those winds are. There is a voluntary evacuation order for the west end of Galveston Island. Highway 87 on the Bolivar Peninsula has just become temporarily impassable. So the message from Galveston County right now is if you are on the Bolivar Peninsula, please remain in place. The Galveston Bolivar Ferry suspended service at about 2 a.m. this morning. So again, Highway 87 is now impassable.
And we also had County Judge Mark Henry on with us live here, and he did say the message for everyone is not to go outside. The advice from his office and from the Office of Emergency Management is to stay in place, to shelter in place, to not go outside. He said there's 11,000 power outages on the island alone. We've already seen a storm surge in the area as well. So the message from him and from the Office of Emergency Management, calling 911, they may not be able to get to you in certain locations in certain areas of the island.
Also in Galveston County, the city of Texas City is aware of the controlled flaring that is happening. You may notice the Marathon refinery had some flares this morning. Right now, the city is waiting for some updated information from Marathon, but Marathon has said that this was a brief power disruption that happened during the storm, that flares are safety devices that allow for the safe combustion of the excess gases. So this is something that happens, you know, I don't want to say often, but this is something that we've certainly seen before during a storm. And so they don't want you to be alarmed that the refinery is currently flaring. Marathon says that they are working to maintain safety there for the community and their employees.
Because of power disruptions, which we've seen here at the station, the generator kicking on about 5 minutes ago. Also, we have nearly 1 million people now waking up without power as well. let's take a live look outside and see how things are looking on the roadways. Not particularly because we want you to be able to navigate around. We're hoping that you're able to stay home and stay safe where you are. But we do want to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like outside. So let's take a live look outside to show you kind of, we've had several situations where we're seeing not a whole lot of ponding of water because the wind is making it shift, but I'm also not liking the speeds that I see a couple of people out there. But this is a live look here at I-45 North at State Highway 105. We actually saw a transformer blow on the North Freeway just off the side of the freeway, which is leading to a lot of the power outages that we're seeing.
Another live look from TransStar here, 69, the East Tex Freeway at Collingsworth, so further into the city. And then here's 69, the Southwest Freeway at Newcastle, not far from the Fox 26 studios. You can see there are not a lot of people on the roadways right now, and certainly we want to keep it that way. This is not the time to be driving because in the next few hours, this is when Houston and surrounding communities are really going to get hit hard by this storm. This is further south, so this is what's coming our way here. This is 288 at Alameda Genoa. Visibility is definitely reduced in so many locations.
So let's get you over to one of our two meteorologists who are on deck for you this morning to keep you informed. So we do have Allison who's walking us through, kind of the next dangers that are on the way and who's expecting to get the worst of it next.
Well, it's going to be the outer rain bands that are likely moving through Houston and then off to the north. I quickly just want to show you our power outage map, trying to show you at least once an hour that numbers, mainly along the coast, are increasing significantly. Actually, my in-laws live in Cypress, and they just texted me that the power just went out. And as we know, up towards Cypress, Tomball, the Woodlands, they haven't even... and League City also just lost power. So we're getting reports from our families, and you guys can as well. And if you're still watching us on TV, please, while you can, download the Fox 26 News app on your phone so that you can watch us live through that. Now, I want to take you out to our river levels graphic. Now, what this is showing also tides along the coast, and all of these little dots here that are shaded in red or orange, and if we can take links one again, that would be great. Keep switching over to a different source, which Mike is using at the moment. But we are looking at storm surge plus high tide down in Freeport is making the water at about 8.44 feet. So that is major flood stage, meaning that really that storm surge is something that we are monitoring out at Freeport. But let's talk about the several flash flood warnings that we have. The most recent one has been extended to include the Woodlands. But take a look. There's another that includes most of Harris County and the entirety of Houston, and then all the way down to the coast from Bay City to Lake Jackson, Galveston. That does not include Palacios, but honestly, it looks like that our gauges out there are just completely offline because of the heavy rain and strong winds. So unfortunately, we're not really going to be getting any updated rainfall totals from them. But here we go at Lake Jackson to Angleton, more than 7 inches of rain in the last 6 hours. We talk about street flooding. There you go. That's not something you want to drive through. And the thing is, you don't know how deep the water is because likely the strong winds are going to be pushing that water, rushing onto different street corners. So just please don't go out if you don't have to. We're looking at anywhere from 6 to nearly 7 inches of rain in total out toward Santa Fe to Alvin, Liverpool, and even out toward Holiday Lakes. And then lastly, I want to show you some rainfall totals inside the loop through Houston, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches. Sugarland potentially up to 5. These are radar indicated, so it's not an exact number coming down from one of our reporting stations, but still, it's just giving you a good idea of that heavy rain that just continues to drop. But it's 7:02, and I want to take you out to current wind gusts because it's just impressive coming from a meteorologist standpoint. I mean, take a look at these numbers out at Bush. Current wind gusts right now just shy of 70 miles per hour. LaPorte gusting up to 60, 62 in Hobby, 59 mile per hour wind gusts in Pearland. And then even take a look out west to Columbus, 46 mile per hour gusts. And it's actually interesting to watch the numbers start to drop a little bit on the south side of the storm as it's making its way toward Bay City. You're likely in the center eye, meaning not much is happening, but likely just outside, like we're seeing in Wharton, just shy of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So these winds, like we've been talking about all day, really aren't decreasing. Usually when we see these hurricanes and, tropical systems move on shore, they tear apart pretty quickly. But the thing is with Beryl is that it was gaining strength up until the very last moment. I mean, we talk about the dirty side of the storm, the east side of the storm, and just how our coastline is, that all of those rain bands on the dirty side were over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico for much longer than what we were seeing on the west. That's really why it's kind of teetering, heavier on this northeastern quadrant. And now take a look at these heavy rain bands moving just north of Houston and likely heading up toward the Woodlands. But let's talk about the center, the eye of the storm. It's pretty elongated. We're likely going to continue to see it not look all too impressive. That's just what happens when it moves over land. But you can see Meadville, Sweeney to Bay City. Honestly, even Wharton and El Campo, you're probably pretty quiet compared to what you've been seeing over the last several hours. That's just because the center of the storm is moving through. But all points to the east and north, it's a different story. Here's Angleton here. Take a look at that heavy rain that just moved overhead. I mean, we're talking in the last 15 minutes. That's going to be blinding rain and likely dropping a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Here's Baytown to LaPorte, down to League City, and even close to Texas City and Galveston Island. Looks like we're seeing some of that heavy rain now start to move off to the north. Pearland, a similar story. We're looking at very heavy rain through Houston as we speak. So still a lot going on, but I want to talk about what our GFS model says for some future wind gusts. So this is at 7:15, so in about 10 minutes, and honestly we're already seeing those winds peaking at about 70. This is maybe a bit high, but think 70+ mile-per-hour wind gusts continuing for the next hour. And then we get into your 8:45 hour when, if this is where the center of circulation is, which it could shift a bit off to the east, just that's kind of the way that we've actually seen Beryl move over the last hour. It was kind of going north and then it kind of kicked off to the east a little bit. But nonetheless, still at that time, looking at wind gusts from the coast to Houston and then up toward Conroe, 65, nearly 70 miles per hour. And then once that center makes its way, north of Houston, we're talking outside the loop there, that's when the winds will start to decrease south, but still picking up on the east side of town out toward Liberty, even into the Woodlands. And then by 2 o'clock, a lot of that heavy rain is going to be north of our viewing area and then continue as we head into the evening hours tonight. So, that's something that we're looking ahead to, is that this storm is moving pretty quickly, and it's going to thankfully not sit overhead. But the thing is, it's really not decreasing in intensity all too fast either. That's why we're still seeing so much heavy rain, heading up I-45. And so these are some of the rain bands that we've been monitoring. One over Galveston, another over Baytown, Houston, and then another one that's going to be moving into southern Fort Bend County. This is where the rain is falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. So you saw on the cameras that Lena and Sally just showed a few moments ago that it's difficult to see. So we just ask that you stay inside. It's not worth taking the risk, taking the chance to, wherever it would be that you're going, just hunker down. We say that the storm is moving through quickly, and it is. Just a few more hours, and we wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more power outages during that time. But here we go with the actual forecast from the National Hurricane Center, and actually just in at 7 o'clock, so this must have come in just a few moments ago. We have seen the maximum winds drop just a bit, though. Really all morning they were at 80 miles per hour. Right now it's at 75, and then the pressure has increased by a little bit, but hey, with pressure increasing, winds decreasing, that is showing that the storm is starting to lose some steam. But we've talked about how it's not necessarily going to happen fast. So looks like as this Beryl does make its way further north, that I'd say this afternoon it's likely going to be dropping down to tropical storm status. So we're looking at about 65 mile per hour winds. And you saw that with our forecast model that I showed just moments ago, that Yes, it will be below hurricane strength, but even within this, we still could be seeing gusts that are of that hurricane strength. And then rather quickly, it zips off to our north and east. And actually, Mike and I were going over some models for what tomorrow could look like. And honestly, this is going to be taking a lot of moisture out of our atmosphere. So hopefully it will kind of take it with it. So we're leaving you with this at the moment, but again, strong winds and heavy rain, flash flood warnings in effect across a huge chunk of the viewing area, meaning that any road has the potential for flooding at this point. If you live near any of the bayous, rivers, please make sure that you're staying vigilant. And we just ask that you stay inside, just hunker down for a little bit longer with us. And if you lose power, always remember to download the Fox 26 News app. Now we're going to send it over to Melissa and Heather at the desk.
And that is so important to do, Allison. We're going to be reminding you that all morning as more and more people lose power. Almost 1 million people without it now.
Yeah.
Good morning to you, everyone. Melissa Wilson here now.
I'm Heather Sullivan joining you in for Delon this morning. And we have a lot we want to update you about. We are seeing a lot of those power outages. We typically do see more as more people are starting to wake up and they realize their power is out. So we start to see these higher reported numbers. So they've been increasing over the last few hours. We also have flash flood warnings in effect all the way up into the Woodlands for Harris County, Fort Bend County. So that really is a situation that we're seeing all over right now, is really significant situations of high water. And that is why there's such an urgent caution for people to just stay off the road, stay home today. We still have a few more hours of this to go through, and we really don't want to see anybody get into harm's way.
And as we take a look and really keep a close eye on for you what's going on with our power outages, and you can take a look at Centerpoint and you can actually see where the storm went and who's lost their power. About 75% of people in each community are losing their power from this storm. So you have to figure that that probably is going to keep that path for quite some time. That means everyone north of Houston, in the Woodlands, Conroe, be prepared for that and know that so far about 75% of people are losing power. That is not a good stat. So make sure your cell phones are charged. And please remember, I've had already viewers sending me messages saying, what do? I don't know if there's any tornado warnings. Get our weather app. You can get alerts right to your own neighborhood. And that way, if you can't watch us on TV, we're going to make sure you're covered with that cell phone. Just make sure you have it fully charged while you can do that.
Yeah, and if you have lost power, you know people who've lost power, go ahead and you can also watch on our website, fox26houston.com. We're live streaming all of our coverage there. So just really utilize your phone and download the app, because that will keep you up to date.
And we know that Centerpoint is doing everything they can to just get it back on as fast as they can. Right now, let's check in with Shelby Rose. She has been in Sugar Land in the middle of the storm for quite some time.
Yeah, and we know that the power's been out there for a while. You were showing us a little earlier, Shelby, the darkness all around you. Thankfully, the sun is up now, but how are things looking right now?
Oh my gosh, Sugar Land has just been tormented by Hurricane Beryl all the morning. It seems over the last few hours it really hasn't let up at all. Right now we're seeing so much rain, this wind. I mean, yeah, just let's point the camera down this street. You can just see these trees just absolutely whipping in the wind. The rain being carried across the road here. We've come across some incredibly heavy gusts. It was a couple hours ago when all of the power here in Sugar Land Town Center went out. It went out as soon as we had a huge gust of wind come through, and then this whole area went dark. And it's been the same story for this entire area. Ever since that point, we were watching transformers blow all around us. My parents live in Sugar Land. They don't have power. It is certainly something that is, that everyone is keeping a close eye on. And in terms of the flash flood warnings that we've had here, I've been trying to keep in contact with the city of Sugar Land. They posted on their Facebook not too long ago saying that there are high water over the roads reported all over the city. I'm trying to see if I can get some specifics so I can be able to relay that information. But I also saw on the Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management Facebook page, they had an entire list of places that had downed trees, high water areas, specifically 2 spots where there were cars that were stalled out because of that high water. That's Westheimer and Cinco Ranch, as well as 99 and 90, that little interchange that's right there. So moral of the story is that this area, Fort Bend County, Sugar Land, is just so inundated with water, and that it's something that you do not want to drive out in. Even like take the wind out of the factor, it is just how much rain that this entire area has just been inundated with over the last few hours. Hopefully it won't continue for much longer, but right now I am just, it's incredible to see how it hasn't let up hardly at all. I mean, whenever we've just been in between, oh, hold on. Sorry, need to keep my footing a little bit better apparently. Sorry. Anyway, whenever we've been sitting inside the news truck in between live shots, our car has just been shaking because of these winds. Thankfully, we haven't really seen anyone out here aside from our first responders, seeing Sugar Land police drive by every so often, as well as the Sugar Land Fire Department responding to calls, hopefully keeping everyone safe in this. But yes, if you do not have to be out, especially in the Sugar Land Forfinn County area, please don't. But if you do have to, if you're an essential worker, just be mindful of how many roads in this area do have high water. And as we say all the time, turn around, don't drown. Back to y'all.
My goodness, Shelby, serious wind to almost knock you off of your feet. We're going to give you a quick break to recover. And thanks for being out there so we can really get a good sense of what's happening community by community.
Yeah, stay safe out there. Of course, we're very concerned for all of our crews out there. You're really kind of in the throes of this, so please stay safe. But thank you for giving us a look at the current conditions. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We want to go now. We have Mark Herman, the constable for Harris County Precinct 4, joining us on the phone right now to give us an update about conditions and any issues that they're seeing in that area. So thanks for being with us, Constable.
Glad to be here.
Can you give us a little bit of an update about what you're seeing in your area?
Yeah, so North Harris County, we're starting to feel the brunt of the storm. We're currently on generator power to our main station, our dispatch center. We're experiencing a lot of power outages. Intersections are blacked out. The good thing is that people are obviously listening and staying, hunkered down, as Ed Emmett would say, and not a lot of people on the roadways, which is good for us. And it allows us to run these calls that have increased for us.
All right, and Constable, you've been the constable for almost a decade now. How do you compare this to former storms, and how did the other ones help prepare us for where we are today? I feel like the city just really feels like it's under, and the whole county feels like it's under control right now, and everyone doing what we've been asking them to do, which is primarily stay home if you can.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So past experiences with storms has allowed us to strategically deploy assets. As of actually yesterday, my office went to 12-hour shifts. We deployed our high water rescue equipment around the precincts, and we're basically in a state of readiness. We do have a lot of trees down and things of that nature. We'll be coordinating with Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Briones' office shortly, but we're going to wait till the storm blows through before we start actually getting those trees cut up. So we really need our citizens to stay hunkered down for a couple of more hours, let this thing blow through, and then there'll be plenty of time to get out and look at everything.
You know, Constable, one thing I've been very thankful is that we have not really been hearing about injuries, deaths, anything like that being reported. But I want to ask you, while we've got you, have you heard of any incidents of, people that have been injured by anything that's happened so far?
We have not. No, we've been blessed, not so far. And again, if you're in a safe area, stay where you are till this thing blows through.
And Constable Herman, this has been such a fast-moving storm, and in that sense, it's good for us because it just hasn't been able to just sit over the Houston area and dump that rain. That being said, we have seen about 3 high water problems on our highways, but just a few lanes here and there. No freeway shutdown or anything like that. So are there any high water areas that you're concerned about that we haven't heard about? Have your rescue teams had to be deployed anywhere?
Yes, we right now we currently have high water at FM 1960 and Interstate 45 on both sides of the service roads. We've deployed barricades and deputies at those intersections. Also, Cypress Wood at Champions Forest, which is where Cypress Creek runs through that area. That is completely flooded. We did last night move our entire patrol fleet of patrol cars, about 150 cars, from Cypress Wood, from that back parking lot, because that's flooded too right now because of the increase in water into Cypress Creek. But those are the main two areas, you know, as far as the roadways. But again, like you mentioned, you know, it's a fast-moving storm. The water will drain quickly, and you can thank our commissioners for that, for keeping the drains clear to allow that to happen.
And Constable, as a medical reporter, one of my biggest concerns always when we see almost 1 million families without power right now, not knowing when it could come back on. We know crews are working so hard. Is anybody with medical conditions? And that's something we've been warning in the days in the past, just for people to be prepared for that. Have you heard of any calls that are coming in? Anybody in distress because they don't have power? Perhaps they need oxygen or any other type of medical device?
Yeah, we have not, but I'm going to tell you, the folks out here on the north side, they're good about calling us if they need a generator or they need immediate assistance. And, you know, we have hundreds of first responders standing by. But again, we would rather let this storm blow through. But if someone's in immediate need, by all means, call us, and we'll be there in minutes.
Okay. Very reassuring to know you're there. You always do such a good job of just making us feel nice and safe. All right, Constable Mark Herman, we know it's a busy day for you from Precinct 4. If anything's going on, anything you want us to know, please reach out to us. We'll do everything we can to help share that word.
All righty.
And as the team over at Fox 26 Houston continues their extensive coverage, they just wrapped up that interview there with the constable for a local precinct, giving you a live look out in Galveston, Texas. And goodness, those trees continue to lean and the rain continues to fall down. Now at 8:19 here on the East Coast, we're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, giving you a live look right now out in Corpus Christi, we'll be checking in with Fox News correspondent Bowen Kadrevich. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with our extensive coverage of Hurricane Beryl, we know Beryl made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane along the Gulf Coast of Texas early this morning. Fox's Bowen Kadrevich joins us live in Corpus Christi, Texas. Bowen, good morning to you. How are conditions there right now?
Janae, good morning to you. Well, conditions right now are pretty calm. It is definitely a different scene here in Corpus Christi than a few miles up the road to the Galveston area northeast in Texas. As you can see behind me, we do have some standing water, still just very light standing water though, because rain was off and on, especially yesterday. We did get some heavy rain. It felt like something big was going to come through this area, but that was just not the case. but you can see that people were still preparing with sandbags from this business behind me. And I spoke with the general manager of the business, and he said that Alberto caused some flooding to his business, and he wasn't willing to risk any chances with this one. Take a listen.
Obviously, Alberto hit us, and we had some flooding come in through the restaurant, about 3 inches. So we purchased 40 more sandbags, got all the front prepped up, and now it seems like the storm's curving more to the north, so we may have dodged a bullet.
Here's some video of some areas that were harder hit along the coast of Texas. This is a video shot in Surfside Beach, and you can see how powerful the winds are there with the rain water just whipping across the road. Now over to Galveston, Texas. So you can see this video outside of a gas station where the storm causes a blackout for a moment and everything goes pitch dark. This is one of the hardest hit areas of the storm, in Galveston was seeing wind speeds between 80 and 90 miles per hour. And according to poweroutage.us in Texas, there are over 90,000 people that are without power. I'll send it back to you.
But when this situation just continues to grow, as you put it, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Live Now. Really quickly before you go, have you really seen a lot of people out? We know that area of Corpus Christi, nothing compared to what we just saw with Surfside and Galveston. Have you seen people getting out and about this morning, or are pretty much people staying home in case the worst hits that area?
I haven't seen too many people out and about right now. I will tell you, the hotel I am staying at 2 days ago, this parking lot right next to me was absolutely full. There was a mandatory evacuation set for people visiting this part of Texas, so a lot of visitors were probably on their way out, as this parking lot is less than half full now. People were definitely making their way out, not knowing if this was going to be a hard-hit area of the storm.
Well, Bowen, always a pleasure having you here with us on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us to keep the viewers informed. You enjoy the rest of your day, and please be safe.
You bet.
The time now 8:25 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with your breaking news alerts, top stories, and live events of your Monday morning. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:27 here on the East Coast, giving you a live look at our XRAD system. Hurricane Beryl has made landfall, as we saw a few hours ago, and you can see how the system continues to track throughout the Lone Star State. I want to show you all some of the conditions across the coast area. So right here now, bringing you a live look there in Galveston, and you can see how flooding and wind is a concern with storm surge. You can see the camera literally shaking right now. Another camera I want to show you all, courtesy of our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston, as their teams continue to travel throughout the coastal area to bring us coverage this morning. And you can see this area, not as much rain as the previous camera there in Galveston, but you can definitely see how there are some areas of ponding and even some trees that we saw from this feed earlier that were completely blown across the roadway. We saw debris. We even saw some power lines leaning. So as we continue to track this breaking news alert with Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 1 hurricane, we're going to check back in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston.
Business owner. I mean, I work for Fox 26, but God, I mean, we need to be reasonable. I mean, the whole city's flooded. You can't get, I mean, no job is worth a life. And the thing is, if you care about your employees, why would you want them to risk their life to come to work? So we have a view right now of I-10 Katy Freeway at Houston Avenue. I mean, this is one of the areas right in town right now. This is right in the Beltway, right? Where, yeah, is this, hold on, I gotta get a closer look at this. So that's a bridge. Is what we're looking at the bottom of the screen, is that like Buffalo Bayou? That's Buffalo Bayou? Yeah, okay, so White Oak Bayou. So look, White Oak and Buffalo are already running high. And as I'll show you here in a minute, that's not going to stop anytime soon. So off the soapbox. So to summarize,
you care, Mike, and we know that, and we love that about you.
But it's a very good point, especially in this day when we know if you really need your people to work, people can often work from home, you know, or get something done if that's really, you know, has to be done. But you're right, you know, if people are being called in, they're being put in harm's way. Not to mention, if they get damage to their car, they're going to have expenses of repairing that. It's all, I mean, this is just a mess that keeps on rolling.
It really does. So anyway, let's get to more of the science of everything, guys, and I'll show you Hurricane Beryl and the latest information we have. Now, it made landfall as an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1. The landfall was right around Matagorda. I say around because when it made landfall, it was 40 miles in diameter. So it was difficult to say exactly where the landfall was. But it's now moving to the north at 12. So it's made it farther inland. The thing is, we haven't really seen the winds come down very much at all. They're still about 75 miles an hour. Here's the outlook for the rest of the day today. So coming up at 10 a.m. this morning, Houston's going to be in the thick of it. Even Fort Bend County, as the center of circulation is going to come somewhere near Katy. Now, the west side of the cone takes it near Sealy. I would lean toward the middle or maybe even east. A little closer to Houston, because this thing's been kind of wobbling a little bit more off toward the right side or the east side of that cone of uncertainty. And then here's a look ahead. Look, by 4 o'clock this afternoon, the center of circulation is up there well to the north of Huntsville, and then it moves on out of here. So we're not going to be dealing with this all day. I wanted to show you how big the storm system is. So from the extreme north side of the rain shield all the way down to the farthest south part of the rain bands, 350 miles, give or take. Now, this is the threat for flooding here. These rain bands extend for 300 miles, and all of this moisture just is getting pulled into Galveston County and Chambers County and Harris County right now. So that's why we have so many of these warnings. This I saw too, which was amazing. At the very end of this loop, if you look right here, watch Houston, at the very end of the loop, you're going to see this thing blowing up right there. So I turned on the radar, you know, to kind of see what's happening there, and we had on the backside, so this is still the really big circulation. So like if you're in Needville or Damon right now, you're basically in the giant eye of the storm. We had an eruption of really strong thunderstorms there in southern and eastern Fort Bend counties. This was moving up toward Missouri City, Sugar Land, Richmond, Rosenberg, and that was what sort of you saw as that big burst on the satellite imagery, and now it's all moving up toward New Territory and eventually back over there to around Fulshire. A lot of our stations have been knocked offline, and I say stations, it's an automated surface observation station, ASOS. That's what we have at airports. So for example, right now, Galveston was knocked offline, Angleton is offline, and Palacios offline. What happened was you saw this ramp up. We got 80-mile-an-hour winds, and then it got cut off. Right now, we're still seeing these pretty incredible wind gusts across Harris County. Hobby Airport, a wind from the east at 62. Remember, that's a gust. The sustained wind is more like 35, I think 38 or something like that. Bush Intercontinental, a recent gust of 67. Katy, a gust of 63 degrees, not degrees, miles per hour, excuse me. Tired. And Tomball, 60 miles per hour. Lots of flooding is taking place as we've been showing you. You'll see it there on the side of the screen. Roadways are flooded. If you leave the house, you're going to end up in a flood. You're not going to be able to get anywhere, so please just stay put. All of Harris County under a flash flood warning right now until at least 9 a.m. That's another hour and a half. It may be, of course, extended beyond that. Farther off toward the south, we also have a lot of really hard-hit places. If you live down in Lake Jackson, I know I've heard from some folks on Facebook who live in the Lake Jackson, Angleton area, and the question is, when is this going to stop? You know, it's been just relentless. Well, you're still in the thick of it there along that 288 corridor, but you're going to get in on this bottom side of the storm, which looks like it is weakening a bit more. So I think you'll get some relief within about an hour, hour and a half. It'll at least get a little better. It's not going to be fantastic. Really, from Lake Jackson and Angleton up to Rocheron and parts northward to Fresno, we still have that very heavy rain coming down. So a flash flood warning continues until 8:30 this morning. Here's another look at the location of the storm. So as of 7 a.m., the middle of the very large eye, by the way, is just off to the west of West Columbia and off to the south of Needville. But like I said, it's a very large circulation. By noontime today, people are kind of asking, like, when is it going to get better in Houston? Well, by 12:30, the center of circulation will end up over here, probably around Lake Conroe. And so we're still most likely going to be dealing with heavy rain in Houston, but the winds will start to get a little more reasonable by then. This is the latest look at, again, the sustained winds in the wind gusts. So Pearland, for example, 38-mile-per-hour sustained winds, with a recent gust up to 59 miles per hour. Look, Sugar Land and Wharton are offline now, too. I mean, it's just left and right. We're losing contact with all of these observation sites because of the high winds. So no report from Wharton, no report from Palacios or Galveston either. Here's a look at your futurecast wind gusts, and this gives us a rough idea. Not going to be an exact number, but a rough idea of what's there potentially for the rest of the day. And I want to fast forward to 1:30. So we're looking at, what, about, 6 hours from now? A little bit of an improvement here. Still windy, but winds gusting out of the southwest at maybe 30, 35, 40 miles per hour, which will be, seem like a picnic compared to what we're seeing, out there right now. And then by still breezy, but a whole lot better. Heavy rain in Houston. Look at Hobby Airport, a southeast wind at 45 miles an hour with very low pressure in place as well. Dangerous Category 1 continues. Also, by the way, a storm surge is still taking place. We have a tornado watch. We have a flood watch, and we have all of these flash flood warnings that continue across the area. So many warnings to tell you about. The bottom line is stay put. And also, just a little reminder before we go back to the studio, when the power comes back on, if your house happens to become flooded, you'll want to go turn the power off at the breaker right now. We have had lots of instances, very sad, of people getting electrocuted after the storm passes and the power comes back on. So just keep that in mind. Might want to go turn the power off at the breaker if you are either having flooding in your house or you think that the house might actually flood. Back to you guys.
Very good tip. You mentioned the tornado watch, and I know that you talked earlier about in Jamaica that you believe a tornado did touch down in that area this morning.
Well, that's what the National Weather Service said, is that there was a tornado. I mean, it was probably a very narrow water spout that moved ashore, but it did cause damage to a home on Jamaica Beach. We also did have 3 tornado warnings earlier this morning, Fort Bend and Harris County. None of those have been confirmed tornadoes, but you'll often get very small, very fast-moving tornadoes in these rain bands, and by the time you get a warning on it, it's like it's over already. So you just have to be prepared to look outside and say, wow, it's really bad outside. You know what? It could suddenly get a whole lot worse. So, you just want to respect Mother Nature, and make sure you know that there could always be a little surprise jump in the activity.
That's a very good point. Yeah, thank you, Mike.
And now we were just checking out the power outages. He was talking about how careful everyone needs to be. We're at more than 1.1 million people now, or families, the homes without that electricity. Crews have been working so hard. They've already restored 312,000 people, so that shows you what they're trying to do. They're out there. They'll get you back on as soon as they can. Make sure you have our Fox app on your phone just in case yours goes out if it hasn't yet, so that you can stay in touch all morning long, all throughout the day to find out what's going on with this storm.
Yeah. We want to check in now with Chelsea, who has been out in the Angleton area, and she's really been battling a lot of the strong winds. We're so glad that the Buc-ee's there has been open as sort of a safe place for her and probably some others that have had to go through. But Chelsea, give us an update on, I understand you're seeing some damage in the area now.
Yeah, that's been our refuge here at the Buc-ee's gas station, and we were actually heading out to survey the damage in the area. We ended up circling back just because I want to show you a few things here. We mentioned some of these trees being torn down. You can see the one in front of us just uprooted and knocked over, and just taking a tour around here in the parking lot. We've been seeing some of these trash cans, these bins blown around, and even ahead of us or on the side of us, there's a creek that runs right around here, and it looks like it's at one of its highest levels. Now, this isn't the worst that we've seen right after a storm, but just a reminder for people who might be, since we're getting some sunlight, might want to head out on the roads. It's not over yet. Like we've been approaching the eye of the storm. We're just about there. Mike was mentioning getting a little bit of relief, but we're still, getting this wind howling. You can see the tree in front of me being pushed all the way over, and how high that water is. So we're not yet to the streets where there's flooding. We've already seen the reports of flooding, but things to keep in mind, because there is already debris out here on the roadways, and our truck was still rocking just a few minutes ago. So the wind is still pretty strong, but yeah, we're gonna look at the damage. I want to show you this, guys, because we were talking about this maybe a couple hours or so ago. A guy came in to Buc-ee's saying that one of these ice chests that we kept hearing slamming open and shut, he said one of them almost hit his car, and here it is. We couldn't see it because when he came in, it was so dark earlier. The power has been out here since a little after 4 o'clock in the morning. But now that the sun is out, we're getting a look at the aftermath, and I just can't imagine. I mean, the winds out here around 80 miles per hour, upwards of that. It's hard to imagine moving this thing, but just to see how powerful these winds were to pick up this ice chest and toss it over here in the bushes, just incredible, and a reminder of how terrible these storms can be, even at a Category 1. So thank goodness he was okay. Nobody was injured in that. We're going to head out and take a look at what else might be happening out in the Angleton, Freeport area. We've been trying to make it to Freeport all morning, but now that things have calmed down a little bit, we're hitting the road, and we'll, of course, keep you guys updated on what all we see.
Wow, that is incredible, because that has to be a very heavy ice cabinet there. Please stay safe on the roads, Chelsea. We appreciate the update.
Will do.
And you know that the landscape in the greater Houston area is going to be changed forever. You saw the tree sideways. Think about how much work everybody is going to have to do out there. Let's take a look at Rosenberg area just to get an idea of what.
All right, and we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston. Really quickly, I noticed that reporter with Fox 26 Houston, Shelby Rose, she's about to get ready for a live hit, but I wanted to show you all conditions as we continue. These are conditions out in Sugar Land, Texas. So it's about 28 minutes, depending on how you drive now, because maybe you get there a little quicker. But if you follow the speed limit, about 28 minutes from Houston. So you can see conditions there. Ponding is a nice way to say it. Just look at the magnitude of the wind gusts, and you can see the lights there just swinging. So this is a reason you wouldn't want to be on the roadways, right? Because imagine driving under this and one of them snapping and falling on you. So we're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break as Shelby is setting up. Time now 8:43 on the East Coast. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Really quickly, I wanted to show you all this car of several vehicles trying to drive through. This is an example of what you should not do. Okay, that shot coming out of Sugar Land. Let me give you all another live look. This one coming out of Galveston. So many compelling images across the coastal area of the Lone Star State. And my goodness, look at the waves. This is what I was telling you all when I first came on the air around 5 o'clock this morning Eastern time. It was completely pitch black out there, but now with the sun up, and of course it is overcast, so it's not like you're getting a beautiful sunny day, right? But you can at least see a little clearer there on the waterways, and just look at the waves and the rip currents. This is definitely going to be an issue within the next 24 hours. So even though the rain isn't coming down as heavy, the storm surge is definitely going to be an issue. As we continue to keep you weather ready and informed, we're going to check back in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston. I am noticing my colleague Shelby Rose getting ready for her hit, so they'll be going to her momentarily to put that feed that we saw out in Sugar Land, Texas, into perspective.
Very high water on some of our highways.
Oh, yes, we have. One of those problems has been just really right down from our station here along I-69, the Southwest Freeway northbound at Dunleavy. That was a problem a little bit earlier. Other problems along Beltway 8 near Alameda Road, Beltway 8 near the West Park Tollway. All of those have had some pretty major problems. We talked to the constable from Harris County Precinct 4 earlier. He was concerned about the FM 1960 area. So just know that there are plenty of high water areas out there.
Okay, and we want to show you, in fact, some closures that you need to be aware of today. These are all, were sort of called because of the impending storm. So many school districts and businesses are closed today. HEB is closed until noontime, and we have a full list of the closures. on fox26houston.com. So if you're wondering, you know, is the school system closed? Is my business closed? We are continuing to update that list there. Just go to fox26houston.com to get a look at what is closed. But really, you know, all of the emergency officials are saying if you don't have to be out, if you don't have to be going into work today, this is the time to be staying home and staying safe. And that helps to keep all of our emergency responders safe as well, because we don't want to, you know, to see any of them at risk because they're trying to rescue people that really didn't need to be out.
We've also been keeping an eye on what's going on with Metro. Just so you know, the services, if you need a ride today, you need to know that it's suspended at least another 10-15 minutes, and that could really happen longer. So make sure you keep an eye on that. We're talking about buses and Metro Rapid Rail, Metro Lift, all park and rides. That is delayed until at least 8 a.m. for about another 10-15 minutes. But we've got some pretty serious problems out there. You might expect that to happen even longer. We'll keep an eye on that and try to let you know just as soon as we hear any updates on that. We've also been keeping an eye on what's going on all over the place, closer to the area where this hit in the first place.
That's right.
It started all in Matagorda, moved up to the Galveston area. We have a crew there right now. It gives you a better idea. It looks like it's raining so hard it's difficult to even tell what we're looking at right
it's
now.
Very hard to see. And we're going to check in now with Allison, because Allison, earlier we saw Jade in what looked like perhaps the eye of the storm, because conditions had really calmed down, and we know that will happen, and then it will kind of pick back up again as the other side of the storm. So can you give us like a sort of an update on, you know, for anybody who might be seeing that we're really not done yet?
No, and that's the thing. It's like it's a false you're in the clear, because you think, okay, things have quieted down, I'm going to go check my yard. But you don't want to do that, because that center eye is about 40 miles wide. Honestly, it's kind of become a bit elongated, but it is moving into southern Fort Bend County as we speak. But the thing is, outside of the eye is where the winds are ramping up. And if we can take Lynx 1 behind me, that would be awesome. Yes, there are, what looks like a tornado warning, which just popped up. So I'm glad that that went off. Yes, tornado warning for Chambers and Galveston County. So let me just get some info for you. We're looking at a severe thunderstorm.
All right, so if you're just now tuning in, they did announce a tornado warning for 2 counties. They are working to transition the radar. So we're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. That way we don't have to interrupt this coverage once they get it up. If you're watching Live Now from Fox, we'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We continue to follow breaking news this morning, which, as you've guessed it does relate to Category 1 Hurricane Beryl, giving you a live look now at 8:52 on the East Coast, and you can see the storm surge, the waves, the rift currents, even the wind, as the camera that you're taking a live look at continues to rock back and forth. And then sometimes you'll see a vehicle there shouldn't be driving unless they're an emergency responder, because the conditions, just imagine if a wave or a current just came crashing over that wall, that person would be in harm's way and they would need to get rescued. As we continue to discuss this storm, though, we know it's not just a flooding that's a concern, also tornado warnings. Right before the break, our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston, they were announcing 2 tornado warnings in 2 different counties near the Texas coast. We're going to check in with them now.
Mentioned that there is the potential for rotation that could even be making its way down to the surface. Right now, this is all going to be some elevated winds that we're monitoring at this time. And, out over the open waters of the Gulf, we're looking at some stronger winds than what we're necessarily seeing right on shore. But I'm going to try to switch to our storm relative velocity. And it does look like maybe a bit more impressive of the winds down here. But once again, everything moving off to the north. Now, when we are seeing this tornado warning, and I can actually draw out a track. I'm going to have to zoom out a lot, though, because some of the strong winds that are down here are going to be moving north at 60 miles per hour. That means it's likely going to be close to the I-10 corridor in about 15-20 minutes. And this tornado warning only goes until 8 o'clock this morning. So it's likely going to be moving that way. Again, this is radar indicated, and all morning long we've been talking about the rain. So if I just take you out to the reflectivity, just take a look at that heavy rain, the line that's extending from the coast and almost up to the I-10 corridor. Now, some of this rain is falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. So the thing is, you do not want to be outside for this. You need to be away from any windows. When we're talking about a tornado warning, that you're staying in your safe place. That's going to be the most important thing that we can tell you. But with some of these strong winds that we're monitoring and saturated ground, does come the potential for even more down trees and down power lines than what we've been seeing earlier. So right now, with the latest scan of our radar, we are looking at those winds anywhere from 35 to about 55 miles per hour. And we need some of these bright greens, as you see on your screen, to be close together. Now, you don't see really any red that's embedded within it like we would normally see during a tornado warning. Just with a severe thunderstorm, that's maybe much broader. But with these tropical tornado warnings, we actually see it's so minuscule that it's difficult for us to even show you on the velocity scan. But I just want to take you out to some roads that are embedded within this tornado warning. So just to the north of Gilchrist, we have Paisley and Maryland Drive. And trying to get down to street level for you, looks like White's Ranch Road. If you live there, please make sure that you are getting into your safe place. We have Smith Point Road, Rivers Road, Joby Wilson Road, Jackson Road, Fairview Road, and it looks like Garth Road and Canal Road. So if I mentioned a street that you live on, your family or friend, please make sure that you are getting to your safe place. Again, this tornado watch does continue till at least 10 o'clock, trying to get some word down from the National Hurricane Center if, we do think that we'll be getting much from that. But again, this goes until 8 o'clock this morning. So the next few minutes, like we mentioned, really where we're seeing the strongest winds is going to be just north of Gilchrist, and we keep getting new scans of the radar showing about 56 mile per hour winds. So honestly, that is pretty impressive. And the thing is, it's not just where this tornado warning is, but out toward Sugar Land and even points off to the west. So we're going to continue to watch this for you. Again, it continues for about 4 minutes in Galveston as well as Chambers County. So we'll send it over to you guys at the desk. desk.
Yeah, that was a great deep dive into what's going on. Thank you so much, Allison. We appreciate it.
And we keep looking at power outages. Every time I look down, it's about another 100 or 200,000
it just
people.
keeps climbing.
We're at a little over 1.3 million households now without power. So just know it is a very serious problem.
Yeah, and we'll probably continue to see those numbers rise again. That's typical when people start to wake up and realize their power is off. They report it, but we start to get a more clear picture of exactly how many outages we have.
Right now we have Wake Up anchor Sally McDonald, who's made her way around town to see what's going on.
I can't believe she even got there.
I know, she's in one of the highest water areas. Sally, tell us where you are. We understand Beltway 8 Harwin area. Look how windy it is. You could barely stand up.
Oh, I tell you what, our photographer, Ray Williams, has been out here for the last couple of hours, so he's been able to give me a good idea of how these wind gusts have changed. Look at these trees blowing here, and this is Harwin. This is Harwin at Hillcroft, right here behind me. It is like a river out here. The wind just whipping up this water. It looks like a fast current is taking place out here. And despite this, we have seen about 24 drivers navigating through here. Some of them have turned around. We've got one driver over here who's saying, no way, I'm not going through this intersection. But there are a lot of drivers who have decided to just plow through here. And I'll tell you what, it is not a good idea right now at all. I mean, this water is so fast moving. That's certainly why I'm not standing in it. But we are right now in like the northeast eye wall of Hurricane Beryl, and so it's not uncommon for Houston right now to see wind gusts of 60, 80 miles an hour. We're not getting much of a break at all. Getting here was a little challenging. This is not far from the station, so I hopped on 59. I was able to exit Hillcroft and get right to my photographer here on Harwin. But take a look around me. There is no power to any of these businesses. We've got the street lights out as well. This driver right here, he had second thoughts a moment ago. He saw a couple people make it through, and now he's trying his luck at it. But look at that red car. Look how low to the ground that red car is. That water already up halfway to the tires. I think he's just got to keep going. Don't stop. You got to keep going. Once you're in it, you got to keep going through it. But it's not advised to do this at all because now it looks like he may have stalled out. We saw a Houston Police Department unit at this intersection a few moments ago. I thought maybe they were going to put up barricades. We have not seen those yet. And now this driver looks like he's probably gotten himself into some trouble, and somebody's going to have to go and help him. We have seen some people walking through this high water as well. In some cases, it is knee deep. So conditions continue to deteriorate out here in Southwest Houston. Again, we're at Harwin and Hillcroft. We'll continue to check back in, and I'm just hoping that driver is going to be okay and this water doesn't get any higher. Flash flooding occurring with the rain falling down, just aggravating the situation out here. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, it's just sickening to see that.
We're gonna stay on this shot with you, Sally, here for a little bit because we want to see how this. Oh, and here now we've got another one. It looks like perhaps the bigger, like SUV, the taller cars do a little bit better because this water is so high and they sit a little higher. But you know, for a sedan like that, and we certainly hope that these people don't like if once the engine kills, not to try and start it. I mean, at this point, they've got to be towed out of there. I mean, they're not going to go anywhere at this point. And of course, such a dangerous situation.
And you know, so many times we have covered hurricanes. I don't ever remember seeing a situation like this on city streets in Houston where the wind is just blowing the water like that. I mean, what a dramatic sight that's happening right there.
Yeah, and I feel like it even has picked up because we've been looking at this particular live shot for a while, and we saw the high water, but it looked calm. And then as soon as we went to Sally, you can see how strong the winds have picked up there.
Yeah, well, welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, Melissa Wilson along with Heather Sullivan in for Delon today. Hurricane Beryl made shore of Matagorda around 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, she absolutely made her presence known. And I think, you know, because people were, you know, kind of looking at this and going, oh, you know, we're so used to, like, you know, Cat 4s, Cat 5s at this point that people are like, oh, it's a tropical storm, it's a Cat 1, it's going to be fast moving. I think, though, this storm has still kind of caught people by surprise that we're seeing these really intense winds. We're seeing really high water. You know, we're seeing so many issues. The power outages, what we're well over 1 million power outages now.
We're at 1.3 million.
1.3 million people in this area without power right now. So it really it's a very serious storm. So even though, of course, in this region, we see a lot of this kind of activity, but you need to take it very seriously. And we're not by any means done. We are still watching this storm move through the area. And as we were just showing you, the winds have really picked up. This is at Harwin and Beltway 8, where our Sally McDonald is live right now. And we saw this sedan pull into this water. We're seeing several cars trying to get through this particular intersection, but you can see how high that water is. No one should be trying to get through that.
No, and it looks like maybe they didn't stall after all. Maybe they're just fearful of moving forward, because look, the car's moving now. So it hasn't, oh no, someone's pushing it. I just saw someone's behind, never mind.
Yeah.
So they are stalled, and now they're having to push the vehicle.
Yeah.
So what a scary situation with the water just being swept all around them with the wind, and hopefully they'll get it to drier land and stay safe throughout this. And something that's happening right here in our own studios, we're on the other side of Houston from where we're showing you this, but we're hearing things slam against our building a few times.
We don't know what
jumped
it is.
out of our seat. We have no idea what's happening out there, so interested to hear what's happening, but definitely things slamming around all over the place.
Yeah, after Chelsea showed us like one of those really heavy ice cabinets that sit outside of stores. She was at the Buc-ee's. One was just like knocked over into the trees. The doors have been banging open on those. Those are heavy. Yeah, so that has us worried about what these big bangs are outside our own building.
All right, let's check in right now with our chief meteorologist, Mike Iskevitz, and find out where the storm is right now. Who's getting the brunt of it right now, Mike?
Well, we're seeing places like Katy, even right around downtown Houston and the south side of Houston, seeing some of the worst of it right now. Also, we've been watching, so Allison was telling you just a few minutes ago about this tornado warning over in Chambers County, Galveston and Chambers County, but it's primarily in Chambers County now. Now, the warning has expired, but I'm still seeing a little hint of a circulation over there. So I just want to tell you where it is. This is mainly like in farmland, very, very rural to the south of Anahuac. But, if you're watching us from that area, maybe you downloaded our app, and you're watching it on our weather app. Here's what I want to show you. There's I-10 way up there. There's Anahuac and Winnie. And down here, there's a little hint of a rotation there. And so we want to keep an eye on that. This is going to be moving almost due north. So general direction of Anahuac just about. So just keep that in mind. There's not a warning on this right now at this time, but yeah, because that's just expired. So there's not a warning on it now, but there could be. So who's getting the worst of it? Yeah, I mean, right in Houston, Katy. So by the way, this, because we were checking in with Shelby Rose was in Sugar Land, and so she was getting battered around. Now, Sugar Land's kind of getting in the eye of this thing. And now what was in Sugar Land is moving up toward Katy. So Cinco Ranch and Katy right now getting in. You guys will definitely want to stay away from the windows. Really, really high winds moving into your area right now. We've recently had a 76-mile-per-hour wind gust at Hobby Airport. We also are now starting to get really sort of forming individual ones. You'll see there on the coastline, and that's heading into Galveston County, Chambers County. Winds too, and so we will, have to watch for any additional warnings that come out of that one. But the winds are still tremendous, and a little bit more here. So Bush Airport 53. Remember, these are the difference between a sustained wind is a 1-minute average of the wind, and then a wind gust is what's called the instantaneous wind. So it's just like the one, poof of wind. And so right now, the latest wind gust, Katy 64, Tomball 55. Bush Airport 53 miles per hour. And then zooming in on here, Ellington Field, which is on your way getting a little closer to the Space Center, 62 miles per hour. And in LaPorte, roughly the same, 61 mile per hour wind gust. A very large system, as I showed you earlier. It's about 350 miles from north to south, at least as far as the field of its rainfall, with these big rain bands beginning to trail in behind it. And this system, really what's amazing is, yes, it is going to gradually start to weaken as far as the winds are concerned, but it just is not weakening very fast. In fact, there's been a big flare-up of activity. That's what's over Houston right now, and over Katy right now, and over Galveston County right now. All of this after the landfall. You can't really call this an eye anymore, but the circulation is huge. When it made landfall, it was about 40 miles across. Now we have this huge area from Wharton and El Campo all the way across to Highway 288 where there's not that much rain falling and where the winds are relatively light. All around the outside of that, it is just awful. Across Galveston, northern Brazil, heading up to Harris County. I want to let you know that the flash flood warning has been extended for Harris County. It was set to expire at 9 a.m. The flash flood warning is now in effect until 11 a.m. We have seen very serious flooding. Sally McDonald was just joining us out from around the west side of Houston, Beltway area. Over there, I think around West Park-ish, that area. And also, we've seen some flooding taking place along White Oak Bayou, or at least a very high level of White Oak Bayou near downtown as it approaches downtown. And I'm sure Buffalo is rising as well. And one thing to keep in mind, guys, is that in addition to all the heavy rain that's coming down, we do have a storm surge that's taking place down here on Galveston Bay. When there's a storm surge, everything drains into Galveston Bay. Buffalo Bayou turns into the ship channel, drains into the ship channel. The ship channel is attached to Galveston Bay, and so when the Galveston Bay rises, the water in the ship channel rises, and therefore all the rivers that drain in there will also start to rise. So it puts a lot of pressure on Buffalo Bayou and White Oak Bayou and Greens Bayou also because of the combination of all the rain draining into it and the storm surge that's preventing it from flowing downstream. A flash flood warning continues until 10 a.m. You guys have had some of the worst around Lake Jackson, I know. In fact, we had Chelsea down there. The sign at Buc-ee's got knocked down, and I mean, it was pretty high winds. And so that's going to continue. And here's another look at, this rain band that was just slamming the 288 corridor has finally moved off toward the east. Watch out in Liverpool. Watch out in Alvin. Watch out around Manville. This is going to be some of the heaviest of the stuff coming your way as well. We will get an update. Let's see, we just got the 8 o'clock update on Beryl. So this just came in. Winds are still rated at 75 miles per hour. So that means that the National Hurricane Center has not downgraded it to a tropical storm. It's been over land now for 4 hours. Made landfall at 4 a.m. near Matagorda as an 80 mile per hour Category 1 hurricane. And it's still hanging in there with some small areas of 75 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. It is moving north at 12, so that's good because it is going to be, moving along, but that means it's probably going to take about another, well, I would say about 3 hours or so to make it, maybe a little less, to make it up to I-10, and then we'll start seeing some drying coming down on the bottom side of it. By 1 this afternoon, it looks like it'll be north of 288, making its way toward around the Montgomery area, and then after that, by 5 o'clock this afternoon, we're starting to see some big improvements across the area, I believe, as this thing moves right out of our area. So again, that's where it's located right now. The center of circulation is just south of Sugar Land. In fact, if you're watching us from Sugar Land right now, you're going to be in, I mean, it's not much of an eye at this point, but basically it's a similar concept. You're going to be like right in it, and then from there it could move across Katy as well. Still a dangerous Category 1. These are the current hazards. A storm surge for Galveston Island, a storm surge for the Galveston Bay communities as well. So try not to venture out near the water, Texas City, San Leon, Kemah, Seabrook, Morgan's Point, in those areas, and keep in mind, like I said, anything that drains into the bay is also going to back up. I'm talking about the San Jacinto River, the Houston Ship Channel, even places like Dickinson Bayou and Clear Creek are going to have some rises because of the combination of rain coming down on those bayous and creeks and rivers, but also the rise in the body of water that they drain into. Flash flood warnings are in effect. I mean, we're begging you to stay off the roads. I mean, we've just seen havoc out there on the roadways. I mean, you just please stay off the roads. And if you know somebody who doesn't watch TV and doesn't check weather on social media, and we know people like this, text them, please, and tell them don't get out on the roads. We have a flash flood watch. We have a tornado watch for all of southeast Texas. We have widespread power outages. Melissa and Heather just told us as of the latest update, 1.3 million customers, CenterPoint customers without power. We'll have a vast improvement by the early afternoon. That's my bit of good news for you. Futurecast wind gusts. Let's fast forward ahead toward 10:30 this morning when we could still be looking at mile-per-hour wind gusts in Houston, maybe still 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts down in Galveston County. But take a look at what happens after that. By 2 o'clock this afternoon, we really start to get some relief for folks down there to the south around Palacios, Bay City, Lake Jackson, Freeport, in that area. And by 5 o'clock, we're going to see some vast improvements across the entire area. Here's the Futurecast of Beryl. One thing to keep in mind is that even when the eye passes, because right now it's just south of Sugar Land, and it looks like it's actually going to pass just over the Katy area, we still have rain bands coming in behind it. Each one of those rain bands make with it a chance for tornadoes and a chance for very high winds as well. I want to skip ahead here and show you the Futurecast, because this dip, there's a trough in the jet stream. That's why this thing ended up getting steered in our direction, unfortunately. Here's a look at the Futurecast. So high winds and rain this morning. Here's a pause at 11 a.m. Here's 1:30 p.m. And now here's tonight. So by 9:30 tonight, drying out. I mean, conceivably, we could see the sunrise tomorrow. You know, well, I mean, the sun is going to rise, but we could see the sun. And then I just wanted to tell you what's coming our way after this. Well, after hurricane conditions today, we're looking for about a 30% rain chance for tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. So the good news is, Heather and Melissa, that we're going to have a ton of people without power. We're going to have some trees knocked down. We're going to have a lot of cleaning up to do. The weather looks like it's going to clear out of here pretty quickly. So it's better than it hanging around for 3 or 4 days.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, we definitely got lucky in that department. We just got word in, though, that one man has died in this storm. Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez just tweeted out that it was a 53-year-old man. He was in his home with his family, and a tree fell on top of it.
It is so sickening to think about somebody doing what everybody's been asking to do, stay home, be safe. But we understand that the tree fell on his home, and then he got trapped under debris in his own house, and he didn't survive. And so just thoughts, prayers with everybody. Their first responders are at that home right now. Again, we're hearing that from Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, and they're saying, again, it happened in the Kings River Village in Humble. So just hugs to everybody. We are hearing so much banging around outside here at our studios. You may see some flash of lights because the power is in and out. Our generators keep kicking on. And so I just heard from Ruben Dominguez, one of our reporters, and he's been making his way around to figure out where some of the hardest hit areas are. He said it's pretty bad in the Heights right now. He said it's the highest winds they're seeing in that area so far today.
Wow, yeah, we're definitely still dealing with some very serious conditions, even though, as Mike was saying, we're starting to see that eye, which is where it's calm, moving towards Sugar Land. And we're going to give you a picture of what's coming up in Sugar Land coming up soon. And that's going to, you know, people will think, oh, it's safe to go outside, but there's still like the whole nother side of the storm that still has to come through. And yeah, it's the winds are really strong from what we're just hearing here in our studio.
And we do want to thank our content partners with Fox 25 Houston as we continue to follow the very latest developments with Hurricane Beryl. And as you heard, according to the Harris County Sheriff, one man has died after a tree fell outside his home. He was unfortunately trapped underneath that debris, losing his life. We are going to follow all of the breaking news developments as we receive them. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more live coverage in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at our XRAD system. As you can see, Hurricane Beryl right there over the Houston area. It made landfall earlier this morning as a Category 1 hurricane, massive amounts of flooding, heavy wind gusts, and we also are following a breaking news update as we have learned from the Harris County Sheriff that a tree fell on a house and a man was trapped underneath that debris. Preliminary information, according to the sheriffs, indicates that one person has been confirmed dead. We do understand that the fire department is on scene at that area. If you're familiar with the area, this is in one of the blocks of Heather Grove Court, which is Kings River Village, Humble. According to the sheriff, Ed Gonzalez, the man who is 53 years old was reportedly sitting in his house with his family, riding out the storm. An oak tree fell on the roof, hitting the rafters. The structure then fell on the man. We understand, according to the sheriff, that the wife and children are unharmed. According to the sheriff and his social media platform, he is now heading to that house to follow that breaking news. As soon as we receive any updates, we, of course, will bring that to you. Meantime, we are going to continue our wall-to-wall coverage with our content partners at Fox 26 out of Houston as they have the very latest. Let's listen in.
Lay back, and they can't really assess the damage until the storm passes. So we're probably a day of assessment in terms of what the problems are. Of course, CenterPoint will get those back on as quickly as they can based on the amount of damage. But it's whether a transformer's blown or whether trees have taken down power lines. I'm not seeing the damage with power lines on the road that we saw during the event 2 or 3 weeks ago. So maybe that's some good news, that maybe the power has a better chance of getting back on more rapidly than what happened even 4 weeks ago.
I wanted to ask you, you've been through a number of these. You kind of were talking about some of the past ones. How do you think that this compares to what we've seen in the past? And do you feel like how prepared were we? Do you feel like there are things that we maybe should be, learning or looking at as we continue to, expect a pretty serious season?
Well, I have to tell you, I'm encouraged going into the storm. After Harvey, we've done a lot of infrastructure improvements in the county and the city. I'm seeing those actually working in terms of removing the water, draining the water. So I think in terms of making this area more resilient, after Harvey, I think we've done that. But the unpredictability, every storm is different. Every one of these ends up being a little bit different. And I don't know that, I can't remember an eye coming up on the west side of Houston quite like this one with the wind. Remember, Ike was on the east side of the county coming up, and we were getting probably less wind. But even the Draco that we had a couple of 3 weeks ago, we've collected enough debris between the city and the county to fill up NRG. And here we go again. Now we're having winds, in some cases, maybe not 100, but sustained winds of 70 will do a lot of damage, hopefully not to the extent that we experienced 3 weeks ago.
All right, Commissioner, before we let you go, any last words of advice for our viewers about anything that you want to make sure that they're thinking of right now at this hour?
Well, the safest place to be right now is in their home. So I know that we had that unfortunate incident out in Humble, but really is in your car in these circumstances. Please stay out of the weather. If you identify significant issues, it could be flooding, it could be wind damage, please call in, and you can call the 311 number and we'll get it. And again, I think just remain in certainly through the early afternoon. Just stay home.
All right, there you have it. Harris County Precinct 3 Commissioner Tom Ramsey, valuable time spent with us this morning. Thank you for all your words of advice and of reason and just all that great information.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're responding to that very tragic incident where we, again, have had one man die, a 53-year-old, when the tree fell on his home. You know, we've been talking about the eye of the storm kind of moving towards the Sugar Land area, and that's where our Shelby Rose has been live for us throughout the morning. We want to check in with her now. Shelby, earlier we were seeing you dealing with really strong winds and, of course, vast power outages there. So how are things looking right now?
I mean, it's night and day difference, right? We're only seeing like a very light sprinkle. The winds are still coming through, don't get me wrong, but it is certainly a nice break from what Sugar Land has experienced for hours now. I mean, it was torrential with these incredible gusts that were ripping through town center here. But now that it's daylight, we're starting to get a look at what it's left behind. I mean, here's the elephant in the room behind me, just at least one down tree here in the town center area. Now, it looks like it's like completely over a car. I kind of got a little bit better look at it, and it really kind of almost missed that SUV right there. Maybe some scratches to the paint job, but definitely something that could have easily crushed that car if that car would have been just a little bit over to the right. But if we swing the camera around, we can also see some more damage that is also in the town center area. You can see all of those trees that are down over there. We've seen a lot of city crews that have been driving around in golf carts, kind of assessing the damage and taking photos. But it is nothing that we're seeing, you know, a high dollar amount of damage, at least in this immediate area. But we also know, aside from the winds and what that did, the rain and just how inundated this area has been all morning long. We are seeing a lot of flooded roadways, some that are stalling out cars, trees that are overtaking roadways. And so both the Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management as well as the city of Sugar Land are just really asking people to stay home and stay away from the roads because they are still flooded. And of course, yes, it is a nice breakout right now. We are only seeing like a little bit of wind and some light rain. People in Sugar Land may think, oh, we're good. Absolutely not. We still have, obviously, the second half of Hurricane Beryl that is hopefully not going to come in the near immediate future, but definitely is going to come and hit us soon. And so, yeah, we're just going to be standing by and waiting to see what will happen in a little bit.
Glad to see that you're getting a break from that, Shelby, because we looked at her earlier. She was really, getting
couldn't even
blown
stand
around.
up. I mean, she really couldn't even keep her footing. Shelby, enjoy the break because we know
a
it's
few
going
times where I thought I was about to blow over.
Yeah, you did a few times, right? So enjoy that break because we know it's going to be coming back at you. And we just want to remind for people, when you think about all the serious things that people have going on in their life, maybe they're going through cancer treatments, know that places like MD Anderson are not opening their doors until at least noon today. So check in with your doctor. More than likely, if you're trying to get out and about and you're stressed, thinking that maybe you're going to miss a really important appointment, it may not be happening. So really important to do that. Make sure you can reschedule whatever you can to make sure of that.
Absolutely. We want to go now to Tom Ziska, who is live for us in Katy. We understand the last time we were talking to Mike, Tom, he was saying Katy was actually getting hit pretty hard. So we're curious to see how things are looking and feeling out there for you right now.
Heather, Melissa, good morning to you. So we have that relative calm of the, I don't want to say we're in the eye of whatever Beryl is, but we're certainly close to it. So it's breezy, but not like it was and has been for much of the area that's been affected by this storm. By the way, I'm a much bigger person than Shelby, so I'm not going to get blown away. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but today I'm going to take it. By the way, photographer Tori also, we're going to be okay. So driving here, just echoing what CenterPoint has been telling, a lot of the power on this west side is out. No big shocker there, that 1.1+ million people and customers out of power. I saw a couple of pockets driving up from the Richmond Fulshire area to here that had power, but most of it is out. Most of the damage is wind damage and not serious so far. Lots of trees, lots of fences, branches over the road. So if you do venture out, that's the Harris County Sheriff's Office. There's a collection of deputies just around the corner. They're being prepared to be deployed. So they were just saying hi, by the way. But anyway, some of that minor wind damage in the scheme of things. Maybe some roofs, some roofs that have had some shingles damage. But this sort of stuff that you're seeing, trees being blown over, very, very common in what we have seen by light of day. Most of it, though, as the rain continues, the wind continues, and the light of day, we'll be able to get a better sense of what has happened. But already I've heard from some folks who have said, hey, Tom, good morning to you. Lost my fence, got a leak in my roof, that sort of thing. So if you have a power generator, use it intelligently, but for right now, as we're in a covered area right now, so no real damage or threat to us right now. But we will be getting out into the elements as the light of day progresses, so we can see what Beryl has brought, folks. Live in Katy for now. Tom Ziska, Fox 26 News.
Hey, Tom, really quick.
And we are following breaking news out of Harris County. This is a look at the social media post by Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez right there, providing an update. This coming in just moments ago as he shares that a tree fell on a house in Humboldt County and a man was trapped under debris. He says preliminary information indicates one person has been confirmed deceased. The fire department is on scene. And he also continues to talk a little bit more about this. There was a man who was 53 years old. He was reportedly sitting in his house with his family, riding out the storm. An oak tree fell on the roof, hitting the rafters. The structure, according to the sheriff, fell on the man. He says that the wife and children are unharmed, and he is now on his way to the house. But this gives you another idea as to exactly how powerful this storm continues to be. This is a live look at our XRAD system right there. As you can see, the eye of the storm appears to be churning towards Houston, but we have been sharing live looks with you really for the last 24 hours and just sharing a couple of looks with you right now. Take a look at this. This is a live look in Sugar Land, and you can see just how heavy the wind and the rains are. That is what used to be a roadway, and now it really looks like a river. And that is why officials are really encouraging everyone. The safest place to stay is still inside your home. You can actually see a vehicle right there trying to make its way through the waters. That is not advisable. We've seen a couple of cars actually stall out, and it does appear that this car is dangerously close to doing so, as you can see just how deep. And take a look at this. You can see that that driver is having difficulty right there, and it does appear that it is now stuck in those rushing waters. Again, this is what you are not supposed to do. Don't go out in these conditions. They're incredibly dangerous. You can see that vehicle now stalling out as the roadways are flooded. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we are going to be speaking with the director of the National Hurricane Center, Michael Brennan, for the very latest on Hurricane Beryl. That conversation coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and another live look as this camera is right there in Sugar Land, Texas. You see the heavy winds, the heavy rains, as Hurricane Beryl is very much still an emergency event. And take a look at the amount of water right there on the roadway. We actually saw a car stall out earlier. Definitely a very bad idea to go out in these conditions. For the very latest on these conditions, I do want to bring in Michael Brennan, who is the director with the National Hurricane Society, or Center, I should say. Michael, what can you share? What's the very latest track on this storm?
Well, we've seen the center of Beryl moving slowly inland across southeast Texas. It's centered right now about 30 miles southwest of Houston, but the eastern eye wall is affecting portions of Harris County and the western suburbs of Houston. That's where we're seeing some of those strongest wind gusts right now, wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour. But you can see the extensive rain shield, that very heavy rainfall, storm surge flooding, flash flooding from rainfall. We're also seeing a couple of tornado warnings pop up here in these outer rain bands. So it's a very dangerous situation, life-threatening conditions across southeast Texas this morning.
And we have seen a lot of power outages in that area. When we're talking about the timeline for this, no doubt folks in that area really want to know when they might, finally get some reprieve. What is the timeline for this storm looking like?
Yeah, I mean, conditions will gradually start to improve as the center of Beryl pulls away from southeast Texas, this later today and this evening and overnight. But for folks that have power outages, it's really important that if you're going to use your generator, you want to make sure you do so properly and be safe. We lose a lot of people after tropical storms and hurricanes due to carbon monoxide poisoning from improper generator use, and that's a really dangerous hazard we want people to be aware of.
As you're taking a look at the very latest data, is there anything that really stands out to you?
Well, I think just looking at the rainfall is going to be a big issue this morning. And the fact that Beryl was strengthening pretty quickly as it came on shore means that the storm has really just slowly weakened after it's moved inland. And we still see a maximum sustained winds of around 75 miles per hour, gusts in the 80 to 90 mile per hour range, especially here along the coast on the south side of the eye. So even though the eye is past, there's still dangerous conditions on the south side. And so if you do experience calm conditions in the eye, please don't go outside. Conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate as the backside of the system approaches.
Yesterday, when you and I were talking, we were anticipating that landfall to be within like the 2 to 4 a.m. Eastern time frame. It slowed down as it approached the Texas coast. Do you anticipate it continuing to slow down and almost hanging over this area?
Well, the center is moving north at about 12 miles per hour now. But remember, the hurricane's not a point. It has a wide swath of hazardous conditions extending east and even south of the center. You see these rain bands still over the Gulf of Mexico, well south and east of the center, that are going to come on shore even long after the center passes by certain areas. But we are expecting a faster northward and northeastward motion that's going to take the center of Beryl across East Texas later today and tonight, and then into Arkansas as we go from Monday night into Tuesday.
And when we take a look at that path and that timeline, how significant of a storm do you anticipate Beryl to be at that point?
Well, the winds are going to decrease. We're still anticipating it to be tropical storm strength, but the big threat is going to be heavy rainfall across inland portions of East Texas, the Arklatex region. This is the area that's at greatest risk of flash flooding today, a level 3 out of 4 risk. Places like Texarkana, Tyler, Lufkin. There's also a substantial risk of tornadoes today with the tornado watch currently in the Houston-Galveston area, but that tornado threat is going to spread northward, especially around the Shreveport area. Again, western Louisiana, eastern Texas. Those are going to be the hazards we'll be dealing with today into tonight.
All right, Michael, thank you so much for that latest update. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And I did want to share this live look out of Sugar Land, courtesy of KHOU. Once again, take a look at this. This really originally is supposed to be streets, and you can see just how heavy that rain has fallen, creating what really looks like a river. We have seen several cars attempting to drive through this. We have seen a number of them stall out. That is exactly what you are not supposed to be doing. Power also out in this area, making for some very dangerous conditions. The storm slowly weakening. You heard from Michael Brennan there, the director of the National Hurricane Center, saying that Beryl is now making its way with about 12 miles per hour. That is the speed right now. So slowly making its way, but still dumping incredible amounts of rain, still very powerful winds. And once again, you can see another vehicle right there attempting to drive through this flooded area. Certainly not recommended. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to head to Corpus Christi. That was one of the first communities to be hit by Beryl. We're going to get a live report coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at our XRAD system. As you can see, Hurricane Beryl right there, the eye really appearing to be in the Houston area. We're also following some breaking news as the Harris County Sheriff has indicated that one person has died after a tree fell on his home and he was trapped underneath that debris. The fire department, we understand, is on scene. That's according to the sheriff's social media page. He goes on to say that the man, who was 53 years old, was reportedly sitting in his house with his family, riding out the storm, really the safest place to do so. Tragically, an oak tree fell on top of the roof, hitting the rafters, and the structure fell on the man, killing him. The sheriff goes on to say that the wife and children are unharmed, and he is making his way to that. We are covering all angles of the storm. And for more, we want to head live to Corpus Christi, where Bowen Kadrevich is now live. And that really is one of the areas that was first hit by the storm. Bowen, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. What's the very latest from Corpus Christi?
Stephanie, good morning. Well, it is a calm here now. Yesterday, we were getting hit with rain and wind off and on, and I rode the storm out through last night here, and we are definitely not hit nearly as hard as you would get in northeast Texas in that Galveston area. We only have just a little bit of standing water behind me here, but that didn't stop people from preparing for this storm. As I talked to people, they thought they were going to be right in the crosshairs of Beryl. So this business behind me set up sandbags around the business to prevent any potential flooding. And I spoke with the general manager, and he said he had damage from Alberto, so he wasn't taking any chances with Beryl. Take a listen.
And Bowen, it does not appear that we actually have that sound for you. Can you just paraphrase what he said?
Yeah, absolutely. So Pete Fado, who's the general manager of that business, says during Alberto, he got roughly around 3 inches of water, and that caused some minor inconveniences and damages to his business. So he went and got more sandbags. The city here actually distributed 10,000 sandbags, and he wasn't taking any chances for it. And he told me yesterday that he thinks they really dodged a bullet here with Beryl.
Bowen, it seems like the worst has passed at Corpus Christi right now. For the after effects, so to speak, any power outages, so to speak, we took a look at some of those sandbags right there behind you, as well as some of the ponding that is left over. But now that Corpus Christi might be more in that recovery process, what is the impact? Are most people without power?
I know in the state of Texas, there are over 1 million people without power. Here in Corpus Christi, there was a mandatory evacuation for people who were visiting this area. I see the hotel beside me here. When I got here Saturday, this parking lot of this hotel to my right was absolutely filled. Now there is even a quarter of that, maybe even less. So people who were probably vacationing here looking to get a getaway on the beach here in Corpus Christi some have left before the storm would come to the Gulf Coast here of Texas.
All right, Bowen, thank you so much for that report. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, this is another live look that I wanted to share with you. This is one that we have been sharing with you really all morning long. This is out of Sugar Land, Texas. This is courtesy of KHOU. And I wanted to share this with you because this really gives you a real clear understanding into the impacts of Beryl. We were talking about the torrential rain, the heavy winds, and you can see all of that in this live stream right there as the wind is pushing all of that rain that really has nowhere to go except building up on the roads, making for some incredibly dangerous situations. The power is out in this particular area as millions of people in the Houston region and beyond are now without power. This is likely a multi-day event as the remnants of Beryl continuing to dump torrential rain, causing those power outages, causing flash flooding, just major concerns right there. And I also wanted to share this live look with you. This is near Bay City. This is another live look, and you can see this is a reporter hit right there, but just that ponding is incredible. And these are just a lot of different looks in that region, the coastal areas of Texas, as well as the inland areas. Really no one spared by Beryl right here, as this is still a very dangerous storm. And we continue to follow that breaking news that we've learned that one man has died after a tree fell on top of his home. That's according to the Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, sharing that via social media just about 49 minutes ago. The man was at home with his family, sheltering in place, really the safest way to do so. Tragically, according to the sheriff's social media page, an oak tree fell on the roof, hitting the rafters. That structure then fell on the man, killing him. According to the sheriff, the wife and children are unharmed, and he is now making his way there. We are continuing to follow all angles of this breaking news as Beryl continues to churn about 12 miles an hour north. As of now, we do not have any press briefings that are scheduled, but no doubt as the hours go on, we will be hearing from the various emergency management operation centers as well as first responders. And as soon as we do have one of those briefings, of course, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage of Beryl after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And really just moments ago, we actually saw an ambulance making its way down the street right here. This is near Bay City. Unfortunately, that ambulance, as you can imagine, going very quickly, responding to an event. And so we missed that. But we are just taking a look at several different angles of Beryl, as you can see the impact that it is still having on parts of Texas right there. This is in Sugar Land, Texas. This is a live look courtesy of KHOU, and we've been sharing this live look with you for several hours now because it really just tells the picture about the impact that Beryl has had as it made landfall near Matagorda, Texas earlier today as a Category 1 hurricane. And I wanted to share this with you as we continue to follow the very latest. For the very latest, we are going to be headed back to our Fox 26 content partners, and let's listen in.
Be safe. We've got to move to our next location, you guys.
All right, Greg, my goodness, it's just unreal to see how a strong man can barely stand up in the wind there.
The winds are really
well, with
strong.
things flying around like that, Greg, we're going to let you get to safety. We want you to get in that vehicle because that's scary. When you have things that big flying into the wind, somebody could really get hurt. So we're really monitoring that situation and getting him to safety because we don't want to take any risks.
Yeah. We want to check in now with Jade Fleury. We've been, kind of keeping you updated as she's been working her way towards Rosenberg. We understand she's in Rosenberg now, and this is where police have been issuing warnings and showing pictures of high water and blockades that they have had to put up to try and keep people off of some of the streets that are flooded. So how are things looking? Can you tell us a little bit about where you are and how things are looking for you right now?
Yeah, that's exactly why we came out here, because we saw that Facebook post from Rosenberg police saying that people needed to be rescued. And we did see one of those vehicles down the street. You guys can't see it, but it did take on water. But right now, this is what I want you guys to take a look at. This is a drainage ditch. It's supposed to take on water, but it took on too much water. And now it is overflowing and going into this neighborhood over here. These residents over there that you guys see in the distance, they've actually been trying to unclog the storm drains because the water keeps creeping up into their driveways. I don't know if their efforts have been successful, but again, they were trying to clear out those storm drains. But this neighborhood here is close to flooding. I don't know if it can take on any more rain. Luckily, it's not raining too hard out here, just a little bit of sprinkling. But we also saw some damage down the street. You guys can't see it, but a whole light pole came down. And if that can tell you just how strong the wind gusts were earlier today, it can topple a whole light pole. Also, some of these electricity lines going down as well. But again, flooding in this area is a big issue, and residents out here trying to kind of make their way out. But even despite Rosenberg police telling people not to go in the high water, we've seen trucks go through the flooding and make it out. But again, that's not what we want people to do. We want people to hunker down, stay home, and stay safe so they don't get stuck.
That the police were talking about. Can you tell us anything more that you may have learned about that?
Other than the fact that we've witnessed it ourselves, we've seen that car down the street flooded, the flashers on. Luckily, nobody was inside. We weren't able to figure out whose car that is. But again, don't drive through high water if you don't have to.
All right, Jade, thanks for being there. And we just know those neighbors all around you, they just have to be feeling so sick and overwhelmed right now and helpless. Like you said, all they could do is just try to clear the drains and hope for the best at this point.
Yeah, and just seeing that the water's just overpowering the situation. They're trying to get it to go down, but not much they can do right now.
Hope it doesn't keep creeping on up. Keep us up to date with what's happening there so we can let everyone know.
Will do.
We want to take you to a live camera we have in the Strand right now, where we see again high water accumulating, flooded roads. This is from a live camera that we have there. And do we know anything further about what street this might be?
I know it's the Strand, so just one of the main areas along the Strand, and you can tell that there's definitely high water there. And here's a different view from another area, and it looks like it is over the curb now, doesn't it? At least on that
right-hand side of your screen. I can't tell if it's creeped into the businesses there, but look how windy it still is in Galveston. It almost makes you nauseous to take a look at this camera, so we're freezing it for you to give your eyes a break so that you can get a better idea of what it looks like. But yeah, it is just sickening to see what's going on.
Yeah.
And we were also just talking to you about what's been going on in Rosenberg with Jade there. She said that she witnessed that high rescue, and they were able to get a high water rescue on video for us to give us a better idea of what that looked like.
Yeah, so we want to go to that video right now. This is some video of that rescue where they, this truck, she said, you know, basically got stuck. And so this is what they were able to get. I'm sure it was probably kind of hard to maneuver around the scene. This is a photo that the Rosenberg police posted on their social media pages earlier this morning about, you know, having to put the barricades out, seeing the high water in the roads there, you know, to stop cars from going through. And, you know, as we went into this, you know, the lieutenant governor was talking about, you know, beware of, you know, places just because you don't see a barricade. Well, the barricade may have, you know, blown away or been knocked over. So sometimes, you know, that high water is there, and you may not see the barricade there anymore, but you definitely don't want to try and guess, you know, or think, oh, maybe I can make this, because it can always end up being much deeper than you realize. But this was that high water rescue. Some of the shots they were able to get after this vehicle got stuck in the high water. And of course, we're seeing that happen on some of the TransStar live cameras, you know, cars kind of, you know, really going pretty fast and in pretty high water. And you know, we were watching that at in Sally's live shot earlier, you know, seeing that sedan try to get through, get stuck, and then we saw people hopping out, you know, having to push the vehicle out. So you know, again, to your point about the cost this is going to have on so many people, you know, when you've got damage to your car like that, that can be very expensive damage to your vehicle. I was just, you know, talking with a mechanic about all the ways that can, you know, get in. Our cars are so electric these days, and they're basically, you know, with so many computer components, the water can really do some serious damage.
And I think one of the biggest take-homes I remember from your report is you said if you're not driving and your car is out there and you're seeing the water, maybe like in one of those neighborhoods in Rosenberg, and you're seeing it rise up on your car, don't start it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just wait and get a mechanic and get some
help.
help.
I'm sure people are like, I just want to get out of here. I just want to get out of the situation. So they're going to try and start it. And it just allows the water to get into all the components. As soon as you do that, once you've got water in your gas tank, that car isn't going anywhere. And it can end up just being completely totaled.
Sure.
You know, some cars can be repaired after they have been, you know, damaged by flood water, but it really depends on the level of the damage. And you know, whether or not they can, you know, kind of bring the car back to being functional. But the problem is people will start it up and then it's done.
Well, considering how big of space, of how many communities that this particular storm is affecting, we're really seeing it when it seems to me is the highest concern here, because we have 12 high water locations. A lot of times during hurricanes, it will be hundreds of high water locations, right? Our biggest problem is thousands of trees down in the greater Houston area as the storm continues to make its way north.
And I'm sure that's a big part of, you know, we're seeing power outages well over 1.5 million. I think we're almost to 1.6 million throughout the region from Centerpoint. And that doesn't even include some of the smaller power suppliers. So I'm sure those numbers are even higher. But yeah, with so many trees down, that's always a big culprit of what causes so many people to lose power.
All right, and we're talking again about generators. We know a lot of you, I'm seeing so many of you reaching out to me and saying, hey, I'm on generator. That is, it's just one viewer after another. Please just remember to do that safely. We do not want any reports of carbon monoxide poisoning, so please make sure that is so far from your house, as far as you can get it, to make sure that you and your family stay safe.
You know, and one of the hazards people do there is they'll even put it under, you know, like something like an overhang or, you know, a parking thing, but that the fumes can still
build
accumulate even though if it's open on the sides. You don't want to still have it under there, and I know people are probably doing that because they don't want it out in the rain either, but it really just needs to be a good safe distance outside where it can just breathe the air. You don't want those fumes coming in to affect you.
It'll be nice when we can all breathe a sigh of relief when this is over, but for now we're still in the height of the storm. Let's check in with our chief meteorologist Mike Iskevitz, find out what's happening out there right now now. How are we looking as far as those tornado warnings? It seems like that has slowed down a little bit from earlier when they were just one after another.
Yep, thank goodness we haven't had any recently, but we're still having very high winds. In fact, Hobby Airport just at 8:13, so about 45 minutes ago, 84-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which is wild. To put it in some perspective, when Hurricane Ike made landfall, remember it was Category 2, much larger system, but the highest wind gust, I believe, is 92. So this is comparable in some ways to that. Of course, it's not going to have the long-lasting catastrophic effects that that system had. Speaking of rainfall totals, because you know we were just talking about staying off the roads at all costs, unless it's absolute emergency. Let me show you some of the rainfall totals. This is as measured here over the last 12 hours. So we've gone through, looked at the rain gauges. So these aren't estimates. These are official measured values in new territory along Highway 90 in Sugar Land. Just shy of 8 inches of rain, 7.92 inches. The Westbury area there, southwest Houston, 7.88 inches. Makawa at the South Beltway, just north of Pearland, south side of Houston, 8.28 inches. Just north of Alvin, this is just up, I think, Highway 35 from Alvin, 8.28 inches. Bear Creek in the western part of Harris County, just north of I-10, 6.04. Baytown has had coming up on 5.5 inches of rain. Channelview's had a little bit more than 4.5 inches. Galveston is approaching 6 inches. And this is, I know, one area that everybody pays attention to since 288 has flooded so many times, you know, there around the Herman Park, McGregor Park area. McGregor Park, Brays Bayou, that area has picked up 5.5 inches of rain. So, yeah, we've had some amazing rainfall totals. And when you look at the radar estimated rainfall totals, we may have had as much as 11 inches of rain falling down in parts of Brazoria County. We don't know yet because there just weren't any observations there. The Angleton Lake Jackson Airport, by the way, went offline after we had those super high wind gusts, lost communication. I don't know if it broke or if it just maybe the internet connection, you know, cut off, but we don't have any more data coming from that location. Pearland, this area here just off to the north of Pearland and into the southeast side of Harris County, looks like radar estimates between about 6 and 9 inches of rain. What about those winds? Well, we could still use our Doppler radar to track the cloud level winds. So it's tracking how fast the rain droplets are moving. It's actually technically tracking how fast they're moving toward or away from the radar, which is in League City. But it's getting cloud level winds of 83 miles per hour and 86 miles per hour zipping by there. So up, you know, maybe 1,000 feet, couple of thousand feet up in the air, that wind is just howling along with sustained winds of about 85 miles per hour. And from time to time, that's mixing down to the surface. And it is getting worse. So Bush Airport recently measuring a 79 mile per hour wind gust. That is amazing. For the storm to hold together this far inland, that eye, which is really not an eye, it's an eye-like center, is right over Katy right now. So if you're watching us from Katy and the winds are kind of lighter and you think, well, maybe it's, you know, this is it, you're actually in the rare circumstances of, you know, sort of being in the eye of the hurricane. But Houston is getting the worst of it right now. One of the reasons is that we have rain bands coming through. This is where, so I showed you up at the cloud level how the winds are blowing at 85 miles per hour. And that will mix down to the surface when you have these downpours like that. You know, the rain falls through the air and you get these higher winds that just, that momentum gets carried down to the surface. So we have 79 miles an hour at Bush, 84 at Hobby, and Houston Ellington Field, 62 miles per hour, LaPorte 60 miles per hour. Remember, these are gusts. It isn't a sustained wind, so we're seeing gusts out there that are very, very strong. The system is actually more than 350 miles from north to south right now. And what we would love to see, what we're waiting to see, in fact, starting to see it, is that those brighter colors, like that magenta and the really darker red, that starts to go away. It looks like we're trending in that direction. What that means is that the clouds are not as tall. The clouds actually start to warm on the top as they sink a little bit. And so that's a sign of some weakening and that the rain will get a little lighter. So The storm is finally starting to show some signs of weakening, but for right now, I mean, you can see that circulation. It's actually right over an area from Katy down to Sugar Land and Rosenberg, and we do still have some rain bands, so some higher winds could still make their way through West Columbia and Angleton, but this is the worst of it right now. Talking about Pearland and Friendswood, and then all the way up to downtown Houston. That's where we're seeing some of the worst of it right now. Whoops, that's an old tracker there for you. Flash flood warning again continues across the area, including all of Houston until 11 a.m. You will not want to venture out there. We've been showing you cameras from all over the place where roads are impassable. We've already had some people stall out their cars. The car's probably ruined. And so let's not do that. We want to try to keep you safe and keep you at home or stay put, just to, you know, obviously to be on the safe side. It just so happened that the center of circulation is passing through an area here around Fulshire and Katy that the city of Houston itself and Harris County is just right in the bullseye of the heaviest rain, the strongest winds on the eastern part, or that so-called dirty side of the eye wall. And by the dirty side, I mean, if this is the circulation right here, over on the cleaner side, you know, again, these are just terms, there's much less rain over around Sealy. And then on that so-called dirty side or wet side, it is just going bonkers in Houston. This flash flood warning will probably even be extended for some spots past 11 a.m. Also, be advised, even if the rain has stopped or even if it's slowed to a trickle, that doesn't mean that the flooding is over with. The flooding takes a long time to settle down, especially since you're dealing with the combination of rainfall draining into the creeks and bayous and still a bit of a storm surge along the coastline. Everything's just rising. So Sweeney, Lake Jackson, Freeport, Bay City, all of these areas, you guys are under a flash flood warning. And that goes the same here for Brazoria County. So hard hit, I know. Angleton, Lake Jackson, and then even heading up here past Bonnie, village of Bonnie. I've been through there a few times on the way down to Surfside. Hope you guys are okay. This area I know floods very badly. Holiday Lakes and those spots. I hope you guys are doing all right. If you're home and you're safe, please stay there. You know, don't venture out there on the roadway on 521. Or on 288. Here's a look at the latest location. So this just was an update to us. We'll get the full update, meaning the new forecast track and the new prediction of speeds and so forth coming up at 10. But as of the 9 a.m. advisory, you'll see the center of circulation of what's still considered a Category 1 hurricane is right around Mission Bend. So, but because it's so large, it includes Katy and like the west side of Harris County and even Sugar Land. It's moving to the north at 12 miles per hour. We'll get a new pressure measurement too coming up at the 10 o'clock update. But this is a look ahead at what we're looking at as far as the progress by 2 p.m. today. The center of circulation is around Huntsville, and then beyond that by 5:30 this afternoon, it's out. So we're going to see very fast improvement to our situation coming up during the mid to late part of the afternoon. Thank goodness, right? Because there's going to be a lot of cleanup that has to be done out there. So this is not going to be a long-lived system. In fact, let me go ahead and just show you this. We haven't talked a lot about 7-day forecasts for obvious reasons, but let me just show you this, that once we get past the hurricane conditions today, tomorrow, Wednesday, even Thursday, yes, a chance for a few isolated thunderstorms, but by and large, it's going to get hot and drier. Not dry in terms of humidity, but dry in terms of less rain. So something to keep in mind, guys, as we sort of recover from all of this, Heather and Melissa, is that it is going to get hot. So people have no electricity, no air conditioning, and they're doing repairs outside, and the high temperatures probably going to get up to like 92, 93, 94. So that's going to be yet another post-storm hazard. But for right now, in the short term, the next hour, hour and a half, actually Houston is seeing some of the worst of it right downtown.
And we want to thank our content partners with Fox 26 Houston for that report. You're taking a live look at our XRAD system as we were hearing from the meteorologists right there at Fox 26 that Houston right now getting the brunt of what is still a Category 1 hurricane. It is slowly weakening, but still just dumping torrential rain, leading to flash flooding and other concerns. And we have learned, according to the Harris County Sheriff, tragically, one man has lost his life as he was sheltering in place at home with his family, his wife and children. An oak tree fell on the roof, hitting the rafters, and that structure fell on the male. That's according to Sheriff Ed Gonzalez's social media page. He says that the man was 53 years old. His wife and children are unharmed, but he is making his way there. At this point in time, we have not heard from any of the agencies about when they plan to do a briefing. As soon as we hear any information about the very latest updates, we, of course, will bring that to you live. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We are really just continuing to cover Hurricane Beryl as millions of people are now without power, still sheltering in place. We have live looks from all over the Texas region that we're going to bring to you coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 10:12 Eastern, 7:12 Pacific, and we continue to track the very latest as Hurricane Beryl really making its impact felt in the Houston area. At this point in time, Houston is really feeling the brunt of the storm. And this is a live look at our XRAD system. As you can see, this is still an incredibly powerful Category 1 hurricane as it's making its way very slowly north. When we were checking in with Michael Brennan, who is the director with the National Hurricane Center, he was sharing that the storm is moving at around 12 miles an hour. And as it slowly moves, it's continuing to dump torrential rain, leading to flash flooding concerns. There are also tornado threats that have already popped up, and he is expecting that to continue throughout the day. We are also following some breaking news out of Harris County, as the sheriff there has said a man has died after being trapped under fallen debris. An oak tree, that's according to Ed Gonzalez, the sheriff, fell on top of his home, and he is headed over there. That's actually in Humble, and so we did want to share that with you. If you're waking up on this Monday morning and you want to know the very latest, Beryl did make landfall near Matagorda, Texas, just before 5 a.m. Eastern time this morning. It is slowly weakening as it moves farther inland, but it still is a Category 1 hurricane at this point in time. Significant impacts are expected across East Texas for the next 24 hours. Torrential rain, and we've been sharing some of those live looks with you, just incredible, leading to flash flooding. Also, powerful winds are going to be knocking out power. Millions of people now without power, and that could take several days to be restored. Texas in this time of the year, very hot, and of course, major concerns right there for the safety of folks who don't have power or access to cooling centers. And of course, the storm surge will lead to flooding in coastal communities. Yesterday, we were speaking with the director of the emergency management operation in Galveston, and Galveston certainly not new to events such as this, but definitely coastal flooding was a concern for them. Evacuations have been in place for a lot of these low-lying communities as well. The storm is going to extend north in the next 48 hours and eventually become post-tropical over the Midwest, but still this is a rain event, a flooding event, life-threatening storm surge. So very powerful still. We've been checking in with our Fox 26 team out of Houston as they have been going wall to wall. Is Houston right now really feeling the brunt of those effects? And I do want to head back to their live coverage right now. Let's listen in.
Spread heavy rain. You might get a heavy thunderstorm here or a heavy thunderstorm there, like we get in the summer afternoon, cause a little street flooding. But as far as the creeks and bayous go, we can handle that. But when you get stuff like we're dealing with now, this widespread heavy rain, that's when you're going to get the big responses on our channels.
Any last words, Jeff, before we let you go? Advice for people watching in some of these areas where you're saying you're anticipating the possibility of some structure flooding. Any advice for some of those people that might be looking at that situation?
Yeah, HarrisCountyFWS.org is your best resource right now, where you can watch these sensors and watch the water rise, and just keep on top of it. We got a couple more hours of this. We got a couple more hours of the wind, the strong winds. We got a couple more hours of the heavy rainfall, and then we'll get into some improvements here. And I just want to caution everybody, just because the weather starts to clear up here midday afternoon, there's potentially a lot of hazards out there. We're talking down power lines, down trees, flooding on roadways, flooding at underpasses, no signals. We have lost signal capability in many areas, so everything needs to be treated as a four-way stop. So while the weather may improve getting into this afternoon, it's still best to stay at home. We just heard a big boom here at Transtar, so a lot of stuff is still happening as we're going through this.
We are hearing a lot of that bumping going on outside of our station as well, Jeff. Before we let you go, just because the north side of Houston is not really used to all this, I don't remember them suffering so much since Ike, and that you said, I really want people to make sure that they understand what you're saying. You're saying to take shelter as though it's a tornado. And I'm wondering if you're concerned with these winds being so high, if it could almost be like the derecho we saw a few months ago, where windows could be blown out from this. Are you more worried about trees going to the homes? Tell me a little more about those concerns for people who, again, are not used to these high winds.
Yeah, as this northeast eye wall gets up there into northern Harris County, Montgomery County, that's pine forest and big trees, and it's gonna do a number on those trees up there. So you're gonna have trees coming down, tree limbs coming down. The best course of action right now is to put as many walls between you and what's going on outside as possible. Lowest floor of your house, away from the windows, away from the doors. For the next, as you're going to hear this. You're going to hear this eye wall coming through. It's going to be loud, a lot of popping and breaking on those trees, and then it's going to let up. And when it starts to let up, that's the time you can come out from wherever you're taking shelter. But the best course of action right now is to get in that interior room up on the north side and up into Montgomery County.
All right, Jeff Lindner, thanks so much for being with us. We really appreciate your insights right now.
Thank you.
And just to give you an idea of how severe this weather is, we saw earlier a severe 18-wheeler accident. Now we're seeing another one on the Fred Hartman Bridge, and you can't help but wonder if wind didn't just grab it and toss it over. A very dramatic scene unfolding there right now.
Yeah, and it's heartbreaking to hear someone was out, trying to get through in these conditions. But do we have a picture of this that we can show to? Okay, we'll see if we can get some of those images for you later. But again, this is on the Fred Hartman Bridge, and they're saying right now both the north and southbound lanes are closed because of this. So it's a fairly serious situation. And again, it was an 18-wheeler, so a good size truck.
Yeah, and I certainly hope that driver is okay. We're trying to do everything we can to get more information. We obviously have crews all over the greater Houston area. We have multiple meteorologists right here in our building. Right now, we're going to check in with meteorologist Allison Gargaro, closely keeping an eye on this situation. Where are the big problem spots right now? It looks like just about everywhere.
Yeah, just about everywhere. But I would say just to the east of where the eye is, not super well defined at the moment, but we're talking over Houston, downtown proper and inside the loop and going basically all the way north up to the Woodlands. Heavy rain and still very strong winds. So I quickly just want to touch on some 12-hour rainfall totals for you. We're looking at new territory, just shy of 8 inches, but north of Alvin, more than 8 inches of rain. Bear Creek, so Highway 6 north of I-10, about 6 inches, and then on Brays Bayou, about 5.5. So if the director can actually take links 1 for me, that would be best, because I want to hop into some river levels. So we're talking about the bayous, White Oak, as well as Buffalo. We're going to be seeing no, it's not links 1. This is max 3. Sorry, just talking with the director here so I can get the correct graphics for you. But you can, when we talk about the river levels rising and the bayou levels rising, we are seeing not only it coming from the rain that's falling, but everything that's draining into these bayous. And then the thing is, when we talk about storm surge that's, pushing on shore earlier, that helps to back up any of these waterways from actually draining into, let's say, the bay, into the Gulf of Mexico, things like that. So it's something that we're watching for very, very closely, and I promise we're trying to work on getting the graphics for you, and I might actually be able to grab a different clicker here. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. So let me just go over to this. So until you guys can get links 1 for me, I'll click through these graphics. So those rainfall totals that I did just show you are actual, recorded, and reported. But we're going to show you some rainfall estimates. Down near Lake Jackson, over the last 12 hours, over 11 inches of rain. We're seeing that out toward Galveston as well, and even into Santa Fe. Taking you up a little bit closer to Pearland, about 9 inches. Alvin, like we mentioned, actual recorded was more than 8, and we're seeing that kind of across the board. So we were able to get these river level graphics for you, so I'm going to transition over to that from the rainfall. But we are talking about current river levels. This is White Oak Bayou at Houston, almost 31 feet. So we're going to be inching close to minor, and in some spots even major flood stage. Now let's take you just down the road a little bit. So that was White Oak. Here we go with Buffalo Bayou at Shepherd. We're looking at 21.21 feet. So still in that action zone, meaning that the water level is high. And with all the rain that we just talked about that we have already received, and even more on top of that, I would guess that these numbers are going to be rising pretty quickly in some spots. Lastly, we're going to take you out to Brays Bayou at Houston. So all kind of in the same little corridor on where we are seeing the elevated water. And the reason being is that there's a lot of runoff from spots that are seeing that localized flooding. So we are monitoring several. It actually looks like potentially that is a tornado warning. So let me just hop off real quick for you. And it looks like, yes, there is a tornado warning right now. That does include Cleveland and then into San Jacinto County. So I'm going to hop on over to our analysis mode so that I can actually show you exactly what's going on with the reflectivity here. So once again, we are monitoring a brand new tornado warning this morning. This is going to include Liberty, Montgomery, as well as San Jacinto counties. So where we are seeing the rotation, let me take us out, is going to be a little bit closer to Cleveland. Now, I know that these colors are really bright on your screen, and kind of the problem that we run into with these tornado warned storms
within a tropical event is that it's not a well-defined center that we see, unfortunately. So just very, very strong winds that we're monitoring at this time. So these are moving to the northwest at about 40 miles per hour. So if we can take you out, we're going to do a little track right here. Zoom out to 40 miles per hour. We're going to see this making its way to just south of Magnolia and north of Cut and Shoot. So we talk about this is in now 3 counties, and the reason being the winds are really starting to pick up here. Now, as I try to look for a little bit of rotation, you know, it's probably somewhere between the Cleveland and North Cleveland area. So right about in the southwestern spot of where we're seeing this tornado warned storm. It is in effect until 9:30, so about 6 more minutes. And with these tornado warnings that we have been watching, no, it's not a super long warning. If anything, it's been pretty short-lived. But, you know, the National Weather Service is saying, hey, we see a little something on our velocity scan, so they're going to go ahead and put the tornado warning in. So we have West South Line Street, we have Neville Street, East Houston Street moving through Cleveland, and then you can see the frontage road here. And this is going to be the area that we need to be keeping an eye out for. So right what I circled here, Cleveland to North Cleveland, and this is all going to be moving off to the north and west at 40 miles per hour. So again, I'm taking you out to some really bright colors, and I know it's difficult to see because the tornado warning is shaded in red there. So a lot going on, but I just want to show you how strong some of the winds are within this. Again, at cloud level, 56 to 71 miles per hour. So we see this tornado warning in effect for about 5 more minutes, and it is important to make sure that if you live near Cleveland, near North Cleveland, in southwestern San Jacinto County, northwestern Liberty, or eastern Montgomery, that you are getting to an interior room on the lowest floor of your house. We know that folks are home right now, and you know, maybe you are losing power, but just know that you can continue to watch us on our Fox 26 News app. Even the weather app as well. We're going to continue to bring you that coverage, even if you don't have power to watch us on television. Now, these are the areas that we are seeing that chance for rotation. And again, it is not looking impressive at all. Just going to be straight up honest with you. But, you know, the National Weather Service sees something, and maybe it's some of these spots where we're seeing some of these lighter colors here that that's what they're keeping an eye out for. But again, near Cleveland, Bendiston there, and if we take you up to some other roads, we have Fosteria Tram Road, Meekins Road, Brown Road, Shell Oil Road, Tony Tap Road, and then up into Oak Grove and Bear Creek, just some of the spots that I mentioned that are in this tornado warning, and technically Magnolia is as well. But I want to show you some of the heavy bands of rain that are still in this. So you see 59 right here that would be heading up to Shepherd or down to Splendora. That's kind of right on the eastern edge of where this is, but you can see some heavy rain in the center of where this tornado warned storm is. So once again, it looks like they are going to expire this, which is great news. Therefore, the warning is expired because it has weakened below severe limits. So with that being said, I'm going to hop back over to some of my graphics just so we can kind of get through the nitty-gritty of what we're still seeing at this time. And since we last graphics, take a look at the wind gust reported out at Bush. 83 miles per hour. It's very similar to the one that we felt at Hobby. And the reason being is the center of the storm is now just to the west of Houston. So basically, downtown Houston, inside the loop, up towards Spring and the Woodlands, is getting the worst of the rain and the strongest winds. So we talk about that making its way up toward the airport. Right about here, we are seeing it. But here's the center of the storm. It does include Sealy to Brookshire, Katy, Cinco Ranch. It looks like Richmond, you're now going to see some of the outer rain bands just outside the eye wall. But take a look at just how
quiet it is. Not much happening in the center of the storm. But the thing is, just to the east and north of that center is where they're getting just a ton of rain right now. You live in Houston, you live in the Heights, Bel Air, even down to Hobby. We're talking Pearland to Pasadena. Anybody that I just mentioned, even into Friendswood, we are going to see this heavy rain continue to move off to the north. So if you live right now out in Liberty County, it's going to be some light to moderate rain. It's really this rain band that we're keeping a close eye out on. Again, we have spring up to the Woodlands, likely even up to Conroe, which is just out of view here. Cypress, it looks like the outer edge of the eye wall is heading to you soon. It's likely in Bridgeland, if not Town Lake, as we speak. But just out to the north of that, it's all about that rain. We are still monitoring flash flood warnings continuing for at least the next 90 minutes. But honestly, these all have been extended, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does that as well. Again, this is where that tornado warning is, which will expire in about 30 seconds from now. But we have Conroe as well as Willis out to Montgomery. There's that heavy rain that we've been talking about, cut and shoot as well. And as we track it, it's all kind of moving off to the northwest, and it's just going to continue to bring that heavy rain and slowly moving up to the north. So Huntsville, you're probably going to start to see, at least on the east side of town, some heavy rain begin to move in, I'd say within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Trinity, you're still under that light rain, but much, much more is to come. So there is that center of the storm over Katy, over I-10. But again, right now, the heaviest rain from, I'd say, downtown Houston up to the Woodlands, rain falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. That's why those flash flood warnings are in place. And I updated this just moments ago, but it was before that report out at IAH of 83 mile per hour winds. But earlier this morning, we had 92 mile per hour peak wind gusts reported out at Freeport, 91 mile per hour gusts in Jones Creek, and Palacios just shy of 90. So it has been bringing a ton of rain, a ton of wind. So the good news is that we are on track to have the center of the storm start to move in the northern portion of our viewing area, I'd say within the next few hours by lunchtime. So yes, we're going to lose the immediate threat of heavy rain and wind at that time, but the thing is, flooding is still going to be on the top of everyone's minds, not just on the roadways, but also along the bayous. And if you live there, please just stay inside. We're going to ride this storm out together, and we're likely going to be seeing a bit more weakening as it continues to make its way overland. So ladies, we'll send it back to you at the desk.
And we want to thank our content partners with Fox 26 Houston for that latest update. We are also following some breaking news as Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez shared this information just about an hour ago, indicating that a man has lost his life after a tree fell on top of his home, trapping him under debris. He is now on scene. The very latest, according to Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, is that the man, who was 53 years old, was reportedly sitting inside his house with his family to ride out the storm, which is what is recommended. An oak tree fell on the roof of that home, hit the rafters, and the structure fell on the man. According to the sheriff's X page, the wife and children are unharmed, and he was on his way there. We have not heard any indication as to whether there is going to be a briefing of any sort. As soon as we hear about one, of course, we will bring that to you. Meantime, I also wanted to share this live look right here. This is out of Sugar Land right here, and we continue to follow the very latest information, as we do know that Beryl has led to torrential rain, as well as flash flooding and power outages. And you can see this is a live look towards the sky to give you an idea just how heavy the rain still is, as Beryl still is a Category 1 hurricane. You can see with the tree right there just how heavy those wind gusts are, and that really has been causing a lot of concerns as trees are down. Take a look at this, though. This is one of the biggest concerns. You can actually see some of the branches floating there in what looks like a river, but truly this is a roadway that is now covered with inches of rain. So much rain has fallen. leading to those flash floods. And we have seen time and time again, folks, drivers trying to drive through this flood, not advisable at all. In fact, you're supposed to still be sheltering in place, and we've seen some of those drivers stall out. So this just gives you another idea in terms of the conditions happening right now in the region of the Houston area. This specifically is Sugar Land, Texas, courtesy of KHOU. But this rain hasn't stopped. We've been sharing this live look with you for hours now, and the rain continues to fall. The water levels continue to rise. This is a multi-day event. So even as the storm is going to be passing further north in the next 48 hours, this is the major concern. Take a look. You can see one of those branches right there really just it's floating away. And that is the power of these waters. You can see the heavy winds just pushing the water. It looks like we're taking a look at an ocean or a river. This is a road that is now completely covered by that torrential rain. So I did want to share this with you, as we do have access to cameras all around the region. Just to give you another idea, take a look at this. And well, there we go. You can see another SUV trying to make its way. Not advisable. These are very dangerous conditions. That is a larger vehicle right there, but we have seen some of those smaller vehicles stall out, and folks actually have to get out of the car to try and push them. These waves, the wind, they have knocked people over. They have knocked metal signs over, so not advisable. But take a look at this. I mean, it really depends on where you go. This is a look from another area of Texas right here. And obviously, you can see it is much quieter at this point in time here further inland. And we were taking a look. This is actually Lake Travis, Texas. This is about 3 hours west of Houston, just a little bit west of Austin, in fact. And what a difference it makes in terms of where you are, what you're feeling in terms of the impacts. We're going to continue to follow the very latest developments. Our Fox 26 Houston team wall-to-wall coverage. We're going to go back to that. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 10:35 Eastern, 7:35 Pacific. Also at 11 a.m. Eastern time, so in less than 30 minutes, we are expecting an update from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to bring that to you live. We're also going to be checking in with the American Red Cross just shortly after that, as we were speaking with a spokesperson in Corpus Christi and also Victoria, Texas, where Beryl really initially made that landfall. We're going to get to all of that as we continue our coverage of Beryl right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we will be continuing our continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl, but we're also following some breaking news out of Ukraine. You're taking a live look from Kyiv, Ukraine, the very latest in this breaking news. Unfortunately, the death toll has now increased after a major Russian missile attack across Ukraine earlier today hit a large children's hospital. So this is the very latest information, according to the Associated Press. Now the death toll stands at least 31 people have died, 154 others injured, according to officials, after one missile struck a large children's hospital in the capital of Kyiv, where emergency crews are searching for victims. And this is a live look at what is left of that children's hospital. You can see dozens of responders right there sorting through the rubble to search for any other potential victims. This all happened during the daytime. According to the Associated Press, this attack targeted 5 Ukrainian cities with more than 40 missiles of different types hitting apartment buildings and public infrastructure. That's according to President Zelensky, as he shared that on social media earlier today. And he also said that Ukraine's Air Force intercepted about 30 missiles. So we do know that a lot of different international leaders are headed to Washington, D.C. to take part in a 3-day NATO summit. And one of the reasons this summit is being held is to talk about how to further support Ukraine and offer them hope that their country can overcome Russia. And so this is a very strategically timed attack from Russia. At this point in time, we haven't heard from President Zelensky in English. He was speaking in his native tongue earlier. We have not heard from President Biden or any of the other leaders. But as soon as we receive any significant update, if there is a press briefing on this, we, of course, will bring it to you as this death toll continues to rise now. At least 31 people have died in a Russian attack on this children's hospital. 154 more injured, those numbers likely to rise. We will now shift to our other major story of the day, and that is Hurricane Beryl. It is still a Category 1 hurricane. It made landfall shortly before 5 a.m. Eastern time. It was expected to make landfall a little bit earlier than that, but that storm then eventually slowed as it started to really impact the coastline of southern Texas. Right now, you can see that Houston is really feeling the brunt of it. And there is some breaking news there, as we have learned that at least one man has lost his life because of storm-related impacts, an oak tree falling on his home. Unfortunately, that caused the roof to collapse and the rafters. His wife and children, according to the Harris County Sheriff, are okay. As soon as we have an update on with you, our Fox 26 Houston live coverage, as they have been going wall to wall. We're going to head back to them as they continue their coverage. Let's listen in.
And again, when we see vehicles trying to get through, they push it, they're not sure how deep it is, and that's where we're seeing people get into trouble. And we're seeing it happen live on our air over and over again. And this is, 288 at 610, but I'm looking at the Houston TransStar, and I just want to give you, we've got a number of high water situations that they're reporting. I just want to go over some of them so that you're aware. I-10 Katy eastbound at Houston Avenue. We've got I-69. I-69 southwest northbound at Dunleavy, and several on 288. The managed lane northbound at McGregor, high water there. Northbound at Holcomb Boulevard on 288 at the entrance ramp there. And again, these images coming in. We've been looking at this for a while. This is at the 610 South Loop that we've been showing you. So, to the point that Tom was making about seeing people out, we know people are curious. You want to get out. You're tired of being pent up. You want to look and see what the damage is. But we're still seeing the bottom half of this thing moving through the area, which means all of those winds and all of that rain is going to be kicking up again if it hasn't already. And so this is why we really want to urge you, don't go out in your cars. Don't go out of your homes yet. We're really not through this.
Right now, we want to let you know about a fire that we've just learned about in Southwest Houston. So we're closely monitoring what's happening to that. But look at these flames. This is a very dramatic scene going on. We are trying to figure out exactly what's going on. I certainly hope nobody is injured in this. But look at those flames just shooting up and all the smoke coming. And it looks like it might be, it's hard to tell if it's a construction site or what this is because that fence looks a little unsturdy to be a home. But we have our crews out there, as you can tell.
Do we know which crew this is? It's Jade. Okay, Jade, and she's in the Rosenberg area. So that's what we know so far. We're not quite sure what road this is. We're working to get that information. Of course, we want our crew to be safe first. They're pretty close to it. That was our photographer, Ed, there. So yeah, we can see these flames are kind of kicking up, and it looked like he was kind of, you know, like running to get out of the area. So just incredible. We don't know, you know, what may have sparked this fire. Or what exactly is burning. It's right there next to the road. So of course that could be really hazardous if there's anybody that was, you know, trying to drive through that area. It doesn't look like it's particularly a high water area. You almost kind of wish it was. If there was some high water there, that might help to put some of these flames out. But it's burning pretty good. And again, this is our crew. Jade Fleury is in the Rosenberg area, so I'm guessing that this is in that area somewhere. And so we're working right now to see if we can get you some more. It's Southwest Houston.
Windswept
Lane.
And Southwest Houston.
And do we know anything about what? Okay, we don't know yet what might be there that is burning, whether there's a business next to this or
and this reminds
what this
me
might
of
be.
So many hurricanes in the past where we've seen historic restaurants burn down downtown Houston when things like this happen. And so it's certainly a huge risk when you have winds this high. So many different things can happen, and so not only trees down, but fires can certainly spark. And so, my goodness, this is just such a dramatic scene unfolding, and that's what our crews are finding all over the area, the whole greater Houston area. Every turn they make, they're finding something else, and so you can tell our crews are staying back as safely as they can. But now that smoke is barreling toward them, so they're probably going to have to back up to make sure that they stay safe in this situation, because it looked like that wind gust changed just a little bit the direction of that smoke coming right at them now.
Yeah, we don't want them trying to push through that. They've really, you know, they're giving us an incredible view of it. But really, you know, you don't know whether something, you know, might explode or what have you, because we don't know what it is that's burning.
Let's check in with Jade right now, who's in that area. Jade, tell us what you're seeing and how you came upon this.
It's getting the electrical lines down.
Yes. The fire department just pulled up right now. We're told by a business across the street that this is the flea market, and we can see that this fire is burning power lines, possibly even transformers, and honestly it's getting bigger, so we're trying to kind of back up, but we have fire crews behind us. Now we're kind of trapped in here. But just stand by. Firefighters are about to head over there. Surprisingly, with this downpour going on, it's not enough rain to put out that fire. And we were just driving on 59 and we saw the smoke, so we figured we'd go check it out. But this is what's going on, and it's very surprising that an incident like this can happen in the middle of a hurricane.
But we saw that just some flashes of bright white light. Is that was that the electrical lines that you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like they're sparking because they're burning right now.
And tell me about the smoke. Are you able to breathe okay? Do you feel like you're safe?
Luckily we're in the car, but I can smell the smoke from the car. And our photographer Ed, when he went outside to go ask what facility that was, he said that he heard loud noises and popping. Luckily I don't hear anything right now, but we still see that flashing. It's kind of hard to see through the camera, but in person you can see sparks and stuff flying.
And it looks like the fire department is
It looks like the smoke is turning white, so that yep.
You go ahead. What were you
going to say? No, exactly what you were saying. It looks like the fire department is starting to put it out.
And perhaps at least assessing the situation to figure out. But we saw some more of those sparks flying because of the electrical lines, perhaps.
And do we know anything about the flea market? Was this, you know, something where there might have, you know, hopefully weren't any, you know, people in there, at, you know, through the storm, but anything about what might have been going on there, or, you know, what kinds of things are stored in that area?
Right now we have very little information. Honestly, we just kind of pulled up on the scene here and happened to be here at the right place at the right time. I know we called 911 as soon as we saw the place on fire, but there are also people on the other side over there. They possibly called the first responders too, but it was very big at one point. Luckily, it looks like the fire department is starting to put it out. But it's quite interesting what would have possibly started this, especially in the middle of a hurricane.
Yeah, I have to wonder if it was a downed power line or something like that.
Yeah, it seems to happen almost every hurricane. We typically see a fire, really several throughout the area. So no surprise there. Now, as far as this is concerned, it does look like the situation is under control, perhaps, because we did see the black billowing smoke. Now it's turned to white, and we're seeing very few flames. So, I mean, they're definitely still there. It seems like they flare up every once in a while, but certainly seems like it's getting under control. So that is a huge relief. Tell me about that area of what you see around it. So we see a flea market on the left, Jade. What do you see on the right side? And then closer to where you are there any other buildings in that area of what you can see through the smoke?
This does look like a business kind of industrial area. There are a lot of tarps up around the fences, so it's hard to see kind of what other businesses are here. We tried to talk to someone earlier, but unfortunately we didn't speak Spanish, but they were pointing at the fire, and I think they may have been the ones who also notified first responders as well.
Yeah. Probably not a lot of people out to be able to ask and talk to right now, which is a good thing.
And I want to ask Jade, because obviously you guys were relocating. Were you heading towards something? And can you tell us anything about some of the road conditions and what you guys were seeing, you know, on your way to where you were going?
Yeah, we were heading into the city from Rosenberg, and when you saw me earlier, it was just sprinkling, but as we headed up towards on 59, the rain was starting to get more intense, and the rain and the wind gusts, so clearly, you know, the hurricane and the bad weather is not over. But like I said, when we were on 59, that's when we noticed the smoke, and we got off to come check out this scene.
All right. We are so appreciative of you being there. Just one last question for you. A lot of people might not know where Windswept Lane in Southwest Houston is. Can you give us some major cross streets so we have a better idea of where you are?
Yes, give me one moment. A street nearby is Green Ridge, and I would say that we are north of Southwest Freeway.
Okay, that gives us a better idea.
On the west side of Houston.
Okay. All right, Jade, will you all be safe out there? I'm thankful to see that it looks like things are definitely getting under control. We're seeing some firefighters walking out, and looks like nobody's in a huge panic now, so that's a really good thing. Thanks for being out there. Be safe, and we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning.
And we do want to thank our content partners with Fox 26 Houston, as we saw just a massive fire break out at a flea market in Southwest Houston. Right now, it's still unclear exactly what might have led to that fire. There was thoughts it might have been a downed electrical line, as we did see some sparking. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to head back to Houston and also share some live looks across the Texas region with you, from Galveston to Sugar Land to Houston itself. Also coming up in just about 10 minutes or so, we are expecting an update from the National Hurricane Center on the very latest developments as it relates to Hurricane Beryl, as it is still now a Category 1. We're going to bring that to you live, and also a live report from Corpus Christi, Texas, as we check in with the American Red Cross. All of that just after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at our XRAD system as we continue to track Hurricane Beryl as it remains a Category 1 hurricane, making landfall shortly before 5 a.m. Eastern time near Matagorda, Texas. Right now, Houston really feeling the brunt of this hurricane, and tragically, according to the Harris County Sheriff's Office, one man has died after a tree fell on top of his roof, and he was trapped underneath that debris. That's according to the sheriff with Harris County, that's specifically out of Humboldt, Texas, right there. We have not yet heard of any briefings by emergency management operations. No doubt that they are incredibly busy as the torrential rain, flash flooding, and power outages continue to be a major concern. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we have been tracking Hurricane Beryl for hours now. The storm is going to slowly weaken as it moves farther inland, but right now it remains as a Category 1 hurricane. Significant impacts are expected across East Texas in the next 24 hours. We have been sharing some live looks of that torrential rain that has led to flash flooding. We've also shown you live images of very powerful winds that has knocked out power. And we were sharing with you right before the break a massive fire that started at a flea market in southwest Houston. Again, those very powerful winds making it difficult for firefighters to put out those flames. Storm surge along the coastal areas, a major concern for communities right there. The storm is going to go north in the next 48 hours, eventually becoming post-tropical over the Midwest. But I did want to share some live looks with you as we continue our coverage. This is a live look out of Galveston, Texas, right here. And take a look at the winds right here. This gives you a really good idea in terms of just how strong those winds still are. You can see the tarps that are covering what looks to be like a patio right there, just really almost blowing away, tethered at certain points. But you can also see the palm trees. And that is just how heavy these winds remain, incredibly gusty, and even some of these gusts topping 70 to 90 miles per hour. That has caused power to go out for almost 1 million people in East Texas. And these effects are still in place, making it really difficult for crews to be able to address these situations. On the left-hand side of your screen, take a look at that stop sign. This is made out of metal, and you can see it rattling like it's made out of cardboard, just giving you another idea in terms of just how powerful these wind gusts are. We've been sharing some other looks with you, and I wanted to share this with you. This is out of Houston, Texas, right here, and we're going to change that for you as we continue our coverage. So right now you're taking a look at Houston, Texas. Take a look at this power line that's just really tipping very dangerously over this street right here. Oh my goodness, I think I actually saw it move. I mean, this is just so dangerous, and you can see one of those vehicles stalled out. The perspective makes it difficult to see how close that vehicle is to that power pole. But you really have to be worried. I can see the flashers on that white vehicle right there. Hopefully, there's no one inside. And if there is, that person is able to stay safe. But take a look at this roadway. It looks like a river. And this is what the Houston area is continuing to contend with. The Houston area, really the hardest hit area at this hour. They are just getting inundated by torrential rain and heavy wind gusts. And you can see this. I mean, this is what this encapsulates everything. There's the wind. You can see the power poles right there. Power outages are a major concern. And you can also see the water on the roadways. Just very, very dangerous. So we're gonna leave you with that. I do want to actually head back to Galveston, as it does look like the crew is on the move right here. So we're getting a live look at some of the streets right there in Galveston, Texas. You could actually see a gentleman right there. So perhaps the storm not as severe in this particular area. It is a coastal town. Yesterday, I was talking to the director of the emergency operations in Galveston, saying that this is nothing new to them, but they are taking this incredibly seriously. flooding is a major issue. So I wanted to give this live look as this photographer is now driving around the streets of Galveston, Texas. You can see still very stormy skies, some of these signs torn down right here, the flags waving in the wind. We can also see on the left-hand side what appears to be an emergency vehicle. And of course, those flashing lights, when we talk about the traffic lights, indicating that there could be a lot of power outages in that area. Meantime, we're going to check back in with our Fox 26 team as we do expect the National Hurricane Center to be providing the very latest update. We'll bring that to you. In the meantime, let's head back to our Fox 26 coverage. Let's listen in.
90 minutes or so, and we'll gradually see improving conditions in Houston, although certainly not quickly enough, right? So the storm is starting to become a little bit less, huge when you take a look at these bright colors here. We're still seeing the core of the system fairly impressive, pretty feisty at this point still, but we're not seeing that huge sort of extent of the really heavy rains and wind that we had earlier this morning. And here's a close-up view. When we're looking for these darker spots here, that's where we have the heavier rain that's falling, the taller cloud tops. Down here to Brazoria County, I just want to remind you, I know you guys were so hard hit and you're probably ready to bust out of the house at this point, having the morning that you've had around Lake Jackson. But just be advised that it's going to keep flooding down there for a while. Same thing here around Angleton and heading up to around Alvin. That flooding is going to continue. So what about forecast wind gusts for the rest of the day? Well, let's go ahead and hit fast forward to 4 p.m. this afternoon. We should see a very welcome improvement. It's still going to be kind of windy, still a bit gusty out there, but I mean, we're talking about wind gusts of 24 to 30, maybe 35 miles per hour, which is a far cry from the 70, 75, and 80 mile per hour gusts that we've been experiencing. Let me just fast forward ahead here to the 7-day forecast because we haven't been talking much about this for obvious reasons. Today, we're going to eventually lower that rain chance, but for right now, everybody's still getting in on the rain. Still count on some 40 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts in the short term, and then that'll tone down just a little by the late afternoon. Now, the next few days, I got to tell you, a lot of our models are actually showing almost no rain tomorrow, maybe even no rain. I'm worried that there could be a lingering rain band behind it, but the thing is, we might end up with, hold on a second.
Tornado watch is now ended in Houston.
Okay.
In Harris County,
Good.
but up into Montgomery County and Northeast.
Got it. Okay, so the whole area was under a tornado watch before, and now it's just the areas I was mentioning that are in that that leading edge of the hurricane. Let me go ahead and go back and show you. So remember, I was sharing with you how the center of circulation had moved up to the northwest part of Harris County. Now it's this area that's under the tornado watch. So not here anymore and not in Harris County anymore, but areas north of Houston, we still need to watch these rain bands for some potential rotation. And I would say even out here too is where you're going to have a good chance, and that's moving into like Winnie and Port Arthur, Beaumont area. So, I will say that we are, right now, maybe it's some relief that the winds are letting off a little bit, but 288, that white truck that you see there, prayers for that person, because apparently they just drove into it and that water is up to the window levels. Goodness gracious. Well, hopefully the first responders are aware of this. I mean, obviously they are aware of it. Look, it's on Houston TransStar, which means that the Emergency Operations Center, they're seeing this. So for anybody who's watching us online, especially from out of town, just know that they know. But just really, obviously, an extremely scary situation to be in. And again, we cannot stress enough to everybody to please stay home. Even if the wind starts to get lighter and you're starting to get cabin fever or whatever, you have to stay home. And if your boss or whatever says that you're required to come to work, the only thing you can say is the whole city is flooded. You're risking your life literally trying to get from point A to point B right now. Obviously, that bridge that goes across 288 is elevated, and so you're okay in that regard. But this is 288 at 610. you know this is an area, unfortunately, that is notorious for flooding. From 610 up to the McGregor exits, you know how badly this has flooded in previous storms. And so we'll keep an eye on this. Hopefully the person or people that are in there are going to be okay. But just for everybody's watching, just know, the emergency responders know, and I'm sure that they're scrambling to go make a water rescue right now. But that is scary as heck, and we just don't want that to happen to anybody else. Because when we have inland flooding, that's the most dangerous place you could be is in your car. The safest place you could be is at home.
That is a very scary image because you're right, that car is submerged pretty deeply in the water, and we haven't seen anybody get out of that car yet. So hopefully they will get a response there soon. I want to give you just a couple of updates on numbers. I just checked our outages from CenterPoint. It's reporting that we're now at 1.9 million outages across the area. And then of course there are other power companies. So really there are higher numbers than that of power outages across the area. So it's pretty vast. We've also seen 1,000 flights in and out of Houston have been canceled so far today. And then of course we've also had 2 deaths that we have reported so far. A man in a home, a tree fell on the home and he died, 53 years old, in the Humble area. And just recently we also heard of a woman who was killed when a tree fell on their home. So we're working to find out more about both of those situations, and we will update you. But very tragic losses from this storm so far. We do want to go out to our Chelsea Edwards. She is joining us live to give us an update. Where are you headed now, or where are you at now, Chelsea? And give us a look at what some of the conditions are.
Yeah, we are deeper into Lake Jackson. We've been taking a tour of the area. The best way to describe what we've been seeing is just a mess. I mean, trees down everywhere, signs down, stoplights down, windows broken in homes, also high water on several of these streets. So interestingly enough, we've been rolling through this neighborhood that has a lot of streets named after trees, sycamore, cypress, and we've been seeing nothing but trees down in this area. I mean, from branches to the entire tree being uprooted. So Jeff is behind the wheel right now taking us through this neighborhood. It's pretty much an obstacle course, and that's a good way of describing it. You can see some where the tree was just broken in half here. And you can imagine these trees have been around for decades. I know we have a lot of trees north of Houston, but there are a lot down here in this area. So we've been making our way around. Some people have started cleanup. Not a whole lot that could be done right now at this moment. I think everybody's just also been trying to wait to see if we were going to get that second round of the storm, but since it's looking fairly clear at this point, we're seeing more and more people coming out, even people pulling out their equipment, trying to clear the roadways here. One thing I do want to mention that the city of Lake Jackson posted was that there was this expectation that trees would be down in this area. There were just so many trees. However, they do not want people to approach trees that are over roads because there could be live power lines tangled in them or hanging near them. We were showing you earlier where we were in another area where there were plenty of power lines down. So just something that people should be aware of if they are getting out to start cleanup, not to approach a tree or try to handle a tree that is down over a road when you aren't sure that a live power line could be entangled in it. So another thing, if you do come across a power line, a down power line, you want to stay 35 feet away. So I know we've been encouraging people to stay inside anyway, kind of let emergency officials come out and start cleanup and things like that. I think a lot of people are just anxious to get out the house after all that's happened here. But yeah, people are already getting out here, starting to clean up, and we just want them to do it safely if they do step outside. But you can see it is quite the mess over here in Lake Jackson.
Such an important reminder, Chelsea, because it would be so easy if you're trapped somewhere to not know what to do but try to get out and move that tree, and you think about how heavy they are, you can get injured, and again, those power lines, a big problem. Now, obviously, the neighborhoods like this is such a dramatic, sickening scene to see, because we know it is going to cost everyone so much money in order to remove these trees. And think about how many are down, Chelsea. It's going to take a long time for all of this to be removed just because it is so many people in our area. What were the roads like getting there? So this is the neighborhood. What were the highways like to get there? Were you seeing that on the side of the roads as well?
Yeah, not so much on the highways, just because, you know, there wasn't as much. We did see, I remember a street lamp that was down. So, you know, more signage and lights closer to the freeway. But of course, here, once you're in the neighborhood, that's where you're seeing all these trees. You can even see it from 288, trees down in the neighborhoods, signs down, things just blown all over the place. So, yeah, it is just a mess. I mean, I wouldn't encourage people to get out in the streets because there's just so much debris at this point. And we're just hoping people just hang tight, you know. I know the power's out in this area, just like many places across our area, but we don't want people to just get on the roadways and start trying to navigate this, because again, there's also flooded streets and high water in some areas, and it's one of those things where people think that they can make it through, but then you end up with an emergency situation, or you have something swimming around in there that you're unaware of. So it's not something to play in. Just, you know, hang tight if you can.
And we do thank our content partners with Fox 26 Houston right there, as they were sharing that live look at a really hard-hit neighborhood in the Houston area. Massive trees down, power out. We saw some flooding on the roads, all major concerns. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to bring in Stephanie Fox with American Red Cross. She is currently stationed in Victoria, Texas, but will be in Houston tomorrow, as they really are receiving the brunt of Beryl right now. That conversation coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 11:14 Eastern, 8:14 Pacific, and we continue our live coverage of Hurricane Beryl that made landfall at around 5 a.m. Eastern time along the coast of Texas. Beryl remains a Category 1 hurricane. Houston, Texas right now really receiving the brunt of the storm. Preparations have been underway for days now, and now is the time truly to shelter in place. For more on the emergency response, I do want to get to Stephanie Fox, who is with the American Red Cross. And Stephanie, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Absolutely.
So we were speaking with you yesterday. You are still stationed in Victoria, Texas, and Victoria, one of the communities that really were anticipated to feel the first effects of Beryl. We were speaking with you at an emergency shelter. How is everything looking right now?
Here in Victoria, we escaped the worst of the storm. It transitioned a little bit further north and east. So the coastal regions just south of Galveston really sustained the worst of that initial movement of Beryl. And as you mentioned, now Houston is really feeling the brunt. Over 1 million are without power across the state of Texas. A vast majority of those are in the Houston area. And it's going to be several hours before this storm moves out of the Houston area. And late this afternoon, we're expecting it to be in North Texas.
So how were the emergency shelters? Were you surprised at all by the number of people who sought shelter there? What were those numbers like?
We had around 130 individuals seek refuge at our shelters across the entire area, all the way from Laredo up into the Houston area. That's about average, I would say, for a level of this type of storm. And we will be continuing to shelter in areas that are hardest hit. Folks may be without power for quite some time. They may have sustained damage to their homes. So I encourage folks in those areas to visit redcross.org/shelters. You can also call 211 to find the most recent list of shelters in your area.
So, Stephanie, I know you mentioned that you're going to be traveling to the Houston area and be in place tomorrow. What are the biggest concerns for the American Red Cross in that area?
Houston has been in the line of fire for several months, from the derecho to tornadoes to substantial flooding just a month ago. So a lot of folks still haven't recovered from that and are now being impacted again. So from an emotional, from a mental perspective, it's a lot to deal with. So we're just very cautious and wanting to treat everybody with the utmost kind of sympathy, if you will, because this is a lot to go through. And as we look to navigate what's next as far as response and recovery for these individuals, there may be some complicated factors with, again, those who didn't recover from the last round of storms. So we're really working hard with local officials to determine where the most vulnerable areas are going to be, where the most substantial impacts are, and how we can best help now and moving down the road.
And we are sharing live coverage from our Fox 26 Houston team, and they have reporters there out in the field, and just the devastation is stunning. Just the massive amounts of flooding, the power outages, the tree damage. They were sharing that tragically 2 people have reportedly lost their lives. This looks to be a multi-day event. Even after Beryl makes its way on northward, there needs to be that recovery process, as you mentioned. So many people, nearly 1 million people without power. I'm sure that is of top of mind as you do open those shelters. It is incredibly hot outside, which I'm sure is another concern.
Yeah, and for the Red Cross, as soon as it is safe for us to get out into communities, to start assessing that damage, to start mobile feeding in areas that may need it, to provide emergency supplies, disaster relief supplies, we're going to be doing that in the next coming days. What I really want to encourage folks now to do is to stay home, stay out of the roads. As you saw in that last video, there are tons of trees down. There are power lines down all over the place. There's lots of standing water. It's going to be a little bit before any of those floodwaters recede. So if you don't have to travel, if you don't have to be out on the road, please stay off the roads today.
And what has that communication been like? No doubt you are communicating with various agencies and emergency response organizations. What is the latest update from all of those agencies?
So I can't speak to exactly what those agencies are updating at this time, but what I can tell you is we are coordinating with them. We have a presence in the emergency operations centers to ensure that we are staying in very, very close contact. So we do know where those most impacted areas are, what those heavily impacted kind of areas of town are going to be from a power outage perspective, from a flooding perspective, and what those movements are going to be moving forward.
All right, Stephanie Fox with the American Red Cross. Any last thoughts that you want to share with our viewers before we let you go?
I really want to encourage folks again to stay home if they don't have to be on the roads today. And for those who are looking to give back to those who have been impacted by this storm, you can do so with a donation to disaster relief by going to redcross.org or calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
All right, Stephanie Fox with the American Red Cross. Thank you for taking the time to join us. And no doubt we'll be checking with you tomorrow as you make your way to Houston, Texas. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I did want to share this live look of our XRAD system right there. And again, we were hearing from Stephanie Fox with the Red Cross. She is right now in Victoria, Texas, but she's going to be making her way to Houston. Right there on your screen, you can see truly it is taking the brunt of Hurricane Beryl, as Beryl is very slowly moving northward at around 12 miles an hour. And the very latest in this is that it did make landfall near Matagorda, Texas, just before 5 a.m. Eastern time this morning. The storm is going to weaken very slowly as it moves further inland, but significant impacts are expected across East Texas in the next 24 hours. Torrential rain that has already led to flash flooding. Powerful winds have already knocked out power to nearly 1 million people, and storm surge is going to lead to flooding along coastal communities. The storm expected to continue its northward track in the next 48 hours, eventually becoming a post-tropical storm over the Midwest. We are expecting to speak with FEMA in just about 10 minutes, as we are going to be speaking with their public affairs officer as we talk about the emergency response and the support and the assistance that likely many folks in these areas will need. While we wait for that, again, that's going to be in just about 10 minutes, our interview with FEMA. We do want to go back to our content partners with Fox 26. They have a very powerful image of a car just literally floating in the river, a very dangerous situation, likely a water rescue getting underway. So I do want to go to that right now.
It's sort of like racing against the clock.
It sure is. And take a look at the TransStar camera. It is just blowing in the wind, so the conditions are less than ideal there. But it looks like the rescue crews now on that, if you take a look at the grass, if you look at the hill, it looks like they're trying to make their way down it. But imagine how muddy and slippery this slope is. So it's a dangerous situation from them as well. They have to do what they can to make sure that they stay healthy, that they don't get injured on their way down. But it looks like they're doing what they can. And now it looks like they're backing off. So it may be they may have to go where it's not quite so steep. It looked like it was really difficult for them to get down right there.
It looks like they're going to a different angle. I see at least one person carrying something, probably a device that would aid in this rescue. And the ladder is extended. Not sure what they're going to do with that, but man, it just looks like that water is getting just higher and higher as the seconds go by. So it really is like racing against the clock in the middle of rain, in the middle of high winds. The traffic camera, you can see it shaking. That's from the wind. And it's dangerous for all that are involved in this right now.
If you look at the top of your screen now, right under the word TransStar, there was another vehicle that was making its way toward all this. I'm really hoping they stop It's hard to tell if there's barricades out, but I could see the car coming toward, and now they're under, you can't see them because they're now covered under that bridge. So I really hope they were able to tell and nobody else drives into this. There are so many high water areas now that crews are having a hard time getting those barricades up to warn people not to go into it. So just know that there are a lot of problems like this around town where we do not want to see these high water rescues. Again, the crew's trying to figure out how to get to this person in the first place.
If I'm not mistaken, they're lowering that ladder down right now, and hopefully that person or people, it looks like just one person though, is able to latch on somehow and be lifted to safety. This looks like that is the plan of action right now. It is difficult to see, but if you look, you can see the white ladder on the truck stretching across your screen towards like the front of the overpass. It's right above where that person is on the car. Now there's another person walking down the slope towards the water.
And it's hard to tell what's on the end of that ladder. Maybe it's some type of safety device for them to grab onto. Perhaps it's some kind of cable or roping system. Very difficult to tell, but I believe that's the very end of the ladder where you see something dark hanging down from it. And now, again, that one crew member at the very edge of the water, I'm sure they're shouting out directions, probably trying to help those people or person. It's difficult to tell. Stay calm and just give them direction about what they're going to do. And it looks like actually the ladder goes past that dark spot, doesn't it? It looks like it's almost right over the vehicle now. It is almost there.
And it lowered a bit more. So I think we're right here. There must be some sort of rescue device on the tip of that ladder that they're trying to get this person to latch onto or just be able to be pulled to safety from. But man, I've never seen a rescue quite like this, using the ladder of a truck that's on dry land, stretching over into flooded water as the water seems to be just, I mean, it's rising. I mean, it is. That car is, it's like we're seeing less and less and less of the car.
And think about the strength of this ladder. It's just fascinating to see how they're able to just run it like that with the ground and just send it out over that water. And look at the water flow itself. The wind is blowing so hard that the water flow, I'm surprised the vehicle's not moving, because you can tell, you can actually almost see waves in that water.
And Melissa, you had mentioned before we had seen cars kind of coming towards this water. We don't see them anymore. We don't know if that means they're in the water or not. We're hoping that they just backed up, stayed put. Hopefully they could see that this is not something you want to be driving into. This is 288 at 610 North, a Houston TransStar camera. You're watching a live rescue right now. Fire department out there with a ladder truck. And we're just waiting anxiously to see if they pull this off.
And what's difficult about this situation, too, is you never know what is in that water. We have seen all kinds of things in floodwaters like this in the past. Huge piles of fire ants floating along, all kinds of different types of chemicals, snakes, even gators. And so I'm sure in a situation like this, they're trying to make sure that the crew stays safe, that nobody gets injured, but at the same time, make sure that this person is in a situation where they have a little time to put the perfect plan together to make sure that they are able to pull this off correctly and safely.
And Melissa, like you mentioned, the water being such a hazard, I believe also if power lines are down, you could be electrocuted. We've covered that before. We've seen that happen. So how would you even know if this water, you know, was dangerous and would, you know, electrocute you or something, or who knows what is in here? It's just so dangerous and so scary to watch. That person is still on the roof of their car at this point. It's crazy that they were even able to get out on the roof of their house, being how deep this car is.
Well, what a relief that they were able to get those windows down, because unfortunately that is something that we see time after time in flooding storms, is that if somebody has electric windows and they don't roll them down in the nick of time, the whole car shuts down. The pressure of the water, they're not able to open those doors, and if they don't have some type of device to break those windows, and they get trapped in that vehicle. So a huge relief, first of all, to see them on top of the vehicle, even though it is still a very alarming situation. I don't see the emergency worker on the slope anymore. They may be back up at that fire truck trying to figure out how to pull this off, and I'm sure it's hard to get the ladder that low, because think about the slope. You've got a huge slope, and this is going up and out over that, and I'm sure to get it down that low in that angle, it may be physically impossible to do that.
I think, you know, they are trying everything that they can at this point.
Is there somebody on the ladder now? It looks like somebody might be crawling out over it.
There is somebody out crawling over the ladder right now, and then there's another person to the left side of your screen wearing black on the ground. So there's someone making their way out on the ladder. It looks like they're in a lighter color. You can see that little blurb kind of moving down the ladder. And then we just lost the person who was on the ground on the left side of your screen. They're making their way towards this person, and we're going to see if they can get them.
Yeah, so I guess what will happen at this point, I wish we could tell how many feet that are above, but it looks like, I mean, maybe 10, 20 feet. There's no way to tell how far that ladder is from that vehicle, but I'm assuming that at that point, they're going to have to throw down perhaps a rope ladder or something in order to be able to pull that person up. This is going to take a lot of physical strength, a lot of balance. There is a lot going on here. Now, multiple people on the ladder trying to get out to them.
At least 3 people are on this ladder. I just caught that in that view. You see a person in yellow, red, another one in yellow. 3 people up on that ladder making their way to that person who's stranded out there in these floodwaters. We've been following this now for several minutes, so we're going on 10 minutes of covering this particular rescue. Multiple people on the ground too, kind of orchestrating what's going on, and also being out there suspended like that on that ladder in these high winds that you could see has to be so challenging.
And we are going to step away from that coverage as a water rescue is underway. This is incredibly dangerous and also very slow going as firefighters are inching their way to try and rescue a driver in that flooded road. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. After that, we're going to head back to this water rescue as firefighters are inching their way on a ladder to try and rescue a driver now stranded in a flooded area. That coverage coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and take a look at this. Just into our Live Now from Fox view is a new live video stream of this water rescue underway as a firefighter has lowered a buoy to this man who's sitting on the roof of his car as he drove into this flooded road. And you can see right now he is strapping this life jacket on him. Take a look look at just how high these waters are. He is in a truck, actually, and so trucks are higher than sedans, but it is just completely covered in water. You can see that this driver now has the life jacket over his head, and you can see just how windy it is. Very dangerous conditions. This is not a body of water. This is a roadway that has transformed into a body of water. This is happening right now in Houston, Texas, as firefighters are now rescuing this man from the flooded waters that Hurricane Beryl have caused. This is a new look just into our Live Now from Fox Studios, and we're taking a live look at a water rescue happening right now out of Houston, Texas, as Houston is really continuing to bear the brunt of Beryl. You can see the driver strapping on that life jacket around his head and looping it around his body. You can also see a rope right there. That is what's dangling. You can't see it from this point, but the camera may be zooming out as the man is holding onto this rope with that neon orange buoy right here, as he is really going to put his legs through it as he's going to be carried up. But take a look at just how deep and dangerous those waters are. This man dangerously driving into this road right here and stalling out. We were seeing him sitting on the roof of his car for quite some time. And take a look at this. This is a ladder truck. The ladder is extended all the way, and you can see the firefighter at the very end of this ladder, as it does appear that they are now going to be trying to pull the man up safely using that rope, as he does have a life jacket and a buoy around him. This is a water rescue happening right now, this courtesy of KHOU, and we're sharing this live look with you. But just unbelievable. These are the dangerous conditions that are happening right now across this region of Texas, and this is why officials are urging everyone to stay home. Do not drive in these waters. They are much deeper than you might think, and you might find yourself in this situation. This man now sitting on his truck bed as his legs are now dangling in the water. He is now in the water, clutching the side of his truck bed. As you can see just how heavy those waves are. He has the life jacket on. He has the buoy on. He's completely submerged from his torso downward, as it does appear that the firefighters are going to slowly lift him with that rope. This is happening live right now in Houston, Texas, a very dangerous water rescue on this flooded road, and the photographer on a bridge, because that is the only safe location. You can see that there is a firefighter at the very end of that ladder, slowly bringing the ladder closer to shore as they are slowly moving this man with the buoy and the life jacket. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see some rescuers ready to grab him, but their jackets are flapping in the wind. There's a lot of wind. There's a lot of rain. And it looks like they got him. It looks like they safely pulled him to shore. But incredibly scary moments as this man was sitting on the roof of his truck, stranded on this highway, unable to move, unable to really get off of the roof. He had to wait for emergency responders, and they are now bringing him safely there to shore. You can see the heavy firefighter presence right there, as no doubt they're going to be checking him with an ambulance. But it does appear that he is walking. He is able to walk on his own. But just some unbelievable moments right there, as the photographer is now on the move, very likely trying to get a closer view of that water rescue underway. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. It does look like that camera is now off, as we just witnessed an incredibly dramatic rescue as Houston is really just bearing the brunt of Hurricane Beryl. Flash flooding, a major concern, torrential rains, heavy winds. Just incredible. That man stranded on the roof of his truck, safely rescued by firefighters, and we were able to share that with you courtesy of KHOU. We're going to continue our live coverage of Hurricane Beryl as it remains a Category 1 hurricane. Houston still getting blasted by wind, rain, and everything in between. We're going to continue our live coverage coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 11:40 Eastern, 8:40 Pacific. And before the break, we were sharing with you some incredibly dramatic video of a live water rescue unfolding in Houston, Texas. A man stranded on top of his pickup truck waiting for minutes as emergency responders very carefully navigated a ladder truck to extend that ladder over the highway that really looked like a raging river, and then being able to slowly lower a life jacket and buoy to that man, safely taking him to shore. But very dangerous conditions in Houston, Texas. Just into our Live Now from Fox studios, we did get an update that the city of Houston and Mayor Whitmire are going to be holding a news conference coming up in just about 20 minutes to brief everyone on the latest, as Houston really is bearing the brunt of Hurricane Beryl. And in fact, I wanted to share this live look with you from on the ground. This is our on the ground reporters on the move in the Houston, Texas area. And you can see that the rain is still falling on the windshields. Earlier, they had taken us to a neighborhood that was just absolutely devastated. But take a look as they zoom in, this vehicle right here stranded in the middle of the road, caught again in these massive flash floods and flooded roads. And that is what officials are really warning folks about. Do not think you can drive through the water. It is always deeper than you expect. This is a scene that we have seen time and time again as we have been in wall-to-wall coverage. Drivers thinking that they can go through the water only to stall out. And that is what led to that water rescue that we brought you live. A man driving through a road. It looked like a highway, stalling out because the flooding was more than a foot and a half deep, almost completely submerging his pickup truck. And he had to climb onto the roof of his truck, and we witnessed that dramatic rescue. So this is a live look right now in Houston as we are expecting the mayor and other officials to give a briefing in just about 15 minutes. We're going to bring that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, we have been continuing to check in with our Fox 26 Houston team. We're going to pivot to that right now. Let's listen in.
Still of maybe 60 or 70 miles per hour, believe it or not. And then we're going to begin the drying process here in Houston. We've had so much rain. At this point, we still have a flash flood warning that's in effect for Houston and most of our surrounding areas until 11 a.m. So that's in 17 minutes, but it'll end up maybe either being converted to a flood advisory or maybe it'll be reconfigured. By the way, the northern part of Harris County, like Spring and Humble and heading up to around Conroe and those spots or the Woodlands, you're under a flash flood warning until 1 p.m. So we got another couple of hours on that one. Do you know what's ironic? This is really strange. I wanted to show you this, is that you know in Corpus Christi they were preparing for the last several days for a hurricane landfall, right? Well, it turned, they didn't get much in Corpus, and would you believe they're actually under a heat advisory today? So they missed out on almost all the rain, and they're looking for a heat index close to 108 degrees. I mean, it's just amazing how Mother Nature will do that, right? This large green area down here in Galveston and Brazoria County is an area where we just have this steady flooding that's taking place, and so that's called an aerial flood warning, and that's going to be with you through 2 p.m. this afternoon. And we continue to see the center of circulation actually moved directly over Katy, is making its way up toward around Magnolia, Plantersville, that area currently. We're going to look for these colors to start to calm down. So where you see the dark reds and even those bright pinks that show up, that's where you have the tallest, coldest cloud tops. That's where you have a very well-developed storm and super heavy rain. We're seeing less of that. So the low is starting to fill in, as we say. So the pressure is going to start to rise. The winds will eventually begin to kind of slacken a little bit. But for right now, this thing is hanging in there, especially wrapping around that side of the circulation. Down here in Lake Jackson, I also wanted to let you know, this was one of the hardest hit spots. We had storm surge flooding down around Freeport. We had a lot of inland rainfall, and a lot of these rivers, like the Brazos River and others that drain into the Gulf of Mexico, you now have everything coming together. You have still a bit of a storm surge coming in off the Gulf, meeting up with the water that's trying to drain into the Gulf, and you end up with a rise in the river levels. That's happening, for example, over in like the Channelview area right now. So again, if you're just joining us, that's where the storm is located. It's in northwest Harris County, and it will be moving out of the area. Let's take a look at the futurecast wind gusts. So this is our graph computer model projecting what to expect by noontime in an hour and 15 minutes. Still looking at some wind gusts across the area of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then by 1:30 in the afternoon, watch out in Cleveland and in Livingston and even in Huntsville. And then as we head toward the middle part of the afternoon, finally, many places start to see a big improvement to the extent of the wind field and the strength of those winds. Here's a look at the next 24 hours and where Beryl is going to be headed. It's actually moving out of the area really quickly. You know, previously there was a lot of chatter online about this storm resembling Harvey. It isn't, though. It's not going to hang around the way Harvey did. We're not going to have day after day of an inundation. It really is just a pretty short-term and scary event. We'll be improving. We'll stay breezy. We'll begin drying out by this evening. And here's a look at what to expect as the cleanup continues. Now, cautiously here, I have a 30% chance for some isolated storms in the forecast tomorrow and Wednesday. I'll be honest with you, there's a very good chance that all the moisture just exits for a couple of days and we see no rain at all. But I'm just concerned there may be a trailing rain band coming in behind, you know, this storm. So I want you to just be cautious about tomorrow and Wednesday. But in general, we're going to have a pretty nice, smooth pattern to pick up the pieces after Beryl moves out later today.
All right, Mike, doing such a good job of keeping us up to date, not making us panic, but giving us the very valuable information that we need to know. It's a fine line, you know?
It is, because it does sound like we will get through this, but unfortunately, we've already seen 2 people unfortunately have died as this storm has made its way across Houston. And I know that we do have some images of the second death that we reported in Precinct 4. There was a 74-year-old who's the 911 caller said that a tree fell on my grandma's home, and we do have confirmed that that person has passed away. This is images from that scene there. This is one of 2 deadly incidences that have happened so far throughout our coverage here in Houston.
Just sickening to see how fast and easy something like that can happen. The tree uproots, falls onto the home, and then a lot of times the roof will collapse on the person. The same thing happened to a 53-year-old man in Humble earlier this morning. So now 2 deaths confirmed of people just trying to stay safe in their home, and then this happens. We know that there's also flooding all over the greater Houston area, including in Galveston. So the storm first hit Matagorda, moved up toward Galveston. We saw a lot of storm surge, and we have a photographer who's in that area giving us an idea of what that looks like.
Wow, that is just incredible. You can see the wind is gusting, and this is live video from our photog Darlene on Harborside Drive in Galveston. And the water's looking high. You can see it rippling. The trees are blowing, and this is definitely impassable. So this is another instance of, you know, don't accidentally drive or purposefully try to drive through water, because we've already been showing you how cars are getting stranded and rescues are happening. So this is really dangerous. Look at that wind picking up there.
Doesn't it almost look like there's a helicopter over it?
It does.
That it's whipping, and that is still those wind gusts. And in a situation like this, you think, well, it's innocent, it's just a few inches, but that's what happens. It can sometimes end up being feet, and it can just swallow up the vehicle. And you can tell there, if you look toward the left-hand side of your screen, at first you see the yellow stripe, and the further you look in, you can no longer see it, which means that water is fairly deep. And so we've seen our crews have to turn around over and over again this morning, just because they are playing it super safe this morning.
Even live on air, when we're watching our crews driving around, they'll come to an area like this, and luckily our amazing photographers and reporters are paying close attention, and they know to back up, turn around, don't drown. You hear this over and over and over again, but it just seems like every time we cover a weather event, unfortunately, we're also covering rescues, and even more unfortunately, we're covering people who don't make it out of these high waters once they drive their car in there, or if they try to walk through. It's dangerous. There could be power lines in there. You could get electrocuted. There's many other elements that could be in there. You can see on that right side of your screen, when that wind blows, those bushy trees or bushes there are just billowing in the wind, and it just is a really, really dangerous situation. And Melissa and I have been monitoring those power outages. Over 2 million impacted.
It's sickening to think about how many people are going to have a lot of problems maybe in the coming days, because there are so many people out to get that back going. And I want to make sure you know that you see this water here in Galveston. That is far from an isolated situation, because there are 33 reported high water locations in Houston. We know there's so many more that aren't actually showing up on Houston TransStar. These are on our main lanes, on our main frontage roads, 33 of them. And at least half of them are showing that that's not going to improve even a second before 3 p.m. and could even be extended past that. So you just have to know it is still a good idea just to stay in the comforts of home for quite some time
And
today.
that's a good point, because this water, as we know, can pop up so quickly that some areas are not going to be listed on that list quickly enough, because they're popping up so fast. And this is just going to continue throughout the day. This isn't going to let up.
And in the beginning of this storm, it seemed like our biggest problem were those trees, and we're told thousands of trees down in the greater Houston area. But now we're starting to really see this water really popping up problems all over the Houston area. Now again, I'm getting new reports from viewers every second in the Woodlands saying, oh my goodness, it's getting worse. So even though it's a tropical storm, now people north of us are really getting the brunt of it.
Yeah, it's like you can breathe a sigh of relief whenever it dropped to tropical storm, but then you can't, because the rain and the wind and the water and the flooding keeps on coming. So yeah, good news. We found out, I think it was just before 10 o'clock, Mike Iskovitz and you two on the desk said it's downgraded to a tropical storm, but you still have to use an abundance of caution. We just switched our look back to those 3 vehicles that were stranded here.
Highway 288 is always a problem spot. We see this every single time in the same area, time after time, and it's because the water blends in so well with the highway. You can't tell the difference, and it looks like the water we showed you a moment ago in Galveston. It looks innocent enough, but you keep driving, and then here we go. They're stranded, and this is where that high water rescue was, where a guy was stranded on top of his vehicle. Now he has to be so happy to be on dry ground.
My goodness. And obviously, once you get your car in a situation like this, you're probably not getting your car back. So it is very damaged. But we do want to make sure that you know that there are over 2 million people without power at the moment. As we mentioned, obviously crews are working to restore that, but I'd imagine it's quite difficult whenever these elements out there are still so dangerous.
And we talked to a lot of different county and city leaders earlier, and they say the outages are for a number of things. Certainly some high wind gusts blew out some transformers. We also have trees down all over power lines, all over the area. And you know what I expect to see very soon, and it's always such a beautiful sight. It gives me goosebumps, and I'm so thankful for them. We're going to see linemen coming in from other states all over the country. And if you are out and about in the coming days, I guarantee you, you're just going to see lines of them just coming in, doing everything they can to help us out. And we're just going to have to be really patient and know we're all in it together.
Well, I don't know.
And we thank our content partners with Fox 26 Houston as they were providing that update. We do know now that Beryl has been downgraded to a tropical storm. It was Category 1 up until just about moments ago, just about maybe 30 minutes ago or so. We also have learned from our content partners that 2 people have been killed after dangerous conditions continue in the Houston area. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. We are also expecting Houston officials to be holding a briefing in just about 5 minutes or so. We're going to head there live. Right now, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at a podium in Houston, Texas. This is the Emergency Management Center right there, and we are expecting in just a few moments to hear from Houston officials, including the mayor, to provide the very latest updates as Beryl continues to impact the city of Houston. Very heavy rainfall, very powerful wind gusts overnight and into today, and we've been sharing some of those live looks with you. We are expecting this to get underway any moment now, as Mayor Whitmire will be joined by public safety chiefs and department leaders. Just moments ago, we did note that Beryl is now downgraded to a tropical storm, but that doesn't mean that it is not powerful as torrential rain continues to fall in the Houston area. And in fact, we were seeing some water rescues live right here on Live Now from Fox. That briefing is expected to happen in just about 2 minutes. As you can imagine, they are probably talking amongst themselves to get the very latest numbers, as now more than 2 million people are without power as the powerful wind gusts have knocked power out to so many people. This will likely be a multi-day event as crews are working to restore power to those 2 million plus people, and that number could even grow. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I did want to bring you the very latest on Beryl. It has now been downgraded to a tropical storm. It did make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane near Matagorda, Texas, just before 5 a.m. Eastern time this morning. The storm is slowly weakening as it moves farther inland, but significant impacts are expected across East Texas in the next 24 hours. And so this is not just an event that is a concern today. It's an event that's going to take place over the next few days, even as it tracks northward. Torrential rain has already led to flash flooding. Powerful winds, as I just said, knocked out power to at least 2 million people. That number could grow. And you can see this photographer right there moving his camera just a little bit, as we do expect the mayor and other emergency officials in the city of Houston to provide an update. The storm surge, also a major issue for coastal communities as well. The storm now making its way north in the next 48 hours. It is now a tropical storm, and it will continue to weaken as it continues over the Midwest. But it did make landfall at around 5 a.m. Eastern time as a Category 1 hurricane this morning. Some of those wind gusts topping 70 to 90 miles an hour, a life-threatening storm surge, and heavy rainfalls. And as we wait for this news conference, I did want to share this live look with you. It does appear that this is the Spring Valley Village Police. It's a little bit unclear as to exactly what is going on, but it does look like police are trying to block the road right there. We have seen a number of water rescues in the area, and I do believe that this is the Houston, Texas area. I'm going to double check to see if that is the case, but we do see that the photographer is in their vehicle making their way along these highways right here, and some of these highways we've seen completely flooded. And we actually saw a very dramatic water rescue take place just moments ago. We shared that to you and with you right here on Live Now from Fox. But these are the conditions right now as we continue to follow the very latest. We are anticipating that briefing to get underway any moment now from the city of Houston. In the meantime, I did want to share the very latest with the National Hurricane Center, as they did provide an update. And so I do want to play that for you right now as we continue to wait for the Houston press conference to get underway. Let's listen in.
Good morning, everybody. This is Mike Brennan here at the National Hurricane Center. It's just after 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time on Monday, July 8th, coming on with the latest on what is now Tropical Storm Beryl, which made landfall early this morning along the middle Texas coast and is now moving inland, currently centered about 20 miles to the west-northwest of Houston. Very dangerous weather, multiple hazards playing out across southeast Texas this morning. You can see the center of Beryl and the remnants of the eye wall moving over portions of the Houston metro area. You can see these rain bands out over the Gulf of Mexico streaming on shore. So we have sustained tropical storm force winds over much of southeastern Texas this morning. We've seen wind gusts of 70, 80 miles per hour across portions of the Houston metro area. Widespread power outages. We still have life-threatening storm surge inundation ongoing. There are flash flood warnings in effect for the entire Houston metro area, as well as a few tornado warnings that are popping up in these outer rain bands a little farther to the east, closer to East Texas, closer to the Louisiana border. So let's step you through all the hazards here this morning. We're going to start with storm surge. We still have a storm surge warning in effect from Port O'Connor up to Sabine Pass, so the middle and upper portions of the Texas coast. 4 to 6 feet of inundation still expected between Freeport and High Island, including in Galveston Bay, especially up into the back parts of Galveston Bay, where the storm surge is combining with the runoff from the very heavy rainfall that's occurred this morning. And those water levels will stay elevated through much of the day before subsiding later today and tonight. But again, the potential for 3 to 5 feet of inundation from High Island to Sabine Pass, and 2 to 4, 3 to 5 feet to the south of Freeport. So hopefully in these areas, people are out of those storm surge evacuation zones, out of those areas. But please be ready to move to a higher floor in your building or to get to higher ground if your area is flooding. Let's move on now to talk about the wind hazards. Beryl is still a tropical storm force winds extending well out away from the center, out over the northern Gulf of Mexico. We have a tropical storm warning in effect from Port O'Connor to Sabine Pass along the coast, but also much of southeast Texas in this area is also under a tropical storm warning, seeing again those sustained winds near 50, 55 miles per hour at both of the major airports in the Houston metro area. Again, wind gusts 70, 80 miles per hour during the last few hours. So again, stay inside. Most of the fatalities that occur due to wind and tropical storms and hurricanes occur from tree damage, people being outside and having tree branches fall on them in their cars or in their homes or outdoors. So please be safe, be prepared to shelter in place for at least a few more hours here until conditions begin to subside. Let's move on now to the rainfall hazard. We are still expecting 5 to 10 inches of rain in a wide swath across East Texas up into the Arklatex region, with isolated totals could reach as high as 15 inches down here in the Houston-Galveston area, but also in some areas of East Texas where we get some of these training rain bands during the next 6 to 12 hours. As we go from tonight into Tuesday, the heavy rainfall threat is going to spread up across the Arklatex region through Arkansas into the mid-Mississippi Valley across southern Missouri. So there's going to be a widespread flash flooding threat that's first going to be focused today in this red area from Texarkana to just west of Shreveport, Tyler, Texas, Lufkin, down to the Houston-Galveston area. And this is a level 3 out of 4 risk for flash flooding. So very serious situation here could unfold. There's flash flood watches in effect for all of this region. And we could see some considerable flash flooding as well as longer-term river flooding after the heavy rains end. And as we move on into Tuesday, that broader flash flooding risk is going to stretch up into places like Cape Girardeau, St. Louis, up into southern Illinois as the moisture from Beryl is pulled northward and eastward. Again, the tornado threat today this morning is centered around southeast Texas. We have a tornado watch that's in effect for the Houston-Galveston region over to Beaumont, Port Arthur, portions of southeast Texas, and also down into Matagorda and Brazoria counties. We've seen several tornado warnings this morning, and that risk of tornadoes is going to shift northward along the Texas-Louisiana border and into southwestern Arkansas during the day today. So this is the risk today and tonight. So if you live in any of these areas in East Texas, western Louisiana, southwestern Arkansas, both for the tornado threat and the flash flood threat, make sure you have multiple ways to receive weather information through a NOAA weather radio, through wireless emergency alerts on your smartphone that can alert you and especially wake you up overnight if there are dangerous conditions in your area. One final reminder about the risk of rip currents that exists along the entire northern and western coast of the Gulf of Mexico. Again, even all the way over to places like the Florida Panhandle, the Alabama coastline, the wave field from Beryl has created very dangerous surf and rip current conditions. Please stay out of the water if the ocean does not appear safe and if those flags are flying, and pay attention to advice you've given by your local officials there. And one final note, there's widespread power outages in southeast Texas. I want to touch on a few things related to post-storm safety. Particularly, you want to use flashlights and not candles to provide lighting if you have a power outage in your home. And please practice generator safety. We lose a lot of people after tropical storms and hurricanes to carbon monoxide poisoning from improper generator use. The generators either being run in the home or not vented properly. So please follow those guidelines and make sure that you keep you and your family safe. And please be careful with food and water. Things can start to spoil very quickly, and you can get sick from those types of materials in your home. So again, just be safe after the storm and don't become a statistic. So I'll wrap up here with the final look at the key messages. We still have life-threatening storm surge inundation through this afternoon along portions of the mid and upper Texas coast, including Galveston Bay, Matagorda Bay from Port O'Connor to Sabine Pass. We have damaging wind gusts that are going to continue near the core of Beryl across portions of the Houston metro area for the next few hours, spreading up into portions of southeast Texas. So please be sheltered in place and stay in a safe place for the next few hours. Considerable flash and urban flooding is expected today and tonight across portions of East Texas and the middle and upper Texas Gulf Coast, with that risk of flash flooding spreading farther north and eastward with time. And again, a final reminder about the danger of those rip currents. So this is going to be our final live stream on Tropical Storm Beryl from here at the National Hurricane Center. We'll continue to provide updates throughout the day on hurricanes.gov. You can find more information from your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan.
And that was Mike Brennan with the very latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Beryl now downgraded to a tropical storm, but still incredibly powerful. You're taking a live look at the Emergency Operations Center out of the city of Houston, Texas, as we are expecting the mayor and other officials to provide an update as Houston is continuing to truly be inundated by now Tropical Storm Beryl. And I did want to share this live look with you. This is out of Houston, Texas right here, and it does appear as though the photographer right there is stopping on the side of the highway. And I wanted to share this with you because truly the torrential rain has been just unbelievable. And take a look at the right-hand side of your screen right there. It looks like a waterfall, but truly that is the water that is just gushing over the side of that retention wall right there. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are anticipating Houston city officials to be providing an update. We're going to check in with them in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and this is a live look out of Houston, Texas, as we are expecting city officials to be providing an update on the very latest of Tropical Storm Beryl. We see folks at the podium. Let's listen in.
Good morning. We're experiencing right now the dirty side of a dirty hurricane. Beryl has certainly taken its path, its eye across West Houston, and most of the city is experiencing the dirty side of a very serious hurricane. As I said yesterday when I was asking everyone to be prepared, look out for everyone, that when they went to bed last night, they would wake up to a different environment, a different set of circumstances and weather this morning. Certainly that was an accurate statement. When I turned in at 2 this morning, After riding the streets of Houston with the police chief at 2 o'clock, it had not arrived. And certainly this morning at 6, a new set of weather conditions arrived during the night. Very serious amount of water, in excess of 10 inches across most of our city, approaching 90 miles per hour winds, hurricane conditions. But we prepared for this. We had the department directors with us yesterday when I spoke to the public. Everyone was pre-positioning its resources. And of course, one of our major concerns is always energy, electricity. We have over 2 million in our region without power, over 700,000 Houstonians. What I want to emphasize in this briefing is, please, Houstonians, anyone that can hear my voice, shelter in place. Shelter in place. We're in an emergency. We're in a rescue mode, life safety. We're literally getting calls across Houston right now asking for first responders to come rescue individuals in desperate life safety conditions. We've been in the control room monitoring Houston fire, saving a life on 288 in Holly Hall, literally saving a person's life. We have fires that we're addressing. So shelter in place. We've had individuals show up at the LBJ hospital, residents in the lobby seeking out safety. We're doing everything we can. These department heads, the first responders. Our airports are not operating right now, but doing everything they can to get operations back. Now, where do we stand? We're in a rescue mode as I speak to you. The National Weather Service says in about 45 minutes to an hour, it should start improving. So we will do an assessment. We will be opening up centers. The Red Cross is in contact with us. We had locations identified, but now we've got to do an assessment. Most of the city multi-service centers, even the George Brown, are without power. We're locating situations where the generators have not been able to function. We know that we have a lot of infrastructure challenges in this city. The bayous, most of them I could name are out of their banks. Certainly White Oak is creating some life-threatening conditions along Heights Boulevard. White Oak is far-reaching as Houston Avenue. Brays Bayou is out of its bank. White Oak. We're actually monitoring Greens Bayou on the northeast side. Our friends in the county, Cypress Creek and others, we're monitoring the San Jacinto River. So all I want to do is urge everyone, I plead with you to shelter in place. Do not put our first responders in further danger. Our first responders are making calls, over 400 911 calls in the last hour. They will likely increase. We are doing everything we possibly can. Stay off the roads. There is debris. I traveled from my home early this morning. The mayor was barely able to get to the emergency center. That's how dangerous our streets. Our traffic lights are out throughout the city. So let me just say I'm going to get some real-time reports from these outstanding department directors, our first responders. But my message to the public is shelter in place, stay off the roads, take care of your loved ones, your neighbors, your pets. Bark. Without power, generator did not kick on. We have a lot to do when we assess things in future days. But right now, it's life safety. All we need to worry about right now is protecting lives. We've been in contact with the county judge. We've been in contact with the state government, and the White House has reached out to us offering assistance. So it's all hands on deck. We literally almost didn't have time for this press conference because we're so busy taking incoming calls for rescue, for public assistance. So all I can say is we've prepared for this moment. We're doing everything we can. In the coming days, we will restore all the resources, the power. Our multi-service centers will be prepared. We hope CenterPoint will continue to do their outstanding job. They're bringing in thousands of additional assistants, line personnel, vegetation personnel. Clearing our streets and lines and getting the power back on is one of our highest priorities. I do not have power. We're all living this together. We're all in this together. Collaboration with every level of government, with every social agency, with the faith community, and with these outstanding first responders. I'm going to ask our fire chief to come give us a real-time report of his operations and what we can do going forward. Chief Pena.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I think, well, the mayor nailed it. I don't know, he summarized essentially what we want to communicate to our residents and to our community is stay home. Protect yourselves, protect your families. We're in the middle of this. It's going to keep raining. We're going to continue to see street level flooding. But I'm going to report really quickly on our response posture, our focus, our service demand, and our resource status for this operational period. As the mayor mentioned, our focus right now is life safety. The life safety posture is what we're focusing on right now, and we're going to continue this until this storm passes, and then we're going to move into the recovery and consequence management. But for right now, our resources are committed to emergency response. The service demand, we had one fire fatality that happened early this morning at a house fire in the southeast part of our city. The high water rescue call types and the live wires, the down wires, are our primary service demand. The streets are flooded. We saw video earlier of a fire crew evacuating and rescuing an individual that got stuck in a high water situation. If everybody could see that video, you see how resource intensive those call types are. We cannot continue to service every call type that same way. So we ask that you do the responsible thing. If you don't need to be on the street, stay off the street. If you are on the street, do not drive over flooded roadways. It doesn't take much for your car to be, the electrical system to be overcome, and you're dead in the water essentially. So please be cautious, heed the warnings, stay off the flooded roadways. What we're anticipating is widespread power outages. We're seeing that now. Those will continue. If you're going to use your generators, please do so responsibly. Keep those away from your home. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a real concern following these types of storms. Use the 911 system for emergencies only. If you need to report any other service need, 311 or 211 is the appropriate way to do so. Reserve 911 for true emergencies. And again, stay off the streets. Stay off the streets because there is a lot of risk. High winds are still in the area. Street level flooding. The mayor mentioned about the condition of the bayous. If those overflow, we're going to see some structural flooding that will require our response as well. So please do the responsible thing. Don't expose yourself, your family, and first responders to the additional risk. Look out for yourself and look out for each other. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Judge Pena. The real clear statement is help us help you. By staying in place, sheltering in place, you will assist the community because we need our resources addressing the most severe situations. With that comment, I want to recognize Chief Harden to give us an HPD status report.
Thank you, Mayor. I cannot reiterate enough what the Mayor and Chief Pena have said. As this weather passes, which hopefully it will in the next hour or two, and we begin to or continue to respond to these rescue calls, please help us be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Stay home. Stay home so that we can utilize our resources to help the people who really need it right now. For HPD resources, we have our high water trucks that have been here all night along with our fire partners and Public Works. We so far have made 15 high water rescue calls, rescuing 8 individuals. Our trucks are out and about, coming upon people who don't even have cell service, so they have not been able to call, as well as responding to calls for service. We're co-located with our fire and Public Works partners, as well as our other partners in the OEM and our EOC, and doing everything we can to respond as quickly as possible. Every single time we have an event like this where we have power outages, you always have a select few of our population that try to take advantage of the situation. Well, let me tell you that we are putting the full weight and force of the Houston Police Department behind helping the citizens of Houston. That includes staffing people and officers that you cannot see at places without power. So we will be in and about our community, both in our high water vehicles, our marked police cars, and our unmarked cars that you cannot see. So please, stay home. Stay home so we can help the people that need it most. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. The emergency center where we're located right now is the nerve center of the city during emergencies. We've been here all night. They've been preparing the last 48 hours. They're the best professional emergency response team in the country. We've done this before, and quite frankly, we're in the middle of an emergency and all hands on deck right here. I would ask our director, Tom Munoz, to come give us a status report and how the public can assist the emergency center going forward. Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate what my colleagues behind me, the mayor, have said. Life safety, that is at the stage we're at right now. Again, want to emphasize the message. Stay off the road, stay at home, shelter in place. We're currently at level 1 now. We're working with state and local and federal officials to ensure the safety of everyone. What we are doing is identifying those vulnerable areas. Assisted living homes, nursing homes. We have already those identified. We'll be monitoring that situation very closely to ensure that people are safe. And again, that the rest of the city, the residents are safe as well. We are going to be working diligently throughout the day and the night till this is over. But one thing that I want all Houstonians to know is that we are working together, have been working for the last 4 days to ensure everyone's safety. Mitigation plans are already set in place. The other thing that we're going to go after, we want people to understand that we are going to be in the recovery phase after the life safety, as Chief Pena had mentioned. So we are paying attention, we're monitoring closely, and again, want to emphasize, stay off the roads, shelter in place. We have the whole city already under the watch. We are paying attention. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't mind being redundant at this point. Shelter in place, stay off the roads, call 911. Our first responders are responding, fire, police, public works. Randy, why don't you come up and let us know the status of your public works. Our water supply is safe. Our water pressure is strong. Wastewater as well, backed up by generators. So we're monitoring our water supply, and I'm going to let our director give us a real-time report on public works.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, in the interest of redundancy, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to stay off the roads. As the mayor mentioned, the water supply is good. It is safe. We're doing well there right now. Although we are still faced there with the same power challenges that everyone across the city is faced with. Most of our facilities are using backup generator power to accomplish that. We continue to monitor things, though, to ensure that we stay above all of the necessary thresholds from a regulatory standpoint. We are well above those thresholds at this point, so our drinking water supply, our wastewater is all operating within the regulatory parameters. As far as our streets are concerned, it's important for everyone to remember the primary drainage mechanism throughout this city is our streets. For better or worse, that is the reality of the situation. And so while we see our streets fill up with water, a lot of that is by design so that it can be conveyed out to the appropriate outfalls and drainage channels that are necessary. When we have an event like this, our streets are going to naturally drain slower than we are used to. And so we ask people to be very patient as they do that, and that's why we'd like you to stay home as long as you possibly can to allow the streets for time to clear. Once they clear of the water, we're going to find other hazards that are going to be there. And so once the storm passes and it's safe for our crews to be able to do so in conjunction with fire and police, we'll be out on the streets. We'll be out there with saw crews clearing debris. We'll be making sure that everything is operational from the right of way. You can help us by reporting power outages at traffic lights and intersections intersections that you see, whether it's flashing or the intersection is dark itself, report that to 311. That helps us make sure that we can get the appropriate priorities there. We'll be working with our partners, of course, at TxDOT like we did just a few weeks ago to help restore power to the intersections as quickly as we possibly can. Beware of live wires that may have come down as a result of some of the debris that we find in the city. But most importantly, stay safe, stay off the roads as long as you possibly can.
Thank you, Randy.
So we are continuing to listen as Houston officials are providing the very latest update as it relates to Tropical Storm Beryl. It has now downgraded to a tropical storm. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. After that, we're going to head back live to Houston, Texas as we continue that briefing. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific, and we're going to head back live to Houston, Texas, as we're hearing a briefing from Houston officials about the very latest with Tropical Storm Beryl. The mayor saying that it is absolutely critical for folks to stay home after there have been 2 reported storm-related deaths, and many drivers have been stranded along those flooded roadways and highways. We're going to head back there so we can listen in.
And after we transition from life safety and rescue, we'll do an assessment. We will see where our multi-service centers can open to assist residents, and then we will also be working with the faith community and our social services. What I want to emphasize to everyone is collaboration. We're in this together. If we're united, we look out for each other, we're going to come out of this as safe and sound as humanly possible. We literally have rescues going on as I speak to you right now. First responders are putting their lives at risk, but that's what they're trained for. It's working, but if everyone will help us, help them. Look out for the most vulnerable. We've identified nursing homes, independent living. If you have additional information, certainly call non-emergency calls to 311, emergencies 911. And here's something I know it's very difficult to express, but we have to have patience in these situations. We have to prioritize our rescues and our first responders. So we're there. We're going to be here all day. We'll do an update mid-afternoon. We'll be here all night long, and we will not rest until every Houstonian, every community is served by the first responders, health, public works, and every service that a great city provides. With that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions. We're just about there. Certainly to our Spanish-speaking residents, I would ask Chief Pena to come give a status report in Spanish.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Bueno, miren, les vamos a dar un reporte en español de lo que ha ocurrido hasta este momento. Hemos visto que la tormenta es grave, es seria y ha causado bastantes apagones en varias áreas de la ciudad. También hay casos de inundación en la ciudad. Y lo que el alcalde Whitmire y todos los compañeros que están aquí detrás de mí, lo que estamos recomendando y lo que pedimos a nuestro público es que se mantengan en casa si no tienen que estar en las carreteras. Está muy peligroso el viento, hay muchos riesgos, hay mucho escombro, están las calles inundadas y hay bastantes líneas de electricidad que están abajo en las calles. Es muy peligroso estar fuera ahorita. El alcalde, lo que él le pide al público y es que no se expongan a esos riesgos, no expongan a los socorristas que tienen que salir a los rescates.
And you can listen in to this live press conference happening right now out of Houston, Texas. This official right there speaking in Spanish, providing some very vital information as we have been hearing from a number of emergency response officials as well as city elected officials right there saying it is critical to shelter in place. On the upper right hand side of your screen, you can see why. Take a look at this live look out of Houston, Texas, where this driver appears stranded, his vehicle just almost floating away. As you can see those high levels of water right there. This is an issue that many areas of Houston are dealing with. We were hearing from city officials as they were describing this, asking everyone to shelter in place. Dangerous situations are still happening in the city of Houston, even though Beryl is now a tropical storm. But as we take a live look on the upper right-hand side of your screen, you can actually see a tow truck right there. Again, the tow truck doesn't even seem to be able to get into that water, and it appears perhaps that car might have to be abandoned as it is very dangerous to be driving in those waters. And you can actually see that he is now pushing his car, but it looks like he's pushing his car deeper into the water. So it's unclear as to exactly what he is considering. We are continuing to listen in to this press conference. I've potted down the sound right now. They are translating all of the vital information into Spanish. We're going to continue to monitor that. But to get to the very latest when it comes to Tropical Storm Beryl, it is now a tropical storm downgraded from a Category 1 hurricane that happened maybe a little bit of over an hour ago. It did make landfall earlier this morning at 5 a.m. Eastern time near Matagorda, Texas. It is now slowly weakening as it moves farther inland. And on the lower right-hand side of your screen, you can see the live look at our XRAD system right there as the center of the storm continues to pummel Houston, Texas. Torrential rain, that's been a massive issue. And as indicated in the upper right-hand side of your screen, that has led to flash flooding. Powerful winds continue to be an issue. More than 2 million people, I should say, are without power. And there is a storm surge that is also inundating coastal communities. The storm is going to track to the north in the next 48 hours and really make its way across the Midwest. I'm going to raise the audio again. As we were transitioning, we were hearing a Spanish translation. I'm going to raise the audio to see if they're speaking in English. Let's listen in.
Sí, desafortunadamente tuvimos una fatalidad esta mañana. Ocurrió en un incendio de una casa más o menos a las 5:30 de la mañana. No estamos seguros si fue a causa de la tormenta o fue un problema eléctrico o un accidente. Eso todavía se está evaluando y tendremos más información después. Absolutely. So what I mentioned is that we unfortunately had a fire fatality early this morning. It happened around 5:30 this morning. We still don't know if it was as a result of the storm or if it was an electrical issue or accidental. But our arson division is out there investigating, and we'll have more information as soon as that cause and origin is determined. Anything else? Mayor? Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll have another briefing about mid-afternoon. At that time, we'll have a status report concerning city employees and city services going forward through tomorrow. We're going to do an assessment as soon as we can hit, but at this point, we're doing everything we can. We ask the public for their cooperation. Concerns me, life and safety of every resident and everyone in our surrounding communities. Look out for each other. Allow us to help you by you staying sheltered in place. Stay off the roads. Our traffic lights are damaged. It's going to take hours, if not days, to get them back operational. You can't go through an intersection full speed. You have to stop when there's no lights. Traveling here early this morning, we saw in Shepherd people speeding through 34th Street, 43rd Street. Unacceptable. Stay off the roads. If it's essential travel, go slow. Look out for each other. This is a dangerous situation, and it will be dangerous for several more hours in terms of severe weather. Then allow us to get out and do an assessment and let our first responders, our city employees, public works do their job. But to do our job like you expect, you've got to do your part by staying at home, only essential workers traveling. We're going to bring in additional resources, county, state, and federal resources, and we're going to get there. But give us some time. We're doing everything humanly possible right now. We're fixing to leave this briefing and go back to the Nerve Center, take calls, collaborate with all of our resources, and make things get better as soon as possible. We all know we want energy. We all know we want electricity. One of our highest priorities, center point, is recruiting resources as we talk. We've been there before. We know what we're doing. Now we've got to remember, look out for lives, look out for safety, and allow our first responders and city resources to do their job. I urge everyone, do your part by staying at home, listening to the press, hugging your loved ones, and let's go forward like we know how. Thank y'all.
And we were hearing live from Houston city officials as they were providing a pretty comprehensive briefing right there as they are still making preparations with Tropical Storm Beryl. We were hearing from officials saying it is absolutely critical to shelter in place as this storm really is still pummeling the Houston area. They were also talking about 2 reported storm-related deaths, really urging residents to stay home, saying it is absolutely critical. That is the safest place that you can be, is inside your home. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue our live coverage of Tropical Storm Beryl after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look out of Houston, Texas, as we are continuing to follow just the torrential rainfall and the flash flooding. It does appear in this live look right here that the rain has now let up, and you can actually see a police officer right there without any rain gear on. So that's some good news for folks in the Houston area. This is a live look at part of a highway, and we've been monitoring this live video stream as we have been seeing drivers going into very dangerous waters right there, getting stranded. And you can see this tow truck actually with one of those vehicles. But take a look at this water right here. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. This is a highway in Houston, Texas. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen some of these drivers driving on the extreme left-hand side as most of the highway is completely submerged underwater. And we have seen some drivers not knowing how deep that water is. They drive through it and they get stuck. And because of that, there have been numerous water rescues throughout the day. Earlier, just before the break, we were sharing that live briefing from Houston officials, all of them urging residents to stay home, shelter in place. Don't go out on the roads. You don't know how deep this water is. There could be electric wire in this water. And so again, they are urging everyone to use precautions as there have been 2 reported storm-related deaths. I also want to share some video with you. If you're just joining us here from Live Now from Fox, you can see just what looks to be a river. And that's really just the overflow of all of the rainwater. We were hearing some statistics, up to 10 inches of rain in certain parts. That has led to some very dramatic water rescues. And I do want to share this very dramatic video for you that we were airing live here on Live Now from Fox. I want to share with you what some of these emergency responders are dealing with. So take a look at this. This is just moments ago when Houston officials were rescuing a stranded driver from a flooded highway. And you can see that the driver is sitting on top of his truck right there on the very roof of his truck as firefighters are using this ladder to very slowly lower a life jacket as well as a buoy. And you can see it waving in the wind. This is incredibly dangerous. What you're seeing is not a river. Again, this is just a highway that has been completely flooded. The driver of that truck, perhaps not knowing just how dangerous and deep those conditions were. But you can see that firefighter at the very end of that ladder truck lowering that life jacket and that buoy to this driver. I wanted to share this with you. This is just one snippet in time as there have been a number of water rescues across the Houston area. And this is really why officials are urging folks to stay home, because emergency responders are dealing with these conditions as they are also dealing with a number of other life-threatening conditions as well. And so they're urging everyone to just be smart, be safe, stay at home. Don't go out on the roads if you don't have to. But I did want to share some of these dramatic moments that we aired moments ago, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. And you can see that the gentleman right there is strapping the life jacket around him as his T-shirt is just blowing in the wind. I mean, these are very dangerous conditions. This is a very difficult and challenging water rescue as the photographer is zooming in. The photographer actually is on a bridge, so he or she can safely get this live stream for you. Again, this happened just moments ago in the city of Houston as this driver is going to be slowly dragged to safety. In just a number of moments, you're going to actually see him put the buoy on. But I wanted to share this with you because if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we do have access to cameras all around the United States and around the world. And we want to share with you some of these moments captured live, raw, and unfiltered. And you can see that gentleman right there putting his feet through the buoy. And you could also see that rope that's attached to the ladder of the fire truck. And take a look at some of the debris that's floating around in the river, so to speak. That is very choppy water. These are very difficult conditions. As you can see, the firefighter leaning to the very edge of that ladder truck right there. And the photographer safely on a bridge looking through the grate right there, giving us that perspective. And you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, a number of other emergency officials right there standing by, ready to grab this gentleman safely as he is taken to shore. But you can see likely a communication talking with the firefighter above, saying, this is what we're going to do. Put this on. You see the rope. We're going to bring you to safety. Stay calm. But take a look at the white truck right there. Take a look at just how deep that water is. I mean, it's feet. This is a pickup truck right here. And so you can see that the driver is now seated on the edge of his truck bed. He's going to go in the water right there. I can't imagine what he's thinking or feeling right now. I mean, probably having no idea that this was going to happen. But you can see that he is now in the water, and the fire truck is now going to be slowly carrying him to shore, and he really is at the mercy of this water right here as he's clinging to this buoy, slowly making his way. It's just incredible. I mean, this is just so terrifying, and we've been seeing moments like this throughout the day as drivers have gotten stranded, but this is some good news. This gentleman rescued by first responders who are putting their own safety at risk as they want to make sure that this gentleman stays as safe as possible. So we're going to stay with this until he is safely brought to shore. I did want to share this with you. We have seen quite dramatic moments. We saw a massive fire erupt in southwest Texas at a flea market, just incredible flames and the really powerful wind gusts really pushing those flames. This gentleman right here safely to shore. We're also continuing to follow the very latest with our Fox 26 content partners. And so what we're going to do is we're going to pivot and bring you the very latest as they continue to track now Tropical Storm Beryl as it is making its way north, as this driver safely rescued from the raging waters of a flooded highway. We're going to pivot and head over to our content partners with Houston, Fox 26. Let's listen in.
Chelsea Edwards now, who's in West Columbia, giving us another look at some of the damage now done by the storm. Chelsea.
Hey, we actually pulled over. We've been assessing the damage out here in West Columbia. We're off of 36 near 35. We had to stop and give you a look at this tire shop where it looks like the bay doors have they've caved in. They've been ripped off the hinges here. Just to look at some of the damage, people may think Category 1 might not be so bad, but you're getting a look at how powerful these winds have been. Just on the roadways, we've been seeing a lot of this. Put my seatbelt back on here. Trees down all over this area, either split or uprooted. A lot of debris in the roadways, and we're starting to see people starting their cleanup. Hopefully doing that carefully, just, because we've also seen a lot. This is an older area, so a lot of power lines down, and we just want people, like, if they are starting to clean up, that they make sure that they're not dealing with any trees that might be entangled with power lines. We are seeing so many branches, so many limbs out here in the roadways. Again, no point in driving out here if you don't have to. We've seen some, windows busted. Hopefully people inside their homes are okay. We haven't heard any additional reports of any loss out here. Just quite the mess. We're looking at trash cans and bins and all sorts of things in the roadways now. People just kind of heading out, trying to get things cleaned up out here. We were in Lake Jackson earlier, where I would say it was especially hard to navigate because of the amount of trees in the area that we were in. And just coming off of 288, off of the freeway, we could see so much damage, signs blown over, signs damaged, and of course, people stuck where they are, especially at one apartment complex, people trapped on the second floor.
So those are our content partners with Fox 26 Houston. As you can see, they are driving around assessing the damage in Houston. The good news is, though, it does look like the rain has let up. So that is some good news right there. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Time right now is coming up on 12:53 Eastern, 9:53 Pacific. We are just seconds away from that clock ticking over. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. After that, Mike Page is going to be your host, guiding you through our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Beryl as it makes its way up north, and many communities in Texas devastated, recovering, still reeling from that torrential rain, wind gusts, and power outages. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We are tracking the very latest with Tropical Storm Beryl right now. Just about an hour ago, being downgraded from a Hurricane 1 to now a tropical storm. But we continue to really just showcase not only the latest track right here for so many that are in Texas right now. Unfortunately, millions without power in the Houston area and surrounding areas of Texas as that storm continues to pile through. Right now, we want to continue to bring you the coverage from Fox 26 in Houston. Let's go to it right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Right here by Buffalo Bayou, and as most people know from Houston, any other day you'd be able to just walk down to the bayou, but this thing is out of its banks. You can see a light pole literally submerged in water, along with a trash can, and right here we have a storm drain that is overflowing and spewing water out into the roadway. It's been blocked off by markers over there. And then even further down, you can see Buffalo Bayou out of its banks, covering up this roadway right here as well. And the water is even going into this building. I believe that's a law office. And it's entered, it's flooding the place. Obviously, you can see a couple people walking. You know, people are out and about right now, kind of checking out and surveying the damage. But this is an excess amount of water that we're seeing in the area. I haven't seen anything else like this downtown. We're still kind of surveying the area. But right now, this is the most intense portion, this Buffalo Bayou overflowing.
All right, Jay, thank you so much. Continue to survey that area for us downtown. I'll check back in with you momentarily, get another look at what's happening down there. You got to think, right, when you think about downtown, that derecho that we had a couple of weeks ago feels like yesterday. It left a lot of damage downtown.
And there was still a main road closed down there because they were fixing all of the damage that had happened to those buildings as that wind gusted through. That must have been a really scary situation, or even thought, for those people that went through all of that just a couple weeks ago. It seems like we were just hit with that storm, and now we are here, which is so crazy. But we do want to bring in our morning anchor, Sally, who's been out near the Harwin Drive area in Houston, giving us a look at what's happening there. Some major flooding over that way, Sally.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the biggest change since we last saw you, Caroline and Anthony, is there are so many more people out and about taking a look around, just trying to get somewhere. I don't know where, though. So folks right now, they see that this intersection is flooded here in Hillcroft and Harwin. So they're coming down here in this parking lot, and then they're trying to get through down here. Well, then they're stalling out in the water down there. So that's a brand new car that we just saw stall out there in the water. This Suburban thought, well, hey, maybe I'll give it a try. They just turned around. The Range Rover did the same thing. I'm not going to chance it. And now look right here at these folks here clearing out debris in the water. This guy in the navy blue and red shirt in the blue vehicle just drove into this high water here. These are Good Samaritans now who are helping him out, going to try to push his car up here onto the parking lot. What people don't understand is just how deep this water is. If you cannot see the roadway below, if you don't see the white line, not a good idea to drive into it. And not only that, but you're dealing with debris in the roadway as well. We've been watching for 4 hours now as signs have blown into the flooded roadway. We've seen pieces of roofs from the strip center blow into the roadway. And so this is just a very dangerous situation out here. But thankfully, we've got some really nice folks who are helping this driver out. Oh, gosh. Yeah, he's losing his footing because he's in slides there. This is a very, very difficult situation as they're trying to get this car up on to the parking lot here. A lot of these folks have come out to help another driver who just got stranded, and they stuck around now to help this guy as well. Looks like it's been able to get his car up, and now he's going to have to wait for a tow truck here to get it completely out of the way. I will say the one good thing that has happened out here is the rain has stopped. The wind has definitely died down. We were seeing some pretty nasty wind gusts up until about 15 minutes or so ago, and it's not completely out of the way. We're still seeing some, strong, I would say like 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts out here. But this is the best in Houstonians, right? When we see people coming out to help one another, people they don't even know, and they are willing to put, their lives at risk to help others. I will also say that this is a very international community. A lot of different languages are spoken over here at Harwin and Hillcroft. And so I wonder, did people even realize what was happening? Were they getting information correctly? And maybe this was their first storm that they've ever experienced here in Houston, and they just did not realize how quickly conditions can change. But the message from the mayor, as we heard if you were tuning in about 30 minutes or so ago, is stay where you are. Shelter in place a little bit longer out here. We've just saw, right before you came to us, we saw fire trucks going by. First responders are having to put their lives at risk right now to help people who drive into these flooded roadways. And so we want to keep our first responders clear to respond to the biggest emergencies out there right now. So do your part, and first responders will have a much easier job at doing their part. Just listen to some of the sounds out here, guys. This is this big awning that's been blowing down, and we're just hearing it crashing against this garage door. The rain is actually picking up again. I thought we were in the clear here, but here it goes again. Everybody just waiting for this thing to pass through so that they can get out safely to look around.
My goodness, Sally, I thought that, things were easing up because we saw you much, much earlier today struggling with standing out there and not getting blown over. Now it looks like that wind's picking up again, and that area is looking just so flooded. I can't believe they got that car out of there with that group effort. But Sally, in the elements for us today, it's just crazy what you're showing us.
Wow. Yeah, look at that. I mean, right, and usually I can maintain my footing pretty well, but I mean, these gusts are still like no joke out here. And I just look around and see how many people are still out here, you know, driving around. Down power lines and high water rescues are the #1 priorities right now. So if you can stay where you are, help those first responders out. I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
All right, Sally, we appreciate you on Hillcroft and Harwin there. Please be careful. Get back safe.
And really powerful to see, though, the community coming together, live TV, as they help that gentleman get out of that flooded portion of our city. All right, now let's head over to Galveston. We want to continue to check in on our coastal communities, as they were the projected main impact of landfall, as Hurricane Beryl, a Category 1 at that time, made landfall in the southern coastal communities. And we're going to go to Galveston. Now, Jonathan Mejia right now is going to give us a look at what's happening down there. Jonathan.
Yeah, we were finally able to make it to Galveston after trying all morning to get here. But this is what we're seeing right now, just the storm surge. And this is what our meteorologists have been talking about all morning, the potential that we could be seeing here in Galveston and the Bay Area. Go ahead and take a look. You're just seeing this water. This is all coming from the seawater because the wind is pushing it here inland. And we're seeing homes completely flooded, front yards and backyards here. And you can just tell by the movement of the water how fast it is moving here and how quickly it is growing. Now, we're seeing some parts that have receded, but we continue to just see the water here in this neighborhood continue to grow. And again, this is what our meteorologists were talking about, the storm surge. When there's wind, that water from the sea makes it inland. Now, another interesting we'd like to talk about is while we were driving on our way over here, we saw some of that storm surge all along the highway as we made it over here to Galveston. And unfortunately, that also impacts animals. We saw a lot of pelicans, flocks of pelicans there on the highway, and unfortunately some of them were injured. Others got hit by a car, and unfortunately we just saw them, you know, they're dead on the road. But this is what we're experiencing and seeing here in Galveston, is just the storm surge, and we'll continue to make our way further into the island to bring you the latest on what's happening here on this coast. For now, I'm reporting live in Galveston, Jonathan Mejia, Fox 26 News.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much for that report in Galveston. Hopefully everyone down there in our coastal communities are being safe at 12:05 here this afternoon.
All right, now we want to go to Dominique Keith. She was at the scene of the first local death that we learned about as a result of this storm.
Yeah, she recorded this story a couple of hours ago in Humble.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're told a man lost his life at his Humble home right here, and he was doing exactly what emergency officials have been telling all of us to do all day long, and that is to stay inside. We're told he was with his family riding out the storm, and a tree came down. What can you tell us about what happened?
So like you said, he had actually hunkered down to try to ride out the storm with his family inside, and unfortunately a large tree in the back of the home fell due to the high winds, landed on the roof, and his rafters came down on top of him and killed him in place as he sat in his couch in the middle of his home in the living area. The rest of the family was able to get out unharmed. However, the entire house is absolutely treacherous. It's standing water, debris, exposed nails, the entirety of the roof that's still above your head and standing could come down at any time. And we can't send deputies back inside, so the family is completely 100% stranded. They're at a relative's, a loved one's house, trying to ride out the rest of the storm.
And the other family members, including children, had to witness that?
There was yes, there were other family members, children, and at least one infant that I know of. We had to go back inside to get I don't know his or her, but a formula, because the stores are closed and they didn't have anything to feed the child.
This is just heartbreaking. Yeah. And his wife was sitting right there in the room with him?
I can't confirm that. I actually, I don't know for sure, but I do know that nobody but him was injured.
And even as we're talking right now, these winds have been picking up. There's one tree in particular that you guys are really concerned about that's in their front yard that you're concerned may come down also.
Well, this is an established neighborhood with a lot of very, very large and old trees, and we're having issues with downed trees across the whole of this side of the county right now, blocking public roadways, falling on homes, and causing a lot of problems. So these winds kicking up 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, any given tree at any given time could fall in any given direction. It's extremely hazardous.
And you're right about that. Just a few minutes ago, we were actually at the corner because the deputy told us not to stay on this side because of the trees. We were at the corner and a tree came crashing down. First, we were being pelted by branches and a tree came crashing down maybe 4 feet from where our vehicle was and where we were. We were trying to seek shelter in the hatch, behind the vehicle, but that tree came crashing down. What do you want to say to everyone who's trying to ride out the storm?
Well, first and foremost, if and when this happens again, try to leave, obviously, and for obvious reasons. But if you have to stay for whatever reason, just have enough emergency equipment, have some first aid equipment. Know that first responders may or may not be able to make it to you as quickly as you might hope, and be ready for anything.
Thank you so much for all you're doing to keep all of us safe. And he's telling us that we should probably get out of this area with all of the big trees, and we're certainly going to take heed. For now, we're in Humble. I'm Damalie Keith, Fox 26 News.
It's heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. It's so sad to see people doing what they're supposed to do. And obviously, as they were talking, family was in that house, and just thoughts and prayers with that family. And there was also another death that we reported, a similar situation that also happened in Harris County where a tree fell and killed another person. And then there was a death that happened because of a fire. And unfortunately, this is just, the kind of middle of the storm. We still have a long way to go. So hopefully, this is the worst of it, but we'll keep you updated as time moves on.
And we're still doing assessments out there, but we definitely want to take a look at this radar because Allison Gargara joining us now. And Allison, I live close to the Katy area, and at one point it seemed as though everything had passed.
All right, everyone. So that was just a little bit of Fox 26 coverage. We will continue to check in with them all really throughout the afternoon as you're taking a look here at the latest track as it really continues to push through Texas right now. And unfortunately, just millions without power. And we're also learning of the unfortunate now, at least 2 people dead in the Texas area concerning this situation of now Tropical Storm Beryl. We want to continue our coverage in Texas right now. Let's go out to Corpus Christi, and that is where we find Fox's Bowen Kedrowitz. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox and helping us to break down some of the coverage that you are seeing in Corpus Christi.
Hi, Mike. Well, we just got in touch with the mayor's office here in Corpus Christi, and they tell us that the Emergency Operations Center has been deactivated, and as of 8 a.m. this morning, no damages have been reported. I've been talking to some people that have been walking along outside here, and they tell me that they are breathing a sigh of relief as some of them expected Corpus Christi to be in the crosshairs of this storm. So the business right behind me have already started to put away some of the sandbags that they had placed out in front of their business to prevent any potential flooding. And I spoke with the owner of this restaurant behind me, and he told me that he wasn't taking any chances with Beryl. Take a listen.
Obviously, Alberto hit us, and we had some flooding come in through the restaurant, about 3 inches. So we purchased 40 more sandbags, got all the front prepped up, and now it seems like the storm's curving more to the north, so we may have dodged a bullet.
Now, over in harder hit areas along the coast of Texas, here's a video taken in Surfside Beach. You can hear how powerful the winds are here and the rainwater whipping across the road there. In Galveston, Texas, one of the hardest hit areas, you can see this video of a gas station going blackout from the storm, causing the area to go pitch dark for a moment. Galveston was seeing wind speeds from 80 to 98 miles per hour, and the latest from PowerOutage.us has Texas with over 2 million people without power in the state. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that is definitely something we'll be keeping an eye on really all afternoon and into the evening hours there, especially with those millions without power. Bowen, thanks so much for giving us that live update from Corpus Christi. We appreciate it as always right here on Live Now from Fox. And we are going to be actually taking a 2-minute break, our first one of the hour. When we come back, we'll continue to be getting you the latest updates on Beryl, the latest track in Texas. And coming up in just a little bit, we're also keeping an eye on the White House briefing that is expected to get going in the next 15 minutes. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. There will be many updates, not only on this storm, but of course on President Biden, as well as the war in Ukraine continues to rage on with more than 40 missiles from Russia. That it was a Monday surprise attack. We'll bring it to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming back in just 2. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us on this Monday as we continue to track Tropical Storm Beryl continuing to make its way through Texas right now. Let's give you the latest radar look right now, as it was a hurricane Category 1 earlier this morning when it did make landfall. That has since decreased, and we want to go now back out to the coverage. Fox 26 talking about the latest peak wind gust in the area in Texas. So let's bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox.
At 78 miles per hour. So obviously very, very strong winds associated with this. I do think the winds are going to start to clear off to the north. So like we've been talking about all day long, here's where basically the center is. Again, it's not super well defined at this time, but points south are looking at wind gusts much, much lower than what we've been seeing all morning, just about 20 to 25 miles per hour from Matagorda to Bay City and Wharton. But on the north and northeastern edge of the storm, we're still looking at some pretty strong wind gusts of 55 miles per hour right now in College Station, 56 in Huntsville, even down to Bush, Pearland at nearly 50 mile per hour winds. So it's still going to take a bit. You know, that center of the storm really needs to continue to move up toward Huntsville before we start to see any of those winds decreasing, I'd say down near Houston and then maybe just a bit north of that. So we're not out of the woods yet. Yes, the southern southern viewing area is really not seeing anything in the way of more rain, at least falling. Still, you know, some strong winds embedded within it, nothing compared to this morning, but please don't let your guard down. Always remember, turn it around, don't drown. It is not worth totaling your car just to drive through. Just hunker down, stay put. This storm is moving at about 10, 12 miles per hour at last check. So it will be out of here, we promise, by a little bit later this evening, but we just want to make sure everybody's staying safe and informed. We know the power is out and that a lot of folks are watching on our app or on our live stream, and we truly appreciate you sticking with us and that you trusted us to help you get through this storm. Again, not out of the woods yet, but things are improving, which is great news. Guys, we'll send it back to you at the desk.
Allison, thank you so much for that very informative update. We'll continue this coverage after this quick commercial break, but stay with us. Much more to come as we continue to track Tropical Storm Beryl.
All right, so Fox 26 taking a quick break. We will take another one for you here on Live Now from Fox as we are showing you the track here as Tropical Storm Beryl continues its way through Texas. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us today as we continue to track Beryl, now a tropical storm pushing its way through Texas. Let's go back out to the coverage. Fox 26 in Houston, bringing it to you all right here on Live Now.
High winds. Aside from flooding, though, we're seeing incredible damage due to those hurricane force winds. Beryl crumbling the wall of an entire apartment complex, displacing at least 40 people. The good news, though, is that not a single injury was reported, and it is something that Fort Bend County Judge KP George is thankful for.
We are absolutely happy to hear that, because it is, you know, everything else we could bring together, the resources we could bring together, but the life lost is lost. And so we are extremely happy everybody is okay.
And aside from that, they are urging everyone to only call 911 if it's an emergency. The main reason being is that Richmond and Rosenberg's dispatches have been down due to power outages. All of those calls now going to Fort Bend County, so they're already inundated as it is. So they want to ask everyone to call 311 or only call 911 if it's an emergency. Reporting in Richmond, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
All right, just a difficult situation every which way you look at it today, especially for people who are hunkering down at home who now do not have power. According to CenterPoint Energy,
More than 2 million customers don't have power at this time. That's more than 2.1 million people. Luckily, it's not too hot like we normally see here in Houston right now. But of course, I'm always concerned about people who need medical help or need electricity for oxygen or something.
Dialysis or anything like that.
Babies, so it really can be a difficult situation. The Red Cross is on standby to help. The mayor did mention earlier that some of their sites where they can help people, they were without power and their generators weren't working. So it's really an issue that we're seeing across the whole city. So hopefully crews, well, we know that they are working to get this power restored, but really this is a lot of people without power. So I would anticipate being without power for a while.
Yeah, and just want to piggyback off some of that. In that press conference the mayor held at around 11:30 or so, he also mentioned they have identified places like nursing homes or senior assisted living facilities that do not have power because the generator may not have worked. They have identified some of those locations, so they're going to be assisting there as well. He also mentioned Bark not having power because the generator didn't kick on. So there are individual situations happening across the city where the mayor, along with the fire chief, police chief, they're all trying to work together along with other city, county, and state leaders to try to rectify some of those situations here. Again, this is 288 here at 610 South. This is one of the areas that continue to see lots of flooding. I believe our Greg Grugan was there earlier today as well, giving us a look at what was happening there. But again, if you are at home, that is the safest place for you to be. The mayor continued to make that plea here for a lot of folks to stay home because right now the main thing is life safety. Stay home. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and your family. Allow first responders to then focus on maybe some of the rescues that they have to do. And at some point, we're going to get into the recovery mode, and we're going to move past, of where we're at. But this look right now, Caroline.
Yeah, this is a live look now from Galveston that we are looking at. And this portion of this road has been flooded. If you know what road this is, let me know in my ear so I can update our viewers. But it's windy and it's flooding, and you could still see those raindrops coming down there. You can see how the wind is just blowing the water, making it into ripples. And then you still can see the yellow line in the road pretty far down if you look. Like, it doesn't really disappear. But still, this type of water is really dangerous to be in, especially in your vehicle. That's still enough that it could take your vehicle away with it. So this is just a live look at Galveston as the flooding continues and the rain continues to fall, and many parts of our viewing area look like this right now. So this is where you really have to be careful when you're driving. Okay, you can see it's not that deep because you can see the stop there on the road. But again, it's still dangerous. And Galveston, again, one of our coastal communities that we're expecting to be one of the main points of contact to get that initial round of rain, strong wind, and potentially even storm surge on those coastal communities from this Hurricane Beryl at the time of landfall. Right now it is a tropical storm. But again, you can see folks at least heeding the warning. The streets are clear. No one seems to be on the streets. This looks to be emergency crews of some sort there. I can't really make out exactly what they're doing, but you can see emergency crews there in Galveston assisting or trying to remove a barrier, maybe.
A barrier of some sort.
If you look at the water on that truck, though, there, you see the white truck. You can see that water is up on the wheels quite a bit. So, I mean, the water is deep in some areas. It's flowing, and it looks like they're trying to remove a barrier, maybe,
or maybe even put up a barrier because
a barrier. Yeah, there we go.
Going into that building. So we're trying to do our best to assess what's happening. Our producer's back. Where's Jonathan Mejia? I believe he was down in Galveston. Is this his? He is in Galveston. Can we get him queued up here? Let's see if we get another idea of what's happening across that community. But again, Galveston, one of the areas, storm surge, part of the concern there. When you look at other places in Matagorda County as well, all places that were receiving the initial blow of Hurricane Beryl at the time of landfall.
That looks like they're in front of the railroad
museum,
it says. So that's where this is taking place. It looks like they're putting up the barriers, probably
That's
because
exactly what it is.
It is so flooded at this point, and the water is coming. If you look on the left side of your screen, there is another small vehicle. It is parked there. You cannot see under that vehicle because that water is so high. You cannot see under the vehicle. If you look at its wheels, you can see that that water is coming up about halfway to the middle of that. It looks like a silver or a white car's wheels there. Of course, the truck is a little bit more elevated. So the water is high in this area. And I was actually about to look up what street this is on. I could kind of see the street sign. It's the Railroad Museum. In Galveston.
This area might be known as like the Strand a little bit. I'm not too sure. But that's definitely what's happening. As you can see, if you look at the building itself, you can see on the floor there are also some, it looks like bags, orange bags in front of the entrance to this museum. Obviously looking to, stop more of that water from going inside of that building. So that, and you also see the trash can on the bottom left-hand screen. Lots of flooding there next to that white car as well. This is Rosenberg Street, I believe it is. But if you guys know in the back, please let us get some clarity on what's taking place.
Yes, this is about, I think, at Santa Fe and Rosenberg Street in Galveston. Santa Fe and Rosenberg Street, which is not far from the coast. It's real close. You would just have to cross over Harborside Drive. So I do know that storm surge obviously is a big problem in Galveston when an event like this does happen. But these are, looks like, essential road workers here trying to put up a barrier as the flooding or the storm surge continues to make its way through Galveston. Man, it's and it looks like it's raining there again pretty hard, which is unfortunate because that's only going to add to our problems that we are seeing here. As we're watching this and as people are hunkering down in their homes, just a quick reminder from the Houston Fire Department. They are just warning you to be careful of generators. They do emit carbon monoxide. They're warning you to keep generators 20 feet from your home and place them in a well-ventilated outdoor area and avoid placing generators near doors, windows, or vents. So if you're watching this at home, if you do have a generator, please make sure it's in a safe area outside. We don't want anything happening like carbon monoxide poisoning. And they also, the Houston Fire Department, put out signs and symptoms of CO exposure, and that could include headaches, nausea, dizziness, chest pain, confusion, and blurred vision. So please, generators are meant to be 20 feet from your home outside because they do emit CO, carbon monoxide, and it can be deadly. So we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and the County Judge Mark Henry has been very vocal in communicating with the general public, letting folks know that there's going to be some issues here, and he's encouraging folks to stay off the road, saying that many of them are really impossible. As you see some of that video unfolding there in real time on the Strand, on Rosenberg in Galveston, you can see the issues taking place. And there are also lights on Broadway that are out as well. That's part of that larger issue that we're having with lights being out across Southeast Texas in our viewing area. More than 2.1 million customers, according to CenterPoint Energy. But I also want to say in that same breath, I want to say about 430,000 customers have also been restored in the last 24 hours. Now, I do want to let you guys know we're still trying to get some more information from CenterPoint because I'm really thinking about those transmitters, those larger towers. They are somewhat the highways, if you will, to get that power and electricity from point A to point B. And after that derecho we experienced, a lot of those transmitters had to go through repairs. So it's interesting to see. I would be interested to see how those transmitters are holding up here because we're still...
All right, just some of the coverage there. Fox 26 in Houston. We will continue to get their updates as well as their coverage as the afternoon continues on, as we continue to track Tropical Storm Beryl right now as it made landfall as a Category 1 to Texas. But let's continue to get the latest updates from the National Hurricane Center. Michael Brennan standing by and now joining us here with the latest. Michael, what do we know at this hour on Beryl?
Well, Beryl's still a very strong tropical storm. Maximum sustained winds around 65 miles per hour. It's now passing northwest of Houston. And the good news in that metro area is conditions are starting to improve, at least from a wind and a rainfall perspective, although there's still flash flood warnings in effect. We still have high water in many areas, lots of downed trees, power lines, some structural damage. Now the focus is shifting up into East Texas, where we're seeing that heavy rainfall move out ahead of the center of Beryl, and also the potential for tornadoes and some of these outer rain bands closer to the Texas-Louisiana border. And that threat will continue through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening.
Yeah, those are the other things that, of course, sometimes come with these storms. And Michael, can you just tell us a little bit more about the rainfall that could be expected in these areas as Beryl continues to push through Texas?
Yeah, we're expecting widespread rainfall totals of 5 to 10 inches across portions of East Texas and places like Tyler, Lufkin, up to Texarkana. Could see some isolated areas receive 12 to 15 inches of rain in here. It's going to result in a considerable flash flooding threat through the day today and into tonight. And then as we get into Tuesday, the threat for heavy rains shifts up into southeast Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, where there's also a threat for 3 to 5 inches of heavy rainfall with some locally higher amounts, and also a threat of flash flooding there.
All right, Michael Brennan with the National Hurricane Center. Thanks so much for those updates. We appreciate them as always here on Live Now from Fox. You take care.
Thanks.
And we will continue to track the very latest as well as more coverage throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on the White House briefing. Should be happening in the next couple of moments. We'll bring that to you when it does get going right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. We appreciate you continuing to join us on this Monday as we are continuing to track Beryl, now a tropical storm pushing its way through Houston, but still leaving a lot of rain behind. Unfortunately, 2 people at least have died in the Texas area, and millions are without power. We are also keeping an eye on the White House briefing. Should be happening pretty soon. In the meantime, let's go back out to Fox 26 in Houston for their detailed coverage on this storm.
Jackson Freeport area, it's probably still not safe to really be out there driving around unless it's an absolute emergency, because there's going to be a lot of debris out there as well. Here's a look at the satellite view. There's actually a hint of maybe a little bit of sun breaking